Whoa, thanks for coming. Whoa, hey, nice to see you, etc. How's it going? Chat. Oh, all right. Mm-hmm. What do you want from me? Brings you here? The fuck? Jesus scared me there. Yeah? What's he doing? Ooh, buongiorno. Wait, hang on. Camera angle. Move a bit this way. Ooh, that way. Better. Okay. Apparently some crazy shit is happening. That's what? That's crazy, chat. Excuse me. What? It's very purple today. Yeah, I've been doing some adjusting. I think this seems to be the better lighting that I've got so far. Kind of liking it. I've adjusted my desk as well, so I'm back higher now. The lower desk thing was not working at all. So my screens are back up. I think that means my eye level is nice. It's like slightly tilting. Got two warm lights now, two warm panel lights, no ring light. Cool background because it contrasts with the warm. I think that makes my face more contrasted, apparently, more distinct. I don't know. Who knows? I was actually almost tempted to get like a fucking black sheet in the background. Black shit. But this one works okay so far. Can maybe move that lamp somewhere else. Hmm. Maybe move that and then get what, the ISIS flag. No, not that one. More advanced lights have tint adjust. Well, I just got these ones, so more advanced lights that'll come in a year or two, maybe. Because that lamp is off right now. I don't think I need it. Don't think I need it. Just maybe something for the wall. Pictures, maybe? Pictures? Is it cold over there? It's getting cold. Oh, yeah. A spotlight from behind to glow your hair. You are overthinking. That's what you're doing. Pictures of books. Pictures of a bookshelf. That's really clever. They'll never know how to handle that. IP research update. I've just about finished my second book on Ottoman Palestine and Zionism. We still have one more full book and another tiny part of one, and then we're good. And I've got my document to type out as well, my original archive document. Not mine, obviously, I asked for it. Did we ever get to the Iraq video? No, but we will. We will. And you love the Jews now. Honestly, this last book I've read is making me like the Jews less, but who knows? Plan on a video from research? Nah. Nah, we'll wait with that. We'll wait. A picture of the Dome of the Rock. True. I could get like I've been to a shawarma place once where there was just a bunch of like cool pictures from the capitals of each city. It was like a picture from Damascus, from Beirut, from Jerusalem, Egypt. Yeah. What book is that? Oh yeah, as soon as there's a book that makes you like the Jews less, this M here guy loves it, eh? Love that. It's called Worlds Collide. By Alan Doughty. Doughty? I don't know what you fucking say. Who knows? Oh god, where am I gonna make the stream look like a shawarma shop? Shall I get the fucking rotating, whatever it's called, the rotating grill? That would make the room very sway. Very, very sway. No, I love Jews, bro. Don't do that. You, I mean, you hate most of them, right? Like you think most of them are really bad. Did you have the mango sauce? No, not in that place. I think most shawarma places in the UK wouldn't do amba. I don't think. I think it's like a special thing. Ah, ooh. Do I need? Man, there's so much fucking Kirk 10. It's just, is it fucking? Why is it dominating the sphere? I mean, I know he's dead and shit. Breaking news, but God, that is so much content. There's so much shit being said about it. God. I guess we'll get started. Also, I don't know if you guys know, but I had a debate on RGR's little fucking panel, and I think it went pretty well. The MAGA guys really have nothing. I think that I figured out a few debate bro questions to basically guarantee stumping them. One is name any Democrat legislator or politician who is actually guilty of upping the temperature and how. They'll usually refer to maybe like Kamala's bail fund or some black congresswoman who told protesters to assemble after a curfew once. Otherwise, they'll just talk about Biden in the fucking red background. That's all they've got. That's all they've got. Who is RGR? Where's the link? Well, I don't know if it's on her channel yet. Let me check. Do you think the shooter was more left or right leaning? We're gonna find out. Oh yeah, it's here. Here, I'll put that link in. It's from this channel. You should go and subscribe to it. Riley Grace Rochong. I'll give you the channel. You can sub now. I'm not going to give you the video link. You're supposed to be watching me, okay? Dicks. Destiny's opponent's trying to bring up Schumer and Harris. Yeah, that's really dumb. Fucking Schumer. Why? Why? Huh? Wait, Super Chat's goal. Don't forget that. New goal. Don't get me assassinated, please. Thank you. Do you think I should start a goal for security detail, like Rabbi Shmuley? Okay. First of all, Reddit. It's been a minute since we checked our Reddit, guys. Come on. Scary reactions. Scary. And databases after Kirk. I don't use X or Twitter. Screenshots are from Knitter after I saw the tweets shared on Instagram. What the fuck is Knitter? Is that, are you allowed to say that? It's like a slur, isn't it? What the fuck? Feel weird saying that. Jesus. I'm not Anthony Fantano. Right. The database standards for celebrations seem very low. Scroll through. I'm not sure if the shared information would go as far as doxing, but it's going to cause harassment for people and their workplaces, it seems. I'm not sure where the actual database is or how one could access it. X is unusable without an account. Pete Hegseth is also terrifying. Let's hope he's not using this database. If it is powered by Palantir. Okay. I see. Is this a database? Are people like recording all the people who said nice things about Kirk dying? Or even if they dared to something like, oh yeah, well, he said this and that. That's ironic, which is a fairly popular genre these days. Fuck me. All right, you just go there. Fuck up. Not even someone celebrating the murder. Oh. Terrified to think of how far-right fans of Kirk, aching for more violence, could very well turn this into an even more radicalized event. Will they now believe their fears have been proven right and feel they have a right to retaliate regardless who is behind the shooting? Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, this is like reverse Canary Mission shit, right? Where they're just like, fuck that. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of that. There's a lot of people who are gonna be having their jobs in jeopardy or already losing their jobs for See, look, there's someone in chat doing it as well. Pelosi, Maxine Waters, Kamala Harris, Biden, Cory Booker. That's a dumb debate bro question. Yeah, really. You're going to find an equivalent of those people literally like inciting mobs on their own people, let alone other people. Like, fuck off. Yeah, thank you. Yes, you have nothing. Nothing. That's why it's a good trap. Because you try to bring up Maxine Waters. Maxine Waters, whose only fucking overstep was suggesting that people protest peacefully past a curfew over the Derek Chauvin trial. Wow. Like MLK shit, but yeah, peacefully protest past the curfew. Hmm. Charlie Kirk versus 25 woke students. Someone's gonna lose their job for that one. Ouija board. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not good. Dan Saltman doxing? Oh no. Who's he doxing? Ban Hassan. Trying to tie it to Hassan without evidence. Okay, that's not doxing. That's just him being a fucking tool or a fool. Oh. Which positions did you change your mind on? Oh, J.K. Rowling. Wow. Hang on. I'm getting so good at muting before I sneeze. I used to believe nurture was everything and that nature wasn't important. My belief changed because of my own life experience and from reading studies about genetic inheritance. In my early 20s, I believed the difference between the sexes was entirely due to socialization. I no longer believe that for the same reason as above. I used to believe in unilateral nuclear disarmament. I no longer do. I used to believe cannabis was essentially harmless. I no longer do because I've witnessed it wreaking havoc on someone I care about's mental health. Oh, God, fucking hell, man. This is some crazy boomer shit, man. She's fucking mental. But yeah, I used to think hamburgers were essentially harmless, and then they like made this guy I know like so fat that he got diabetes and died. What? Okay, sure, dude. I used to believe in assisted dying. I no longer do, largely because I'm married to a doctor who opened my eyes to the possibilities of coercion of sick and vulnerable people. Ooh. Maybe. I don't know about euthanasia debates. Don't know anything about it. I've struggled with religious faith since my mid teens. I appear to have a God shaped vacuum inside me, but I never seem quite able to make up my mind what to do about it. That's a really ironic paragraph. I feel like she's more or less figured out what to do with her God shaped hole. No? It's to fight with trans people on Twitter. That's what she's done with her God shaped hole, no? Was that not a decision? Okay. I could probably list at least 20 more things I've changed my mind about. I don't currently have a single belief that couldn't be altered by clear, concrete evidence, and in all but one case, I know what that evidence would have to be. The exception is the God conundrum because I don't know what could have made. Oh, jeez, okay, I'm not even fucking boring, dude. Jesus. PBD. Oh no. But about this calamity, there is no way to find any justification to give a rational account or even to cope with it mentally except by referring it to God. Was Procopius of Caesarea referring to the plague of Justinian or to Lonerbox playing Connections by the New York Times in this passage? The parallels are uncanny. For people differ from each other in the places that they live, the customs that govern their lifestyle, the manner of their personality, their professions, and many other ways. But none of these factors made the slightest difference when it came to this and to this alone. While some fell into a deep coma, others developed acute dementia, but both felt the fundamental effects of the event. I've called out the CDC and RFK Jr., but RFK Jr. seems to be trying to cover this up. Okay, it's not a bad one, so it's reasonable. I've seen worse. What the fuck? Why is this dude giving me their phone number? No, thank you. Or maybe I need that? I don't know. What the fuck? Oh shit, first time feeling distant from Loner's perspective. Here they come, guys. Here, this is the IDF soldier who filmed himself fucking firing a tank shell and saying, this is for Charlie Kirk, this is this person. I'm going through his stream after Charlie, not to poison the well or anything. That's actually not true. That's a joke. Wait. Okay. Oh, fuck, my gradient's gone. Ugh. All right. I'm going through his stream after Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I'm disappointed in some of the things I'm hearing from Loner. He's not being extreme, thankfully, but I just don't think this time to play know you on which party is more violent and how the Conservatives are worse. You're already fucking wrong. They're already doing it. They're already doing it. They're already saying this is on the Democrats. Nancy Mace, this is on the Democrats. Matt Walsh, we tried to be nice, but actually we need justice and to fight. Fuck off. They're already doing it. You have to say no you. They're already doing it. They're already saying you. You have to be like, no. No, you. Like, okay. To be clear, I agree that the current US administration in particular is most certainly more guilty of incitement of violence and of raising the temperature. However, it's clear that there is a substantial amount of radical people on the left, many of whom he spends so much time calling out for this, that are bloodthirsty and yearning for revolution. In my opinion, Charlie Kirk wasn't very radical. For the most part, he represented very mainstream conservative views. So when Loner... okay, we need to maybe look at some Charlie Kirk clips. Like, Charlie he's a Trump loyalist. So do you think Trump is a moderate? What? Wow. So when Loner says it's hard to feel bad for him because of how involved he was in divisive rhetoric, he completely loses me. I don't care if Charlie Kirk nonchalantly mentioned how the Bible says stoning gay people to death is acceptable. I'm gay myself and I don't care. I would want to debate him, not murder him. Okay, well, I don't want to murder him, but okay. On a basic human level, what happened is absolutely appalling, and here's a time and place to dig up someone's bad opinions or his questionable contribution to politics. What Charlie represented more than anything was open discourse and a belief that free speech is the best way to address political differences. Meanwhile, he was supporting Trump, who is clamping down on free speech and who gets rid of like journalists' rights to go to the White House conferences, and he passed an executive order like 2 weeks ago criminalizing burning the flag. What? He passed an executive order like just a couple of weeks ago saying that. Again, yeah, there would be a time and place. The problem is that Charlie Kirk's followers or his allies are already saying that he was a man of peace and based and just a good civil rights boy, a good non-violent advocate. I don't know if it's the chronically online syndrome that causes this, but we've lost all sense of proportion and common humanity. If the Republicans are worse, then be better. Lead by example, hold yourself to higher standards. Value civility and compassion. One of the many reasons I stopped watching Destiny was because he clearly didn't care for upholding any such principles. I don't think Loner is being as bad here, but he's expressing a similar attitude, albeit not as black and white. Focusing on Charlie's dull conservative opinions is losing sight on the forest for the trees. This was an attack on free speech itself. It told everyone that civility is not wanted. That you dare think differently and you are in danger. Loner should know this. Many find his stances on Palestine akin to, if not worse than Charlie's opinions on trans and gay people. It is a free-for-all for people that dare express differing views. Now? Is it a free-for-all, sorry? To focus on anything else in the media aftermath of this tragedy is completely short-sighted and mind-boggling to me. Sorry for the rant, but this event was deeply disturbing, and focusing on political differences feels like the opposite of what we should be doing. The Democratic base has an opportunity to be the better party, to unequivocally condemn this action, which seemingly disappoints Loner when they do, and they have already failed miserably. I don't have any issue with anyone condemning the action. They are more than allowed to condemn the action. Like, it's good that they condemn it. It's good that the Democratic politicians condemn the action, because that gives people like me like a lot of ammunition to be like, look, where's the Republicans doing this when it came to Melissa Hortman, right? They didn't even, like, I think Trump, look at the difference between Trump's response to Melissa Hortman getting killed and to Charlie Kirk getting killed. When Hortman got killed by a right-winger and her husband got killed in Minnesota, again, this year, a couple of months ago, Trump just said, yeah, violence is bad, shouldn't do it. Nothing partisan, nothing about blaming his own side, nothing about telling his own side to calm the fuck down, nothing about toning down his rhetoric, because again, he'll never take responsibility. you can say there's no time and place, there's a better time and place, and I would generally agree, but the right wing have already decided that this is the time and place to make it about partisanship. You're saying it's not the time and place. Yesterday or day before yesterday, Tommy Robinson's hosting a fucking protest in London where people are fighting with cops over Charlie Kirk's death. The one thing you could say here is when we talk about calling out far leftists, I obviously agree with this coming from like Democrats or liberals or social democrats or whatever else. Yeah, they should, but that's our fight. That's not for Republicans to tell us, because Republicans and right-wingers, they lump Democrats and communists in together like they're all the same. That's not their, like, what, just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, I'm not going to stop fighting with communists, but I don't need a Republican to tell me that. I don't need to do that for any Republicans. I don't need Tommy Robinson to tell me to do that when every fucking protest he organizes ends up turning into a fucking riot, usually against cops, usually with protesters fighting cops, not even fighting left-wingers. I don't know. I think there's a problem here. There's a problem because underlying this is like, it's kind of like there's almost like an underlying assumption that Trump just isn't that bad, that he's just not not much of an issue. So without further ado, it's Adam Mockler.
There has been a huge effort to sanitize Charlie Kirk's image over the past week by ignoring things that he actually believed and things he actually said on his show. So with just a few videos of Charlie Kirk's own words, I want to serve as a narrative disruptor, somebody who comes in and disrupts this right-wing narrative that Charlie Kirk was this peaceful, civil rights activist who would never utter a word of violence or hatred in his life. That is just objectively...
Is this the one where he's talking about executing Biden or Harris? Is this what he's talking about?
False.
Oh,
and
no.
I'll prove that to be false in just one second. But just to
I
start
think this
off
is
with
the clip,
some more
right?
clarity,
Or I don't know if he wore
none
that
of the
same
clips
shirt.
I play here justify what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Oh, yeah,
Two things can be true at once. He was a terrible person who held terrible beliefs, and I can show that. I can prove that throughout this video. At the same time, nobody in America should be straight up killed for doing a debate on a college campus. These two things can both be true at once, and we need to approach this with moral clarity. Was he a dumbass? Yes, absolutely. Did he deserve to be shot in front of everybody for being a dumbass? No. Nobody deserves that. Now that I've gotten that out of the way, I want to play for you these clips. I decided to wait a few days because conservatives have been just going after everybody who even mentions Charlie Kirk in a negative light. But we're a few days out now. I have a platform. I'm going to use this platform.
He's got a platform.
Right-wingers be damned. I don't care if
Big guy.
they come after me because all I'm doing is playing Charlie Kirk's own words. I just want to show you what he said himself so the sanitization doesn't continue to go mainstream. Before we play this clip of him calling for the execution of President Joe Biden, yes, that's right, he called for the execution of Joe Biden. Let me just start off with old Charlie Kirk arguing that essentially children should not get free lunch in schools, even if they need it.
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job.
A child?
The parents should go get the job.
Yeah.
This is important.
I don't believe they have jobs and they can't support their children there because the minimum wage is so low.
No, you are a dumb dude. Don't give me this stuff. First of all, this is really.
I want children to eat.
What if they have bad parents? What if a kid has bad parents? Is that the kid's fault? The fuck? Is that the kid's fault that he's got a bad parent?
Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country.
That's the type of guy he was. The absolute worst.
Dude, this guy's topless. What the fuck?
Charlie Kirk is also just horrifically wrong here. I mean, even if there are some obese kids, I'm sure there are in every country, that doesn't stop the fact that many American children have a problem with lack of nutrition. And it gets even worse when it's lack of nutrition at school, during the school day. Because here's the problem. A lot of kids rely on this school lunch for their only lunch. When their parents don't feed them and they are starved, they rely on this.
Also, can we just say as well, I hate that. I don't know why people do this. We already said that. We showed that clip with the fucking politicians debating, right? It's like, just because someone died doesn't mean you have to change your opinion on them. Like, even I wouldn't expect that from anyone. It's like, dude, like, Charlie Kirk was not a good debater. He was not a good debater. He was not. He just wasn't good at debates. That's why they had to throw him in front of college kids the whole time. But okay.
Lunch. Without this school lunch, there are studies that kids are way less effective at studying, at retaining information, at just being able to function on a day-to-day basis. So just to back up, if you want a good, functional society, kids should not be starving, especially at school. Kids should be able to eat. And sometimes school is a last refuge for a kid who has a poor home life and isn't able to be fed properly at home. So the fact that Charlie Kirk has no empathy at all, it's just like, dude, this is the savior of the movement. Let me play for you this clip of him saying that Joe Biden should be executed. Before I even play it, I've been thinking over the past few days of posting a video on Twitter and Instagram just to mess with right-wingers. And in this video, I want to take Charlie Kirk's words, but just flip out Joe Biden for Trump. So in this clip, he essentially says Joe Biden is an old idiot who deserves the death penalty, right? How angry would MAGA be if I made a video and I said, Trump deserves the death penalty? Like, let me just play this for you.
Joe Biden, a lot. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America.
Donald Trump is a bumbling, dementia-filled tyrant who honestly should be put in prison for the rest of his life or given the death penalty for his crimes against humanity. Yeah, it doesn't sound so good when I say it, conservatives, huh?
Honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. But Kamala Harris, my goodness, there's something that just kind of is tribal where people are like, I don't.
This is your peaceful savior? He was calling for the execution of the President of the United States. Your peaceful savior was sitting there. I'm not saying it to you guys, to the right-wingers who are watching. Their peaceful savior is sitting there on these shows and calling for the execution of the President of the United States. And then right after all of the shooting stuff happened, Nancy Mace gave a speech last night at the Kennedy Center. And I want to play for you some clips from this Nancy Mace speech because she continues to spread and foment violence. But quickly, Mehdi Hassan said in response to Scott Adams, who was like, wait until all the haters of Charlie Kirk find out their anger is based entirely on quotes taken out of context. Mehdi Hassan
it's the out of context defense. God damn it, it's so powerful. Out of context. Out of context. I should do that more often.
Sorry, what's the context for Kirk saying that, quote, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled, Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should be put in prison or given the death penalty? Or what about just last week when Charlie Kirk said, quote,
I can't really, because if I ever say something's out of context for myself, it's usually like in a debate or you activate the trap card, what's the context? And then you're like, oh, fuck. And that's easy to do if you just ignore anyone saying that, but I can't do it. I need to bring the context. I can't.
Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Like, this is insanely inflammatory rhetoric.
Damn.
And this is coming from people like Charlie Kirk, coming from people like Donald Trump in a top-down manner. I could keep going. Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, all of these people in a top-down manner are spreading this type of rhetoric, yet they pull up some random Twitter account with 0 likes and act like that represents every Democratic politician. It's just like random Twitter accounts who are saying crazy stuff, and Republicans are acting like that is every single Democrat. Maya Luna responds to Benny Johnson. So right-wingers are trying to concoct.
Kirk was a radical and dangerous asshole, but one could give him the point that he fantasized prison and a penalty and not the shooting. Well, sure, but then you get into this position where you say, I think they should get the death penalty, but also, let's be frank, guys, let's be frank. It's never going to happen. These guys aren't even going to get jail, let alone the death penalty, because they're protected by the deep state and the system and the court, like the democratic establishment. Like, so yeah, even them saying that is still, you're still putting targets on people's backs. You're still, so you say that to a big audience, right? Again, it's the whole, like, it only takes one.
This entirely new narrative that because Tyler Robinson may have lived with somebody who was going to transition and was maybe transgender, that means this is a trans-affiliated crime. What are we doing here? Benny Johnson says, Charlie Kirk killer, Tyler Robinson, had a boyfriend who was transgender. This man is cooperating with the FBI and has turned over all messages.
Oh no.
Maya's like, so let me get this straight. The violence is coming from Tyler's transgender girlfriend, who is also just cooperating with the police, and not the white dude who shot and killed Charlie Kirk. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to spin this into some issue where they can punch down at the most vulnerable communities. when it's just another white dude. It's just the same thing that we've seen over and over. In
Ooh,
fact,
white dude.
this dude was raised in a Republican family around guns, and it's not surprising that after a few years of internet radicalization, those guns came back around in his life and manifested into this. Now, really quickly, before we move on to this video of Nancy Mace, part of my job is to report the news that we want to hear. It's also to report the news that we don't want to hear. So I'm going to do that very, very quickly and try to disrupt some other narratives that I've seen online. And trust me, I've been on top of the facts. I've been reading all of the articles, all of the reports, just so I can stay on top of it all for you and report it responsibly. A lot of people are emailing me photos of Tyler Robinson in a MAGA shirt, or Tyler Robinson apparently being a registered Republican. A lot of this is misinformation, everybody. The photo of Tyler Robinson in a MAGA shirt has been photoshopped. That is not real. Please don't believe that. We have strong arguments without that. Tyler Robinson was also not a registered Republican.
We still don't actually know anything about his political identity, do we? Apart from the bullets. I think there might be more, but I think the issue is that he's not cooperating with the authorities.
That was a different person who is twice his age. Tyler Robinson's grandma also claimed that she doesn't think he did it. He's never used a gun. He's never talked politics, and she doesn't think that he did it at all. So people are citing his grandma as a source a lot. The grandma just thinks that he had nothing to do with it at all. The reality is, this kid was not a far, far right shooter. There is no evidence pointing towards that. I've actually been following this far right Groyper movement online for like 5 years, because part of my job is to be a liberal person online, so I track these movements, I follow these movements, and the dude is just not a Groyper. There's been a lot of disinformation going around.
Did you see the article which quotes a school friend about his politics? Yeah, but didn't the school friend retract what they said, or was the statement seen as not reliable? I can't remember. Yeah, I was looking at this a little bit over the weekend, but I was more doing my readings, you know, doing my little IP research, but who knows? We'll see.
There's an image of him squatting that was taken in 2017, 2018. But
the school friend retracted. Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's not a Groyper meme. The Groypers didn't exist in 2017, 2018. In fact, that is something called a Slav squat that is a popular meme. So the point is, please wait for more evidence, wait for the investigation, and I'm just reporting this to you because people are jumping to a lot of conclusions. Somebody unsubscribed to me. A few people unsubscribed because I said the other day, listen, we should not jump to conclusions. I do not think he's a far-right shooter. I've been tracking this. I just said, don't fall for the disinformation. And people were mad at me. So I'm going to keep reporting the truth, whether people like it or not. Let's watch this video of Nancy Mace saying that this is now a battle of good versus evil, just purely divisive.
I know we don't have a lot of time. There's so many good speakers tonight. This is a battle between good and evil. I wish we could compromise, but you can't compromise.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Turn down the rhetoric, dude. Look at these people. Look at they want to fight. They want to fight. It's fucking mental. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I hate Western leftists. They're really fucking annoying, and they have a lot of they have a lot to answer for, but not to these people, right? And Democrats shouldn't be made to answer for them either.
Compromise with evil. You can't compromise with evil.
Wow, really unifying language to use at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. Joe Walsh points out, let's be clear about something. Celebrating Charlie Kirk's death is really bad. And that is not something anybody should do, because that escalates the violence, it foments more hatred, and then it comes back around and somebody that you like on your side will likely be killed. But using his death, using Charlie Kirk's death to call the other side, quote, evil, and declare war on the left is worse than celebrating, because it's dangerous, and I totally agree.
That's Carrie Lake, not Nancy Mace. Oh yeah, it is Carrie Lake. Oh, Carrie Lake was the one who actually joked about the killing of Melissa Hortman, didn't he? Didn't she? She actually joked about it. She got in trouble for joking about it, or trouble from the media, not from the Republicans, obviously. But yeah, she joked about it. She was a nominee. She was a candidate. And she said something about, no, it was Pelosi, the attack on Pelosi and her husband. And she was talking about how, like, oh, it doesn't seem like they've got that much protection in their house.
For every random Twitter account that's celebrating, there are like 5 Republican politicians who are out there calling for violence. Joe Walsh says, celebrating Charlie Kirk's death is bad, but using his death to call for war on the left is worse because it's dangerous. It's inciting more hate, more violence, and you're calling for a civil or a holy war by saying this is a fight between good or evil. This clip has been going incredibly viral because Kari Lake tries to blame college for this. Like, their narrative around this, their messaging around this is becoming increasingly weak as they get more and more desperate. That's why I think we just have to keep pointing out the fact that at the same time Charlie Kirk was shot, there was another shooting in Colorado at Evergreen High School. At Evergreen High School, this dude was proven to be far right. He showed up to Evergreen High School and shot up the school. There is a clear problem, not between quote-unquote good or evil, but between radicalization, youth radicalization oftentimes, and democracy eroding. This is something that we need to focus on more than whatever Kari Lake talks about here regarding college.
It's called their Kari Lake now.
We've got to stop this, folks. We can't let this go on. This violence has got to stop. It's got to stop.
This is just gross. Not the vigil, but the fact that Kari Lake is on stage. Kari Lake is one of the biggest spreaders of hatred and lies in this country. She's been spreading election fraud lies in her state of Arizona since I was like 1 year old. Not actually, but for the past like 7 years, she's been spreading straight up election fraud lies and hasn't slowed down.
And I'm not going to say our side is perfect, but damn it, this is coming from the other side.
Wait, where was
Not true.
Where was Kari Lake? The other side. Kari Lake. Pelosi's joke. Jesus, can't type for shit. Republican candidate draws laughter with mockery of attack on Paul Pelosi. This person was trying to kidnap Nancy, wasn't he? Yeah, she said something about how Pelosi's got a lot of protection when she's in DC, but apparently doesn't have a lot of protection at home. And then the crowd was like fucking pissing themselves, having heart attacks, laughing at it. So okay. The other side.
Not true. Sorry to keep pausing it, but Micah Irfan and I made a video yesterday showing that 76% of violent crimes come from right-wingers. The vast, vast majority of crimes committed for a political purpose come from the right. Because
no,
in a top-down...
that's just from the ADL. You know, we don't like them. Unless they're talking about Muslims being bad. Unless they're talking about Hassan Piker, we don't like the ADL. That's the right-winger position.
Leaders radicalize their base. Trump, Elon Musk, they radicalized their base. There are all these right-wing pipelines that you can get pulled down. So we need to be very, very clear about that.
How does a 22-year-old become so filled with hate? 5 years earlier, I was told he was a Trump supporter. And we sent our kids off to college and they brainwashed him.
He did one semester. He did 1 semester at college before going to some sort of trade school. And then he dropped out. He was not brainwashed at college. And by the way, when you ask, how can a 22-year-old be brainwashed and filled with so much hate? Maybe you should ask Charlie Kirk, the person who's sane.
Put in prison and or given the death penalty.
Put in prison and or given the death penalty. The children who are starving and likely need nutrition, just, you know, they don't need it in schools. I could play a bunch more clips. But I think we'll continue doing this over the next few weeks. A narrative disruption is needed, and we are going to lead the path on a narrative disruption. I don't care what emails I get. I don't care what people from the right are pissed at me. Honestly, some people in my audience are going to be mad because I just said I do not think he's a groyper. According to all available evidence, he's not a groyper. All of the disinformation that is spread has actually proven even further that he's just not a groyper. Him growing up in a Republican family.
We just don't know what he is, do we? We don't know. They just haven't said what he is yet. Like, because all of those things that were etched onto his ammunition, yeah, some of them can lean towards anti-fascist, obviously, easily because of Bella Ciao and all that shit. But then by the same token, they're all video game references. So it could just be trolling. And again, mass shooters quite often do troll, right? It wouldn't be the first time.
Does not mean that. Republican family is way, way different than being a groyper. It seems like he got radicalized over the past few years, despite having a Republican upbringing, and that radicalization led to him using his gun skills to end up assassinating Charlie Kirk. It is tragic, it's terrible. Let's stay factual about it, and do not be so dogmatic or dug into one.
The fact that he wasn't registered by a party, that might lean it more towards left as well, though, because I feel like even groypers are more likely to vote than far lefties are. Just a guess. Although I don't know if Fuentes was saying that before or after Trump won in November, when he's saying not to vote for Trump. Did Fuentes go to war with MAGA before or after? I forget. Third positionist. Damn, imagine if he was apolitical, eh? Imagine that. Mental health. Mental health. I don't know why people are pretending to know. Why are people coming in with their fucking definitive statements? He was definitely a groper. He definitely wasn't a groper. You're fucking idiots. You're mental. You're all nuts. Just chill. Just wait. God, Fox News is having a fucking field day. Yeah, this is them saying that apparently the guy is not cooperating. He was definitely a Learner Box viewer. Yeah. That's what we'll see next. Where are we here? Where's the not cooperating? BBC did that, didn't they? We know that he had Discord, eh? So maybe he was a pro-Nepalese revolution guy, right? The student protests. Not cooperating with investigators from Fox. Fox! 1.7 billion views. Let's go.
If you're not familiar with how all of this did play out, as far as the timeline, we know that Charlie Kirk was speaking. Those are some of the photos there at Utah Valley University. About 3,000 people in attendance as the gunshot was fired. He was rushed over to a hospital afterward, where sadly, we later heard from President Trump that Kirk did pass away.
Yeah.
I want to discuss the case in general and what happens next. So let's bring in a friend of the show here. We do have Jillian Snyder, an adjunct lecturer at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and resident senior fellow at the R Street Institute. She is also a retired New York City police officer. Thank you so much, Jillian, for taking the time to join us here.
Good morning, Josh. Thanks for having me.
Good morning. Well, first off, I do want to ask you, because we know that within about 48 hours, we saw this arrest made, the suspect taken into custody after a reward was offered of $100,000. And also you had the videos and photos that were circulated. So based on your experience here, how common is it to see an arrest made in a case of this magnitude here within 48 hours?
As you just said, he was taken into custody within 33 hours, and that's extremely fast by traditional investigatory norms, but it does often happen in high-profile cases, and it's because you have so much interagency cooperation. In this case,
I mean, his dad literally did fucking grass him up, didn't he? He got grassed up by his family.
obviously we had so much media exposure, and then once the release of the surveillance footage and videos went live, you have millions of people across the country looking into this, and ultimately a family member, the father is what we're hearing, recognized the suspect, confronted the suspect, and he was ultimately taken into custody. But again, we all saw the show the first 48 hours. We know that those 2 days.
Remember, the FBI was like, we don't know where he is. We have no idea. We don't even know if he's still in. They didn't know if he was still in the state. They thought he might have crossed state lines. Bro, that's crazy.
Are the most impactful for talking to witnesses, getting surveillance, getting victim statements, and collecting forensic evidence.
You mentioned the father. That's, of course, what we did learn about how the arrest itself happened and how he turned himself in. But how common would you say it is for people close to the suspect, especially a family member like a father, to be the ones who are alerting police there after seeing surveillance photos, videos, and saying, that right there is my son?
Only a good concern.
Honestly, it's one of the more common ways that big
okay,
cases
never
are
mind.
cracked, and it did play out in this investigation. So the suspect's father recognized him, as we know, and a family friend reportedly helped get that information to a police. And again, we're hearing that the father urged the suspect to turn himself in. So normally people think it's the anonymous tipster's line, but in reality, it is often people close to the suspect, whether it be a family or a friend or an acquaintance, because they do have that inside information. They would more easily recognize that suspect once the video surveillance or surveillance photos are released online. So it does happen more commonly than most think.
When you're talking about the FBI Director Kash Patel and his comments yesterday, he said 11,000 tips and leads did come in over that 33-hour period there. How does that compare to maybe another case? 11,000 seems like a lot of tips from the public. And also, how do law enforcement officers, investigators there go about combing through those at a quick rate and determining, is this legitimate or is this a false lead?
11,000 tips is a great amount, but one of the contributing factors to that was the sizable reward. You don't often see a $100,000 reward offered that quickly in an investigation. You'll actually see the reward amount increase the longer the investigation is active, more as like an incentive for people to pay attention. So, but when you have thousands of tips, 11,000 in this case, law enforcement and detectives have to rely on a triage system to sort them out. So they prioritize tips.
No super chats. Yeah, that's rough, buddy. Isn't it just? It is quite rough, isn't it? What the fuck's going on? What's wrong with this community? Absolutely disgusting. It's like a halfway through the month thing. Everyone spent all their fucking DoorDash money because they're too busy watching the stream to make their own food.
That they find to be
Potentially.
credible,
High
but
likelihood.
can be corroborated with evidence that they currently have. So in this case, they did recover a rifle very early on in the investigation with the etchings and markings on them. They did have footprints that they were able to cast into and, make comparisons. And they did have some video footage. So they're going to look at tips that kind of match or mirror those and prioritize those. They will still log every other tip and they will still follow up inevitably on every possible lead, but they need to do it based on a triage system of what seems the most practical and probable.
I want to ask about something you just mentioned here, and those are the markings and the words that were written on the bullets themselves. Does that detail have any investigative significance? What, if anything, can be understood from those messages?
Hey, Dial Mule, thanks for $5. Really appreciate that. Greasing the wheels there. Nice one.
That are written there?
So these messages were interesting because typically you'll see a suspect.
Wait, who's this person? Do we have contention? Do we have glorious contention? Hello, Full Metal Harry.
Sorry if I'm intruding at all. It's just that I'm pointing out that super chats aren't working at the moment for me. It's just saying
Oh, you're very quiet as well.
Yeah, well, that's it. It says unable to send message. It doesn't. If it's like a filter, it usually says edit message and try again, but it's just saying unable to send message. And I looked up a Reddit thread, which says that it happens on occasion. It might be an issue with YouTube servers. That's all I have to say.
Oh.
So sorry for interrupting, but I just thought I might point that out. Okay, bye.
Interesting. Bye-bye. Right in and out. What a champ.
Have a common theme. We did see some commonality in some of the etchings, the Bella Ciao and the catch it fascist or whatever I'm paraphrasing here. But then he did have other ones that said, like, if you read this, you're gay, LMAO.
Hey.
Again, when we're looking at a criminal mastermind, we're looking for someone with some consistency in their messaging. So this does implicate that he is immature. He was trying to make a point, but it was immature. But because a lot of what he wrote had political undertones, had ideological meaning behind it, they will use that as their foundation and their cornerstone. Of course, the victim in this case, the political arena in this case, all allude to political violence. But we need to look at what the the suspect left behind, and he left behind these etchings, which are very impactful. But that's just going to be phase one, because political ideation, yes, could be a motivational factor. But in most cases of assassination or would-be assassination, notoriety and the need and feeling of needing to see visibility, those
You can already tell this picture is going to be a problem, right? Because he looks like maybe kind of good looking in these pictures. I don't know. That's going to cause problems.
Notoriety and the need
internet,
and feeling
no.
of needing to see visibility, those are really the motivating factors, with the political undertones being secondary.
What you're looking at is some of the video that was captured as the gunshot was fired. You can see about 3,000 people there at the event, according to event organizers, and they are running because, again, they just witnessed something horrific.
Yes, he's no Luigi, though. That's true. Just nice Mormon boy. Soljo, thanks for the $5. Dark money test run. True. LeMayo, that's the 2 Canadian. Hello, tech support. Is this the 1-800 number? Wow, good one.
They heard a gunshot. They don't know if more gunshots are going to be fired. What role did that large crowd right there at the event likely play in allowing the suspect to escape afterward? Because, again, we know, according to investigators, that he was actually on a rooftop at the time. He was not in the crowd itself.
So as you said earlier, and as reports have said, there was approximately 3,000 people at this event. That's going to create a lot of confusion. As you're seeing, these attendees are just running in all types of directions. It doesn't seem like there was any evacuation protocol put into place. But honestly, even if you have the best evacuation protocol, when something like this happens, people immediately just retreat to safety. So that in itself makes it super hard for law enforcement to immediately secure a scene. Additionally, as you also just said, the suspect was perched on a roof about 200 yards and was able to slip into that chaos after the fact. But on the better hand and the more positive note, because you have this many people, and this is a younger...
Slip into that chaos. I thought he jumped off the roof at the back, because it just looked like he jumped off the roof and was just kind of walking away nonchalant almost in a quiet part of the town.
Crowd. They are all holding their cell phones. That's a huge resource for investigators. So dozens of people have already come forward with video tips and with video footage and have been able to provide law enforcement, which was enabling them to piece together minute by minute when this suspect got off the roof and ultimately fled.
One thing that's interesting.
What's your thoughts on disavowing the violence versus not doing it till the right does? No, I think people can disavow the violence. Like, they can disavow the killing, obviously. That's fine. When it comes to disavowing the violence, I mean, Democrats can do it to the left. They can tell them to, because I think they allow far leftists to get too close to the party sometimes, and it's really annoying because they drag everyone down. But no, the focus should be on getting Trump to disavow his own side, because that's like the huge, monstrous, fucking gaping black hole gap that's missing in all this, right? Is Trump not only holding back with disavowing his own side, but also just like he encourages them. He doesn't want to disavow them. He likes what they do.
A note from yesterday. Investigators did reveal here that the suspect, while he is in this jail that you see right there on your screen, he's been questioned by investigators. They have said that he is not cooperating. He is staying quiet, not answering any of their questions about a motive or anything else. Again, that information obviously preliminary coming in from investigators. But what does that say to you? Is that fairly standard that a suspect is not going to talk and share any details about any of this?
So it varies based on the way in which the suspect was captured. In this case, his family brought him in. They offered him into law enforcement. When you have someone who's on the lam, on the run, and ultimately apprehended by law enforcement's diligence, they're often going to, because they're upset that they got caught, they're going to open their mouths prematurely. In this case, the parent brought him in, and I would speculate that he was told not to cooperate, to ask for legal counsel in a situation like this. But we have so much other corroborating evidence, and investigators will, unfortunately, now, if the suspect is not speaking, they'll have to rely solely on that forensic digital footprint, the found rifle, the found etch markings, any footprints, anyone that's willing to come forward with a statement. So it will take a little longer because we don't have a direct confession, but I'm sure with what the what the suspect's family and what some victims on scene have said, we're going to be able to piece piece this together much quicker.
We did not get a news conference last night. We know that there have been several throughout the day as they were still looking for him. But yesterday they held a very...
Wait, where is the transcript? There's a bit when he was talking to Fox and Friends when he was asked about vengeance or whatever, or retribution. What was the word that he used? But he mentioned something about voter fraud. Or mail-in ballots. But I can't find it. Why? They didn't delete it, did they? They asked him something about what do people want? What about people who want vengeance or retribution? He said, "Well, where else are they going to get it? The ballot box? Like, wait, where is that? Was it vengeance? I can't see vengeance here though. Revenge? No. Where? Why is it not there? At the ballot box? No. Hang on.
Hello, everyone. This is...
Look for mail-in ballots. Or mailing? Maybe the word mailing? No, even mail is in there. What about male? Like the gender? It's in the 1 hour one. Oh, he spoke to them for an hour.
Judge's
okay,
epic
you're
performance
right.
coming
out. Maybe it's here. Wait, that means they cut it from the shortened segment. Okay. Yeah, here. What the fuck was this, dude?
Details on what you told us, and that is we got the guy. You guys got the guy, and he's in custody and he's alive, and he was turned in by friends and families confirmed it. So is the message to the right, the people that are going to go, I want revenge, not to have revenge? Charlie Kirk would not want revenge.
You want revenge at the voter
That's where to go.
But unfortunately, we don't have so many ballot boxes because they have mail-in voting, which is totally rigged.
What's he doing?
I like ballot boxes where they do mail-in voting all over the place.
This is an opportunity to say yes, no revenge, no acts of vengeance. The Godfather.
Have revenge. Charlie Kirk would not want revenge.
You want revenge at the voter
That's where to go.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, we don't have so many ballot
rigged.
boxes because they have mail-in voting, which is totally rigged. You know, there are a lot of problems. I like ballot boxes where they do mail-in
and
voting.
now he's just gone. He's just completely fucking segued, and now we're talking about voter fraud again. He's fucking mental.
All over the place, which is rigged. Anytime Jimmy Carter, they had a commission. He said, anytime you have mail-in voting, it's a crooked election, okay? And they got to stop. But I say, so I can't really say at the ballot box because in some cases, like California, doesn't have ballot boxes. They send out 38 million ballots. Nobody knows where the hell they're going. Then they come back. Democrats get more than...
It's not like he's lost sight of the question either. He's not just on a stream of consciousness. He said, oh yeah, well, we can't get it at the ballot box. So...
Republicans. Right. It's so unfair, the system, and we're going to fix this system.
What are you going to do about President Putin? Because we just...
That's mental. Like, revenge is a strong word. It's not like it went past him. He just deflected intentionally because he doesn't want to stop. Yeah. He's not that dumb. He's not that stupid that he just got on a fucking unintentional tangent on fucking voter fraud. That was a very intentional dodge. It's fucking insane.
Very detailed news conference afterward. What question or questions do you still want to see answered? Of course, with your background, I'm sure you're inquisitive and you just want to know certain things. So what question or questions do you still have?
Well, I want to say, firstly, I do commend them on providing such a detailed press conference.
Jimmy Carter never said that. I'm so surprised.
You don't typically see that. They'll give you breadcrumbs, but they're not going to come forth with all the information that they did yesterday. So I think that was a true testament to the willingness to be transparent with the public. So I'm just very proud of law enforcement and Governor Cox for coming forward and giving us an almost 30-minute press conference. But with that being said, we have him in custody. We have so much evidence that's already seemingly showing that he is, in fact, the suspect and alleged shooter. But I want to know how he got on that rooftop. I want to know he wasn't a student at UVU. Did he go there and do counter surveillance? My assumption is...
I don't know if this counts as ban evasion, but I'm pretty sure Honked in Maine, is shadow banned. Anyway, have you read George Sorrell's Reflections of Violence? It's a classic in early Bolshevik and fascist thought.
Whoa, thanks for £20. I have no idea. No, I haven't read that. I haven't even heard of it.
Imagine
but thank you.
getting handed your script and being around certified ball holders just to still drop the ball on denouncing political violence. Wow.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because even the CNN interviewer would have tried to bring him back to that question, but thankfully he's in the fucking Fox News Trump's fleshlight glaze department that they don't give a fuck. They don't care. He's not answering their question. They're just happy to have him on and have a little friendly chat. I don't know why you'd be shadow banned. Anyway, shadow cucked. True.
Most definitely, because for him to identify that vantage point, and we have to look at this, the rifle that he used, 200 yards is not a far distance for a rifle like that, which also makes me think he's not an expert marksman. A rifle like that is actually capable by a skilled marksman of shooting 400 to 600 yards away. So I want to know all of that. Did anyone in his family know that he was going and doing target practice with rifles? But
yeah, this was a bit odd as well. People like being, oh, he must be such a trained, skilled sniper. He must have been in the military. Like, dude, 200 yards with a hunting. No, it's not. Even I know that somehow.
The most important thing is, how is he able to access that campus, not being a student, and be able to map out and plan out this attack?
All right, Jillian.
Well, we don't know, to be clear, we don't know if he aimed for the neck as well. We just know that he hit the neck. But yeah, if he was actually aiming for the neck, then that would make him not a skilled marksman, because you're not supposed to aim for a small target. You're supposed to go center mass, yeah. Especially when it's there, when it's available to you.
Snyder, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and provide some perspective there. There are still a lot of questions, but as you mentioned, a very detailed news conference, about 30 minutes in length, held by the Utah governor and other officials there. Thank you again for being here. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, I'm just really grateful that the FBI was able to work with Utah Public Safety and capture the suspect so quickly.
Thank you again for being here. We definitely appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
And I do want to take you out to some of this video that is coming in from Fox News. As you can see, a vehicle that is actually being transported from the scene of the home of that suspect. We did get this video just coming in, so I'm taking a look at it for the first time, but it looks like the vehicle is towed away as part of the evidence. This is outside of the home of the accused killer. Again, we don't have a lot of information, but as you can see, the FBI agents are there on scene. They drive up several vehicles. They are combing through that home, looking for any evidence in connection with the case. Again,
I'm sure there are reasons why they could be considered bad debaters, but do you think it's the main reason why they debate college kids? Don't you think it's important? Yeah, why wouldn't you? It's content, and you get better content when you debate college kids, because if you debate equals, some of them do. Michael Knowles, I believe, has debated like conservative or like liberal conservative intellectuals and done fairly well, I think. But yeah, Charlie Kirk is not equipped for that. He's not an intellectual. He's not like a clever person. He's actually sorry, actually kind of a doofus a lot of the time. But again, it's the lowest risk, highest well, not anymore. But it would have been seen as the lowest risk, highest reward. You get loads of content. You get you go against inexperienced people. You get to sell your ideology. You get to make a lot of money out of it. So yeah, there is a reason people do it beyond the fact that it's easy, but the fact that it's easy is a big part of it.
As I mentioned, we are told by investigators that the suspect is not cooperating with law enforcement and not answering their questions. We'll keep you updated here as we do get more details, but that suspect also expected to appear in a Utah courtroom on Tuesday.
Tash, you inspire kids. Sure, yeah, you radicalize, you indoctrinate the youth. Hell yeah. Conservatives done that for a while, though. Ben Shapiro did it, and then although Ben Shapiro is smart enough to have debated like better people since, Milton Friedman used to do it. He sold his economic ideology off of debating college students and talk show hosts. So it's an old thing. It's not new. William Fisher, Christopher Hitchens on Hannity and Combs about Reverend Falwell's death. I don't know what this is.
The controversial televangelist was a polarizing figure, emboldening conservative Christians while alienating many liberals, but there's no question about the impacting legacy Falwell leaves behind. Joining us now is Republican strategist Ralph Reed and author of God Is Not Great, columnist Christopher Hitchens, who made news last night with his harsh critique of the Reverend. Christopher, let me start with you here and talk about...
Is this about fucking respecting the dead? God, fucking Christopher Hitchens. It looks like a total bulldozer approach that he used to do.
The things you've said, which
So
obviously
arrogant,
we know where you
so
stand on
English.
religion, we know where you stand on Reverend Falwell. By being so angry about what his legacy was and is, are you not hurting his family and others who may have no dog in that hunt, but who would just like a few moments to celebrate his life and have some peace?
Well, I don't care whether his family's feelings are hurt or not. But if they are, they can take comfort from the extraordinary piety and stupidity and, generally speaking, uniformity of the coverage of the man's death.
Wow.
It is, after all, was said by the supposed Jesus of Nazareth to his followers that they must expect to be mocked for their beliefs, because their beliefs will appear to many people to be ridiculous, if not worse than that, and that they are to take it for granted that they will be ridiculed. That's true, I think, of the most devout and serious and thoughtful Christian, but for a vulgar fraud and crook like the Reverend Falwell, it's an obligation to say what one thinks about him, or be left off the air and have people like yourselves broadcasting only piety. And that
I'm not broadcasting only piety. I did my radio show, and now we're having you on here to talk about your view, very different than what else the media is saying.
You're having me on and then arguing that maybe it's bad taste to have me on. I don't think that's very helpful.
Did you cover the Israel did it angle? Yeah, I'll do it right now. Israel didn't do it. You're a fucking retard. I don't know. Is that it? I'm not calling you that. I'm just answering the angle. All right.
A question, because I think people are wondering.
Yeah, well, I've answered it. I've answered the question.
You have, and I will now move on to Ralph Reed, now that you've answered that question. Ralph, does Christopher Hitchens have a point? It is a free speech issue. He was a polarizing figure. Reverend Falwell was. And there are many people, maybe not all of them feeling as strong as Christopher Hitchens, but who feel that Reverend Falwell was indeed a polarizing figure who said things that offended many Americans.
Well, you know, look, any time, Alan, that you are an agent of change, the way Dr.
Wait, where's Hannity? I want to see Hannity doing it. Because Hannity is the ultimate fucking soy boy.
I don't believe in the sincerity of his apology.
Let's look at the thoughtlessness and the mean-spiritedness of your very remarks that you've made about Reverend Falwell.
By all means.
You think it's a pity that there isn't a hell for him to go to, you said.
Yes, I do.
On his death, you write, the discovery of the carcass of Reverend Falwell on the floor of his obscure office is, you know, almost zero significance, except for perhaps two categories of people, etc. You also say the evil he did will live after him.
Yes.
I knew Reverend Falwell, Christopher.
Yes, I did.
I know the good work that this man has done.
Tell me about it.
Well, he for
takes a lot to make me cry.
Would you? I know you think you're the smartest guy in the room, but you sound like a jackass when.
What did he say? It takes a lot to make me come. There's no way he said that, right? That's just my head being weird.
Well, Christopher, I know the good work that this man has done.
Tell me about it.
Well, he for
takes a lot to make me cry.
Would you? I know you think you're the smartest guy in the room, but you sound.
He said, "Cry, Jesus Christ."
Like a jackass when you attack his family like this. But I know what he did for unwed mothers. I know what he did for alcoholics. I know what he did for drug addicts.
Excuse me, sir.
It would have been much funnier if he said "come," wouldn't it? It would have been. Oh no, sorry. Stop.
Yeah,
I did not.
Ban sex. Ban sex.
Attack his family, and no fair-minded view of yours will say that. I'm not going to be conscripted into saying that it's my job, when you invite me on to discuss this man, first to say how sorry I am for him and his family. That isn't what I feel. You, no doubt, as a Christian, or whatever you are, require hypocrisy of people. I'm sorry you're asking the wrong person.
I'm not asking for... no, but I am asking for human decency, and if you don't think it has an impact on his family, to use even the phrases tonight, that he's vulgar, fraud, and a crook, and then to say that the discovery of his carcass, I think you are incredibly mean, incredibly selfish, and incredibly thoughtless.
Fucking Sean Hannity saying this. What a fucking bitch. Like, why would you...
Invited me, sir, to give my opinion of the departed. I give it to you, and you say, well, might that not upset his family? I said it while he was alive.
Give his opinion
might that not have upset his family too?
You give the opinion about him, and I'm giving the opinion about you.
And
The thoughtlessness of your remarks here, and I'm really calling for any human decency that you may have in your pseudo-intellectually superior mind of yours.
More of the debate on this.
Pseudo-intellectually superior. He's just upset because Hitchens is English, right? That's where that's coming from.
Coming up in a moment, and later, unbelievable video of a toddler.
We continue now. Republican strategist Ralph Reed and columnist and author Christopher Hitchens. You know, Christopher, I interviewed you a little bit about your book just a short time ago. It made me think a lot. Jerry Falwell, because I do know him, he does a lot for people that are in trouble. He gave a lot of scholarships to his school. He helped women that were pregnant and needed help. He'd give them food and a place to live and an education. He did a lot to people that are alcoholics and et cetera, et cetera. You have your hostility towards religion, and that's without saying. You know, I just wonder, you know, when you compare his life, you know, there are a lot of good atheist communists out there like Stalin and Mao and Pol Pot, and you know, they slaughtered millions. Jerry Falwell slaughtered nobody in his life. He may have misspoke once or twice, but he devoted his life to his religion. Do you have nothing good to say about him at all?
No, I repeat, Jerry Falwell lived on hatred and superstition and bigotry. He preached dislike of people whose lives he knew nothing about. He raised money from credulous fools.
You don't know anything about his life.
Now, excuse me, sir. You can either ask me on and ask my opinion, or you may not. But I don't have to be here if you're going to take that attitude.
Well, you could leave.
You spent the first half by saying I had no right to the opinion you'd asked me on to express. Now you're tiring me out. I repeat that.
No, what I said is your opinion was thoughtless. What you wrote was crude and mean and hateful. That's what I said.
You took up all the time for my answer with your long, rather unlettered question.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Falwell just made a career out of sponsoring dislike and superstition, said that people he didn't like were going to hell, said the United States deserved to be attacked by Islamic fascists, said he believed that people would be raptured into heaven, leaving all the rest of us to wallow behind. I think his death is a deliverance. And if you say that someone who occasionally makes a charitable donation is a good person, then you have to say that...
Do you not make any money from stream if people don't donate? Is YouTube red and adds that shit? No, YouTube's fine. It's just I make more money if people donate, you know? Like, why would you want to make more? The fuck? Business mindset, guys. Think about what you could be making. No.
Hamas and Hezbollah, who do all this charitable giving and charitable organizing, are the same.
In a country that celebrates it, Ralph Reed.
Sean, you know, look,
and why not a word now from the friend of Jack Abramoff?
Wait, we only have a moment here, Ralph. Here's an important question about. Well, let me get Ralph in here. Here's an important question about Jerry Falwell.
That's all it needs now.
Ralph,
let's hear from the Abramoff faction.
We only have a moment left. Ralph gets to speak
rip-off artists.
Ralph, hold on, Christopher. Ralph, the big controversy about Jerry Falwell is he fused religion and politics, and that's what people will be debating, I guess, going forward. And after he said he would not do such a thing, would Jesus have advocated the GOP, and was he right to bring in and marry those two and give that impression? We only have a very short time left, Ralph.
Well, I don't think that's ever what Dr. Falwell said. What he said was that there were certain transcendent values, such as the protection of innocent human life, the sanctity of marriage, the need to defend the state of Israel, his opposition to communism, his opposition to radical
defend the Israeli
jihadism, and what he believed was that those values should be reflected in public policy. And I think that, you know, when you have a community of Liberty University with its 10,000...
What about nonsense? You're telling me that Jesus Christ would have sanctioned the military occupation of Bethlehem?
Students and residents. You have 22,000 members of his church. You have millions of others of people who looked up to him and admired him. I would really hope that people like Christopher would show the decency and respect to let those people mourn
and
remember his memory without being torn down and attacked.
Tell it your business partner.
Good try, Christopher.
Tell it your
personal friend of mine, and
what's the point of watching this? It's just I don't know. Someone sent it to me. I guess the meme is that it's funny when people don't cave into the concern trolling. Of right-wingers who would never do it for people who are on the Democrat side who die? I don't know. Watch till the end. Too late. Well, Control-Shift-T? Let's see. Will Rio... Nah, I don't care. Fuck it. What is it? Nah, don't care. Have you watched James O'Brien's monologue on Kirk? No! I was reading on the weekend. I wasn't watching shit. James O'Brien. Is it Brian or Brian? Charlie Kirk. The last line is the most brutal insult in human history. Well, sold. Let's see.
The controversial televangelist was a polarized.
Let those people mourn.
Tell it to Jack
and remember
Abramoff.
his memory
Tell
without
it
being
to Jack
torn down
Abramoff.
and attacked.
Tell it to your business partner.
Good try, Christopher.
Tell it to your religious
personal
racketeer
friend of mine,
friends.
and I'll miss him. When we come
If you
back,
gave
Tyler
Falwell
gets
an
too
enema,
close
he could
to
be buried
a
in a
dancing
matchbox.
performance in time.
What did he say? Your religious racketeer friends.
Tell it to your business partner.
Good try, Christopher.
Falwell
Tell it
was
to your
a
religious
personal
racketeer
friend of mine,
friends.
and I'll miss him. When we come
If you
back,
gave
Tyler
Falwell
gets
an
too
enema,
close
he could be
to
buried in
a
a
dancing
matchbox.
performance in Times Square.
If you gave Falwell an enema, he'd be buried in a what? One more for the boys.
I'll miss
What did he
him.
say?
When we come back,
gave
Tyler
Falwell
gets
an
too
enema,
close
he could
to
be buried in
a
a
dancing
matchbox.
performance in Times
Matchbox. Okay.
Square.
Yeah, all right. Whatever. English people, man. Fucking English people. He says loaner box. Ah, clever. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it either. I was thinking of pretending to get it so I could look smart, but then I just thought, nah, fuck, it's too old for that kind of behavior.
If we're
Scripture,
going to
you
be
believe that there
debating
are-
the concerned trolls, it might be helpful to go over Kirk's takes on George Floyd.
Yeah. What did he say about George? Was it stuff he said on the day, I guess? 'Cause I saw Fuentes. I actually got sent his reaction to the George Floyd killing. He was just saying, yeah, that looks really excessive by the cop. Like, he didn't need to kneel on his neck. That's what Fuentes said on day one. I would be curious to see what, but obviously I think Fuentes moved over into the fentanyl sphere after it became politicized. Interesting. What did Charlie Kirk say, though? What's this? Debate content.
You said it was based on scripture and you believe that there are moral, objective, universal truths.
Yes, there are.
So
Murder is wrong today and murder was wrong 2,000 years ago.
Right, okay, fair. That's not same sex, but fair. I see your point. But
There are moral truths that are transcendent of time, place, and matter.
okay, but so just to clarify, you believe that this is in the Bible. This is laid out in the Bible that man shall not sleep with man, and so therefore
Well, it's also repeated throughout the New Testament as well. In the book of Matthew, Jesus reaffirms the biblical standard for marriage.
Okay, so I'm going to make two very, very quick points. So the first, so if we look at the Old Testament in isolation, just to start off with, as an example. So let's look at Exodus 35:2, which suggests that if you work on the Sabbath, you should be put to death. If you look at Leviticus 11:7, it suggests that if you have pork, you should be put to death. Let me finish. I'll be done. If you plant two crops side by side, you should be stoned by your entire village.
God damn.
If you wear a suit, which you are wearing now, that contains two different fibers intertwined into the same jacket, you should be burned at the stake by your own mother. Now, following that rationale, in Leviticus 18:22, when it states that man shall not sleep with man, why aren't we burning ourselves at the stake as well?
Wow, public school twink. Get him. Get him.
Why aren't we stoning ourselves to death?
Wait, what's Charlie's response? What's his response? When he's shut down, what's his fucking response do? Okay, full clip.
Jones from Emmanuel College.
Just give me the response. Fuck!
And maybe you can add what you said on your chair over there. Aren't you just defending a selective history listed? So I've learned that moral codes and social norms listed. So when you claim that modern conservative targets people who have always
a great power than
fair, that's not same sex, but fair. I see.
Just reaffirms the biblical standard for the matter.
Fair. I see your point. But
there are moral truths that just reaffirms the.
As an example, if you plant two crops side by side, you should be in jacket. You should be burned to the stake by your own mother. Now, following that rationale, in Leviticus 18:22, when it states that man shall not sleep with man, why aren't we burning ourselves at the stake as well? Why aren't we stoning ourselves to death?
Wait. All right, what's he saying? What's he going to say?
Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference between the ceremonial, the moral, and the ritual law? And then finally, also, tell me about Christianity, the difference between the new and the old covenant, or are you just going to cherry pick certain verses of ancient Israel that do not apply to new Christianity?
No, fair. I completely agree. So we'll look at 2 points then. So firstly, if we look at the Old Testament, We can see the kind of inconsistencies there. We've already touched upon that, right? That makes sense. Second, you mentioned the point of Jesus and Christ. He never mentioned anything to do with homosexuality at all.
Well, hold on a second. No, he affirmed biblical marriage as one man and one woman. He said a man shall leave his
Romans,
father's
right?
house.
In the New Testament.
No, in Matthew, that is not correct. I believe
in the New Testament.
In the New Testament, well, Romans is also in the New Testament. Secondly, in Romans 1, the Apostle Paul talks negatively about homosexuality. Explicitly. Also, homosexuality is repeated in the book of Titus and in the book of Jude as not being favorable, as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of the 613 Levitical laws, and you know, of course, in your own way, cherry-picked some of them. We do not live under the ceremonial, we do not live under the ritual, but we do live under the moral. There's only 10 of the moral that we as Christians believe we're bound to. Some believe 9, which of course is the Decalogue. And so none of those that you mentioned we as Christians believe that we live under. However, we do look at what Christ articulated as the biblical standard of marriage.
So why do we need to not like homosexuality? So it's a choice then, right? It's not, if it's not one of the 10, it's a choice? Is that what he's saying? God, Christian debates are so fucking stupid.
And we can also look to church tradition for this as well. And the church has had a tradition for well over 2,000 years. Even myself as a Protestant acknowledges that tradition is marriage between one man and one woman.
And fair point, but okay, say we put aside the Old Testament for now. We'll put that aside and the inconsistencies there, and we'll look purely at the New Testament, following your rationale, okay? Now, when you say that Christ lays specifically, and the New Testament states specifically that man shall not sleep with man, I'd like to point out a linguistic error on that point.
I did not say that. I said the biblical marriage was affirmed, and then Romans 1 did talk negatively about the action of homosexuality.
But ultimately, that affirmation comes from 8 lines in there that suggest that man shall not sleep with man.
Yes, of course, yes. The Old Testament and New Testament harmonize one another, but Christ brought it to a different level, a different covenant, and a different moral teaching. It wasn't just enough to say that you shall, man shall strike eye for eye, so that you shall turn the other cheek, that you shall love your enemy. Christ's moral standard was much more even elevated than that of the Israelites and the Hebrews.
Well, I'm going to ask you whose Bible, okay? Now, your Bible that you use currently is written in the English language, right? Correct?
Yeah, the King James Version, yes, thanks to Tyndale.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's written in the English language, which in itself is only, say, 500 years old. Now, but the Christianity in itself, say, is 2,000 years old or even older, yeah? Correct? Now, which means that the Bible was originally written not in English, but in ancient
Koine Greek.
Huh?
In Koine Greek.
Yeah, correct. Now, if we look at the Greek terminology of man...
Yes, and Jesus spoke Aramaic. You could translate things, you acknowledge that.
Well, we translate things, but translations are linguistically ambiguous. As a former classicist, I know that language can't be translated directly. So, for example, if we look at the translation of certain words into man... So I've got 2 words here. So I've got malakoi, which means essentially soft, which isn't necessarily directly saying a gay man. And then we've got, oh God, how do I say that? Arsena koitai, which essentially means prostitutes. Now, if we look at things linguistically, we can pick apart the Bible and say that actually it wasn't saying man shall not sleep with man, it's saying man shall not sleep with prostitutes, which is an entirely different linguistic thing.
I'm not even getting into Leviticus, though.
But no,
my contention is completely New Testament focused.
This isn't Leviticus.
Well, but you said man shall not speak another man. So you're talking about Romans 1.
Well, okay, these words are used throughout the
Well, actually, in Romans 1, it was actually women sleeping with women. So you got your verses wrong. In Romans 1, Paul is prophesying about the end of the world, and he's saying that in the end times, woman will like with woman like, and man will, I think it might say man will like men like. You have to get the verses specifically. But it is agreed upon, and you can agree. This is why tradition is important, and I even say this as a...
This is a little bit interesting. Well, good luck, because I am bored to death. Fuck that. Okay. It's less impressive with the full context, I guess. Okay. The guy. Why are Charlie Kirk's words suddenly off limits? Oh, is this people getting fucked for posting compilations of shit that Charlie Kirk said? It might be, right? 1.6
he
billion
stood for.
views.
And
did I start watching this? 15 seconds.
We return to that hideous killing in America. 2 things that we picked up on yesterday. I think one of these problems was solved. I began yesterday's programme not really having a very clear idea of who Charlie Kirk was, or indeed what he stood for. And I ended it with a much clearer idea, which it is not quite as straightforward a process as you might think. I got a few messages yesterday complaining that we were playing out clips of what the chap actually said, the self-styled free speech champion. And then I bumped into Ian Dale yesterday evening, and he said, "Oh, you're getting a lot of flack on Twitter." And I said, "Well, what on earth have I done now?" And he said, "Oh, people think that you were wrong to play out clips of Charlie Kirk talking." I'm like, how can anybody be cross that you're playing out? I mean, what would he want in the aftermath of his appalling murder? Would he want his positions, his arguments, his messages to be more widely disseminated than ever before, or would he want people to essentially censor him posthumously? How can it possibly be... I don't know. I gave up trying to work out what passes for the logic in the minds of these kind of people a long time ago. It's not true, is it? I'll never give up trying to work it out, but I gave up much hope that I would ever succeed. And the other bit that was missing from the analysis, from the entire story, was the definition of who they were. So Donald Trump moved immediately, as Donald Trump will always do, to turn this tragedy into whatever would be most to the benefit of Donald Trump. And so he elected to list attacks upon Republican politicians, refer to attacks upon Republican politicians, and completely ignore attacks upon Democrat politicians, many of which have been undertaken by people who were proven to be Donald Trump supporters or Donald Trump admirers, and talked about radical left rhetoric. I heard a lot of talk, I've seen a lot of talk about they. I'll play you a clip in a moment of a Fox News commentator saying they're at war with us.
Oh, yeah. Is this I can't remember which one it is, the slimy one, the smirky one. I can't remember his name.
Genuinely don't know who they are. And obviously there's a frisson of concern, not necessarily fear, that it just means anybody who keeps telling the truth about these people and this movement. Anybody who, for example, considers it absolutely unconscionable that you could pardon insurrectionists who attacked the Capitol and left the police officers traumatized, terrified, and even dead. You know, I mean, is that what he means? What is the radical left rhetoric? So there were two things missing from our conversation yesterday. And I answered one of those questions. I now know what he stood for. I don't remove, and I appreciate some people have been less empathetic than me, if you like. But I don't resile a single scintilla of sympathy and horror at what happened to the guy. I used the word courageous yesterday to describe my reaction to the discovery that he always debated people. I don't know that I would reuse that word today, because I've had a look at some of the clips, I've had a look at some of the debates, and I don't really know how courageous it was. I've also seen quite a lot of clips of him losing, but the criticisms he received... But I'll tell you why I say that.
It's still courageous if he loses. It's just that it was college students. That was kind of the thing.
Because I don't think I'm courageous. And what he did essentially was what I do from a very different political position and not on the radio. So if I get the better of somebody, there'll be a long queue of people claiming that I've been condescending or I've bullied them, or you can't really edit things to make me look better than I actually am, because the whole flipping show is up on YouTube from beginning to end. But I don't want to be yin to his yang, and I'm obviously nowhere near as important on the political stage on either side of the Atlantic. But I don't know that it's courageous to say prove me wrong. I just used the word to describe him in contrast to a lot of people who seem to have similar politics and will never stand up and be counted. So in relative terms, he had more courage than Hank Buncher-Numbers with a bald eagle avatar who spends his life disseminating negativity and bigotry on social media. And I didn't like what I discovered about him. And the more I discovered about him during yesterday...
Yeah, I guess he didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was. I thought even a lot of normies who I know who Charlie Kirk was. They know him mostly because of Facebook. He appears on Facebook feeds. Even if you're not asking for it, even if you're left-wing, he'll appear on your Facebook feed. That's how people knew him. That I know anyway. But yeah, I guess James didn't.
Today's programme, the more troubled I was by the response, particularly of Boris Johnson, actually, who talked about all he ever did was say common sense things.
Oh, yeah.
And then you read some of the things that he'd actually said, or you listened to some of the things that
common sense fentanyl overdose,
he actually said, and you wondered whether Boris Johnson, the nicest thing you could say about Boris Johnson was that he didn't know. He should have listened to yesterday's show, because he was responding. And that, of course, is when I realised why people would get so cross about anybody reading out what he'd said or playing out actual footage of him talking. Imagine that for a moment. Imagine casting yourself as a disciple of somebody you describe as a free speech champion, and then he tragically gets murdered by persons as yet unknown, which is an element of the conversation that we're moving towards. He tragically gets murdered, and all of the people who consider themselves to be disciples of a free speech champion have hissy fits and conniptions over the words that he spoke, over people playing the words that he spoke. I'm not often completely baffled by bigotry, but I've got to tell you, that one's got me right in the right in the confused zone of my brain. So you don't want me to find out what he stood for, even as I condemn his murder? Why don't you want me to find out why don't you want people to know what he stood for? Surely that's a grave disservice to his memory. You think he'd be ashamed of the things that he was recorded saying? You think he'd be ashamed of the positions he adopted? You think he'd be ashamed of the arguments that he made? Or are you ashamed of the fact that you agree with them and therefore you don't want anybody holding up the mirror? As usual, generally when I'm completely baffled by people, I realise it is what they see.
I haven't seen any of these compilations. Like, you can argue that maybe like some of them are out of context, like that blowout or whatever. Well, that blowout wasn't even Charlie talking, so I don't know. But I mean, what are you gonna do? That's just part of the discourse, right? That's just part of the discourse. Especially if you're a debater. If you're like a Ben Shapiro or a Destiny or anyone, any debater, even good ones, yeah, there will be moments when you've put your foot in your mouth, and then people will just blast those to if they oppose you. It's pretty normal. It's gonna happen when I die. People are gonna blast fucking clips of me at my bad moments. You know, it's just people getting fired for this or getting like fucking flack for it. Jeez.
In the mirror that's being held up that they're repelled by, rather than the person actually holding up the mirror. That just becomes a wonderful exercise in
There's a Charlie versus Straighter Aid clip going viral. I did not know she spoke to him.
Projection. So I'm categorically not praising the man, but I am discovering with every passing hour the reality of his opinions.
Oh, they wrong whatever.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
The reaction. And I've seen actually one right-winger. I'm not familiar with him. I'm not that plugged into American politics. And I don't know whether he's ignorant of history or whether he's absolutely stupid. But I've seen one right-wing commentator this morning suggesting that this is like the Reichstag fire in Nazi Germany. The Reichstag fire, if you don't know, involved...
for those of you who don't know. Yes. Tell us. Listen, I forgot, okay? I spoke about the Reichstag fire last week, but I've forgotten. So go on, Dave. Go on, James. You got it. Wait, what's this? Before we learn about the Reichstag fire.
My wife does things with my child that I can't even...
Why is it edited like this? What the fuck?
Even dream of doing. My wife does things with my child that I can't even dream of doing, such as having an intuition, compassion, empathy. She can operate on 30 minutes of sleep. I need 8 hours, or else I'm like a
Don't underestimate yourself, Charlie.
Hold
I
on
think
a
you
second.
can
No,
definitely
hold on. No, women have a different giftedness, I believe, given by God, that is completely different than men. I never said smarter. In fact, a woman's intuition is far better than my intuition. I trust my wife's gut when it comes to people, when it comes to relationships, and she leans on me for, investments or politics. We are given different gifting. Now, with that being said, some women have a gifting in that direction. There is a general rule, and the general rule is that women are far more gifted at people and caretaking and the intimate.
Okay. Is that what you were trying to show me? Was that what you were referring to? That one going viral? Okay.
German Parliament building being set on fire by one individual who was a Dutch communist.
He was a narco-syndicalist, I believe, unaffiliated.
Hitler used it to claim that this was all part of a massive conspiracy by all the communists, because 1930s Germany could have gone either way. It could have gone far left or far right. And Hitler knew that. The biggest threat to him politically was probably from communists. And he therefore lied about it being a massive conspiracy of people and that they had to round up all the communists. And once they started rounding up the communists and closing down democracy and co-opting the judiciary, you know what happened next. So I was a little surprised to see that point being made by somebody who would very much style themselves as on the same side of politics as Donald Trump or indeed Charlie Kirk. I didn't know Charlie Kirk was one of the people that lied about the 2020 election. So, again, you know...
He bussed people down, didn't he? He bussed people to the Capitol. Didn't he? Fuck.
I don't know what his position was on the insurrectionists, but pardoning people who've tried to overthrow democracy by using political violence is surely, under any analysis whatsoever, more of a catalyst for political violence than calling people names. And then I've also found myself in the last 24 hours... reading people who used to claim that calling people names is just hurty words. Even Farage is in the Daily Mail today complaining about people being called names. And yet these are the guys who 10 minutes ago were telling us that our free speech was under that. I mean, I'm just really confused. Until you start wondering whether it is, as always, all about the race. As is often the way, the transgender people being used as camouflage in the first instance to go all in on the racism. Allowing public discourse to be vile again in the context of transgender people, you're never going to get that genie back in the bottle, and all of the people whose bigotries extend far beyond one issue have been filling their boots ever since. I want you to listen to something. First of all, I want you to listen to this. This is a political commentator from the Republican Party. I think he used to work for George Bush. He definitely worked for one of the George Bushes. I just can't completely remember which one. This guy got sacked.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
That is a guy called...
It's fucking meant. It's so cucked, man. Imagine firing someone for a statement like that. See, I thought when people were talking about people getting fired, I was like, oh yeah, there are probably some idiots who are working in a public-facing job and they're like, oh, rip bozo, champagne glasses. Okay, whatever. This is... What the fuck was that? What did I just listen to?
Matthew Dowd speaking on MSNBC. He got fired for those words shortly afterwards. This is a guy called Jesse Waters speaking on Fox News in more or less the same window of time, and both in response to this horrible murder.
Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in L.A. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what.
Dude, it's so bad, man. It's so... what's the difference between this and like 33 Nazi shit? Like, yeah, we're going to find you. We're watching you. We're going to make sure we're going to... And again, these guys they're already interpreting just like the most benign, slightly insensitive at worst comments as like declarations of war. Fucking hell.
But the politicians, the media...
Like, imagine the most fucking sensitive little bitch baby narcissist in the room has like guns and access to the military and can fire you. It's a really horrible fucking position to be in. It's like this guy, dude. It's not even like they're coming after people who are just celebrating. Remember, people think they're coming for just the far left. No, they're not. They are coming for anyone who they think is basically not towing the line. So it's like this. It's like, imagine this person in government with the cops and everything, and they think you've done something wrong.
Funny, it's funny. Gee, I wish I was big just once. You're a big cop. Really funny. Really funny. What do you mean I'm funny? It's funny, you know. It's a good story. It's funny. You're a funny guy. What do you mean? You mean the way I talk? What? It's just, you know, you're just funny. It's funny, you know, the way you tell the story and everything. Funny how? I mean, what's funny about it?
Tom, you know, you got it all wrong.
Oh, Anthony. He's a big boy. He knows what he said. What'd you say?
You're right.
Funny how? What?
Just, you know, you're funny.
You mean, let me understand this, because you know, maybe it's me, I'm a little fucked up, maybe. But I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you? I make you laugh? I'm here to fucking amuse you? What do you mean funny? Funny how? How am I funny?
Like, if you know the film, right? It's like, imagine this guy being in charge of the military and the police and having quite a stronghold over the media as well, or like being able to contact employers. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. Charlie Kirk, he wasn't the best debater, you know. Like, I mean, it's really hard. It's really tragic that he died. You know, just he wasn't a very good debater. It's like, oh yeah, yeah. What was he? Why do you say he's a bad debater? Why'd you say that? He's dead. Why'd you say that?
And all of these rats out there, this can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point, and we know which direction we're going.
He's still got a job.
Yeah.
And, you know, I share his condemnation of political violence, but who are they? Who is this homogenous group of people that are all responsible for the actions of those individuals? I mean, he did actually go further.
We're angry, and we're resolute, and we're going to avenge Charlie's death in the way Charlie would want it to be avenged.
Are you talking about avenging now? And how can you be opposed to political violence but supportive of a man who pardoned the January the 6th insurrectionists? You remember that footage? You saw it. You watched it. Donald Trump lost an election and his supporters attacked the Capitol. And
guided tour. But also, if it was an attack, it's because Trump didn't get the National Guard in because of Pelosi. But also, non-violent. They walked in peacefully and patriotically. But also, it was really violent, but only because of that one guy whose name I can't even fucking remember. Yeah, fuck's sake. What was the guy? The guy that they blame it all on? Oh, God. What was the guy? What was the guy's name? The apparent psyop that they're all Ray Epps, yeah.
The public servants working there and paid for the blood of the actual vice president. I still don't know enough about Charlie Kirk to know how he would feel about the coverage of his murder. But, I mean, I'm certain that he wouldn't want people to be complaining about hearing his words being repeated and disseminated. And well, I don't know. I mean, listen, if you're going to... You talk about all of the people that Waters guy just talked about, and it's right to do so, but you then have to talk about Melissa Hortman and her husband, targeted in their homes, killed by a Trump supporter. It's a matter of record. The man charged with the attempted assassination of Pennsylvania's Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro in April, a Trump supporter. 4 Democratic elected officials targeted in New Mexico in 2022. The man who tried to kidnap the Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and actually assaulted her husband Paul. That's something that Donald Trump Jr. made jokes about. Imagine if someone was making jokes, someone in public life, a really senior Democrat, was making jokes about Charlie Kirk's murder now.
Yeah, well, Hassan Piker, he tweeted out the gun. Fuck's sake. That's like the same as the Democrats, right? And Democrats are just like, dude, you have to, please. Where is Elon Musk?
What do you think would happen to them? But Donald Trump's son made jokes about attempted kidnap and an attack upon senior Democrats. Everybody who wanted to hang Mike Pence on January the 6th, 2021 was a Trump supporter. By definition, if you were there, you weren't just a Trump supporter, you were also spreading lies, buying lies, disseminating lies, or, to be generous, believing lies. And the list goes on. And the list should be married to the other list. They should all be on the same list. Gabby Giffords shot in the head, a Democrat. We speak about they, all of these Democrats. Is there some unidentified homogenous group, the radical left? Who are you talking about? People who support political violence. There are two types of people. People who support political violence and people who don't. Actually, there are three types of people. There are people who undertake political violence.
Yeah, okay.
And they
Elaborating this little theory. Nice one.
are the worst. All right? Then there are the people who support political violence, and they are the second worst. And then there are the people who abhor and condemn political violence, and they are all of us. Why is that suddenly complicated in the context of this story? Why is it suddenly tribal? Why is it political or footballified? Here are the people who undertake political violence, up to and including whoever turns out to have shot Charlie Kirk and all of the people, for example, who attacked the Capitol in 2021. Here are the people who support political violence, whoever is doing it. And here are the people who don't. That's a scary division, right? That's a really scary division. Because you kind of end up being told, in this context, in this sort of crucible of very carefully cultivated hatred, that anybody who disagrees with you is responsible for the political violence enacted against the people who agree with you.
There's a thing about this as well that people don't seem to be noticing is that, like, again, never forget just how fucking well behaved Democrat politicians have been. Even like Democrat leading media, like just how well behaved they've been with condemning all this shit and never really. The worst thing that these people get is like, yeah, like in 2021, I think Maxine Waters spoke about saying that people should protest past a curfew if the Derek Chauvin trial doesn't go the right, like shit like that, right? It's nothing. It's nothing. Nothing. Okay? They are so well behaved. People need to remember that there is some violence that is unconditional. There is some attacks that get made against certain groups that are unconditional. And when it comes to MAGA, pulling up random people on Twitter or social media commentators or anything like that, and then ascribing it to the entire Democratic Party whilst also pushing for violence against people they don't like themselves, it's unconditional. It's not just Democrats. Remember? Trump, and it's another statement I keep bringing going forward because no one on the right can contradict it, is the fact that Trump put a target, he put more targets on the backs of Republican figures, Republicans, in the 1 month build up to January 6th and on the day. That's just, Trump endangered more Republicans, not let alone Democrats. He endangered more Republicans with his rhetoric in the month building up to January 6th than any Democrat has in the last 10, 20 years. Because any time any Republican, whether they were pro-Trump or not, if they just defied him on one or two things, or just mainly one, the slate of electors, there would be Republicans at their doors with guns calling them fucking pedophiles and traitors. And remember what was said when Mike Pence refused to play ball on the day when the riots were starting on the Capitol. Trump tweeted out that Pence had betrayed them. And when Trump was made aware that the crowd was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," his response to the person who called him was, "Well, I think they just care more about voter fraud than you do." He didn't care. He didn't care that the crowd was calling to hang Mike Pence. And Mike Pence was lucky to escape. They got quite close to him. Let's find the Jan 6 committee. Who was the guy? Isn't this the guy who...
Anybody who disagrees with you, it's a bit like what they tried to do with the Palestinian.
Trump sit for hours watching the rioting. He did. People, again, the January 6th stuff is... I need to revisit my notes on that because I took so many. People don't know how many people were trying to get Trump to call it off, because Trump put out a tweet that basically said stay peaceful when they were not staying peaceful already, when people were already violent. And everyone said, like, this is not a get out of jail free card. This is not doing enough. You need to do more. You need to give a televised statement. You need to specifically tell them to stop rioting, go home, etc. And Trump waited, for 3 hours and 17 minutes, I think it was. Yeah, it's a very specific time. He drank a Diet Coke, and he had so many Republicans coming to his office or calling him and telling him to stop. Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of the ones telling him to stop, to call the crowd off. His own daughter, Ivanka Trump, testified to trying to tell him to call things off. His Secretary of Defense, or people like, I think Mark Milley was involved. Like, there were so many people who were close to him. Trump Jr. tried to tell him to call things off. And he still wouldn't. Don Jr., yeah. 2 of his family members and Marjorie Taylor Greene were amongst it wasn't Democrats. Most of, actually, some of the worst things we know about January 6th and Trump's behavior building up to and including that event are from Republicans. It's from Republican testimony, because they were the ones that he was bullying for the entire time. The Raffensperger phone call and the amount of people who were targeting him afterwards because it got published, or the angry mob that showed up outside the house of Rusty Bowers 9 times in a row. Yeah, they were quite lucky that people didn't die. That QAnon shaman, remember him? He spent the whole month going to the state Congress to harass people with a crowd. Where was it? Hang Mike Pence. Hang not Pike Mence. Jesus Christ. It's here, I think. This is him tweeting about him not having the courage to do what should be done. When is he made aware of the chant? It's around here somewhere. Do the right thing, hang Mike Pence, not Eastman. What was it? Something about them being more angry about the voter fraud. Eastman, people telling him to get a lawyer. Is it here? Mike Pence, Senate floor, crypt. Do the right thing. Was it something Secretary of Defense?
Hey.
Hello?
It was when Kevin McCarthy called him.
It was McCarthy. Yeah. It was this. This was after he had been told about the hang Mike Pence chance. Maybe these people are just more angry about this than you are. Yep. That was it.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And just a reminder, it was not just Mike Pence in that building. It was also Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Grassley. So it was everyone. It was like the first 3 people in the line of succession for the presidency. So.
Kind of fucked.
All right. Kind of fucked.
Oh, there's more here. Yeah. Evidence developed in the committee's investigation showed that the president, when told that the crowd was chanting "Hang Mike Pence," responded that perhaps the vice president deserved to be hanged. And President Trump rebuffed pleas from Leader McCarthy to ask that his supporters leave the Capitol building, stating, "Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." 642, that footnote. That's from the executive summary. Even if you just read the executive summary of this, the whole thing is, I think I read all of it apart from one chapter. Is it footnote 640? And I think that would be testimony from the guy from McCarthy. Yeah. Oh, Cassidy Hutchinson. Bro.
Palestinian peace marches. If you're protesting, if you're demonstrating solidarity with innocent people being killed in Gaza, then you must support Hamas. If you disagree with Donald Trump, then you must support the people who tried to kill him. If you disagree with some of the racist conspiracy theories that Charlie Kirk adhered to, notably the Great Replacement theory, if you disagree with that, then you must somehow endorse his murder. I mean, is that what they're saying? Is that what it is? Is it actually a lot simpler than it originally looks? It's all about controlling the narrative, and the narrative is that everybody who disagrees with us, just as we saw with the Reichstag fire, everybody who disagrees with us deserves the violence that we are pretending to condemn and abhor.
Did someone say Hutch? Did they? What? I don't know. But what I do know is that it's slop. Mr. Piker has been making some waves out of this. Elon Musk has been retweeting accusations against him because of this kind of shit, right? The fucking gun. Yeah, there's a bit of uncool shit going on. And then he also, I believe, retweeted a clip compilation. Elon retweeted a clip compilation, as well as a few calls to action like this one. He's been allowed to stay on Twitch because of Clancy and Amazon and Department of War. The Department of War. Dude. And yeah, Tectone was the originator, I think, of this compilation. I don't know where it came from, but they've put out this compilation and trying to put a target on Hassan's back to hold him accountable for fucking Kirk.
I'm sick and tired of it. Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage.
You see, this is the problem, is like when people complain about stuff being out of context, like these are actually out of context. These statements were like this on stage. Yeah, he's talking about like obliterate them in a debate and shit like that. Yeah, it's just stupid. So dumb.
Slice them up. Slice them and fucking dice them.
This is what out of context clip compilations are like. Right wingers do it. They do it so well. They are so adept at this behavior.
What the fuck is this?
Whoa!
Letting their
Don't show me that.
just ride on stage.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
This is more of a problem because his audience defends this, or like his audience will say this is based, or they'll defend this actions when it comes to. We had Teuton come in defending, saying that Mao was based for killing the landlords. Fucking right wingers, man.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Kill Rick Scott.
But I'm gonna kill you with my AR-15. Like that's the type of messages they were leaving in this dude's office, and he's resigning. Like he's literally, this is his last term. You actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. Which is, I think that shows that there is a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact.
Fucking Dan Clancy, oh no.
Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hassan Piker, who has 2.5 million followers on the platform. I like the frankness and the bluntness, Clancy said. He's comfortable saying what he believes.
Fuck me. And I hope you guys understand. You do not. If again, it's very unlikely, right? But you don't understand how little you want it to be the case that this shooter was like a Hassan supporter, right? If there's any evidence at all that this shooter was a Hassan fan, the world is fucked. The world is so fucked. Oh God. I don't think you understand how. I know some people and their little fucking devils on your shoulders been like, wouldn't it be so good if like it was actually a Hassan fan so that there could be some accountability? No, no, no. Not good. For the most obvious fucking reasons. The world will be a horrible fucking place. Anyway.
Someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean.
You defend the leftists not because you want to, but because you're forced to. Yeah, that's me, Tanker. Famous defender of leftists. You know, I'm always trying to get those guys on my good side. I'm always caring. I'm always giving all the fucks about what those guys think of me and whether I'm in their good graces. Are you fucking retarded? What? Okay. I know there's this whole like subculture of people on the internet who have this like weird narrative about this idea that all my politics are just like, or that all my content is based on like spite for leftists or whatever. No, at the end of the day, like if that were true, like I have so much incentive to make this all about fucking Hassan, but it's like, it's just not, it's not even slightly. What do we have here? This is him explaining the viral clip, apparently, the compilation.
Tone, it wasn't. Strange machinations on Twitter. In the past 2 days, a clip compilation of Hassan calling for violence and air quotes at the beginning posted by right-wing accounts and has gone ultra-viral, millions upon millions of views. It was seemingly created by Tectone. It wasn't. It was created by a sex pest in the orbiter. I don't think Tectone even knows how to use editing software. Anyway, Dictone post.
Is there a sort that doesn't look like the kind of things that you normally see on DGG subreddit, like the music background and everything. Okay, whatever.
Posted it, who hinted at this, see first image, and it blew up and reposted by Right Angle News Network. Since then, Grums, Dan Saltman, Tectone and the Quartering, Drew Pavlo, and other right-wingers have been spamming.
Where's he basing that on? Oh, Drew Pavlo, obviously. Drew would love that.
It. Some even saying that Hassan said these things after Charlie died. Elon Musk has replied several times. The compilation is a joke. The first one is him 3 years ago talking about Democrats needing to be better at debate rhetoric. He's being hyperbolic and is not meant to be taken literally. Yeah. I know, but they clipped it in a way where it seems like I'm saying like the Democrats need to start killing people or something. The second is him reciting what some angry conservative said in a voicemail to a Republican politician that made him resign.
He might be right in this case. Well, if you have the evidence for it, yeah. You think it might come from Dan? That is not impossible.
Hassan was highlighting the anger people feel with their representatives. There's also a clip of Hassan talking about the ACP and Fuentes, calling again, not for a call for violence, but they're banking on people not knowing what the ACP is and doing what they always do, taking his jokes sincerely. Regardless, this tricked most of the right-wing Twitter, who are all calling for him to either be banned, arrested, deported, or killed. These right-winger influencers either don't understand or do that when Twitch doesn't ban Hassan for these out-of-context clips, it might convince very angry people that violence is the only solution. They're putting a massive target on Hassan's back. There's one tweet, the very last one from Tectone, where he completely fabricates quotes from Hassan. He's as good as putting a hit on him with the one about Kirk. Yeah. So as you can tell, it's like me with long hair talking about the fucking Democrats and their inability to address Herschel Walker with like aggressive tone. Yeah, there's a longer clip.
Not sure he has much explanation for the somebody's got to do it and the little fucking gun, the Shinzo Abe gun, but yeah, I got it. Pretty fucked. Pretty fucked. They're trying to clamp down on First Amendment and shit, yeah. What was Elon Musk? I thought Elon Musk was all about bringing back comedy and shit. What? Free speech. The richest dude in the planet spends most of his time on social media website fomenting white supremacist hatred, trying to spark race riots while highlighting out of context. Hey, it's coming in handy. Out of context. Let's go. Compilations to imply. Again, I would have a bit of sympathy for Hassan here if he didn't do the exact same shit to everyone who challenges him, but whatever. To imply a leftist Twitch streamer should be deplatformed or worse, exclamation mark. So dumb. Very dumb indeed. I know. Can't believe people do that. It's not good. It's not good. Not good in the slightest. What's this is Elon Musk.
Violence is going to come to you. You will have no choice. You're in a fundamental situation here where whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die.
I can never understand how such a fucking fascist fuck can be so boring, man. You know, there's been a lot of fascists in history, okay? But at least they mostly had the common courtesy to be interesting. This guy, though, this is the whatever Eichmann is it? The banality of evil come back.
Coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die.
Damn.
And that's the truth.
That's the truth.
Today, Elon, I think
that's the
British
truth.
public are telling the world that they're ready to fight back.
Yes. Good.
Yes.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Come on, Great Britain.
Yes. Violence is going to come to you.
All right. Jesus. But he still gets to do these fucking speeches. No one gives a fuck, right? It's crazy. Yeah, not good at all. Let's close some of these. What do we have here? Oh yeah. I mean,
We'll see. We'll be announcing. They're already under investigation. You know, they're already under major investigation. A lot of the people that you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under investigation?
Already under investigation.
Do you plan on investigating?
We'll see.
uh-oh. Not good. First they came for the retards on Twitter. And I said nothing.
Kirk show. Of hosting the Charlie Kirk show. Please join me as I pay tribute to my friend. I would never.
JD Vance.
I can't even say this joke, I think, because I will get FBI'd. What? Do you,
What's the
like
joke?
No violence. I never.
I'll be watching from 150 yards away.
Fuck, I can't even make the joke. Wait, hold on. I'm typing this in DGG. This is a good joke. Hold on, let me torch over.
I see. Okay. One more yeet, I think.
The governor of Utah right? Do we need to log off and touch some grass?
Well, I'm always a little bit reluctant.
I haven't watched BBC in a while. Hearing them say that shit, do we need to log off and touch some grass? That's very strange. It's very jarring to me.
To engage in, I think sometimes we can go into a moral panic. We had this about video games right in the early 2000s. But I would point out that people are perhaps not aware that there is a left-wing echo chamber online that is pretty radical and I think is a kind of analog to what we would call the alt-right. So there are streamers that are extremely popular, have
left-wing echo chamber. Okay.
Followers.
Yeah, who do you think she's going to mention?
Vorsh, Hassan Piker, Destiny, people who are watching might not know who they are, but I'm sure their children will, who have advocated for political violence against conservatives. There is definitely a hyper-polarised environment in America.
That's definitely the echo chamber, isn't it? Destiny Vorsh Hassan. Holy shit. This isn't the BBC. Yeah, this is like a right-wing fucking pundit. But she's a guest. It's not the BBC. But...
I think we do have part of that here in the UK, which is obviously extremely unfortunate, and I hope does get dialed down. But I think it's important that we contextualise the anger of people in America at the killing of Charlie Kirk. He is such an important figure within the MAGA movement, and he
She's an editor for The Telegraph. Wow.
inadvertently became a martyr for the free speech cause that he built his career on.
Wow.
The governor of
Actual fucking chaos, man. There's a lot of fallout, isn't there? I cannot believe there was a UK protest over it. That's insane. That is... Are we going to hear known paedophile, Vosh, known sex pest? Ugh, watch Bernie's statement. I already have. Yeah, he's always on the ball. You're just jealous you weren't mentioned. Yeah, I know. I would love that heat right now. I've never been more grateful to be not that big a deal, you guys. Never been that grateful. My dry, research-driven, slightly boring fuck energy has been a great asset at this moment in time. Keep doing what you're doing, okay? Know your strengths, know your weaknesses, and be grateful sometimes. You know, sometimes it can always turn to your advantage. Do you think you'll be included with those 3 friends? No. Have we covered Hutch's cuckery? What's Hutch's cuckery? What did he do? How did he cuck? Who did he cuck to? We can't allow that. That's not allowed. Are you seeing much celebrations of Kirk's death? I mean, if I look for them on Twitter, I'll find a billion of them, but I just, from anyone important? No. Has anyone important actually celebrated it? That's a good question. Has anyone important, has anyone of note celebrated Charlie Kirk's death? Not that I'm aware of. I know a bunch of wankers celebrated the Queen's death because no one knows anything about her, but what was Hutch saying about Bernie? What, DGG are mad at Hutch for cucking out? The thing is, I'm not I think what I know about Destiny's position is something about the prisoner's dilemma, which I get. I understand what he's coming from. Like, if he means prisoner's dilemma, is he saying like, is it the kind of thing that I would say about fucking Israel and the Jews in the Middle East? Like, because what I would say about prisoner's dilemma in the Middle East is that if you're a Westerner and you look at the Middle East, you see a bunch of different groups: Maronites, Shia, Sunni, Assyrians, Druze, fucking I don't know why I said Assyrians, not very important. Okay. Jews. And you look at them and all the fighting and all of the like demography issues and everything like that. And you think, well, why can't we just get along? You know, just guys, just extend olive branches, just get along, like stop this Kurds. But obviously there's a kind of Western tendency to only expect one group to extend the olive branches, and they just kind of hope everything else will fall into place, you know, like Israel, like the Jews. Oh, you just give equality, voting rights, just do all that shit. Just like open the borders, just like give people jobs, just end the apartheid. It's like, well, that's fine, but you can't, if you expect it, if it's like unilateral, then, and the other side is keeping up their same desires to, like, you know, keep voting Hamas and to arm up and to kill them and shit, then it's like, well, I mean, no, you can't really. And that's the problem with like everyone would be better off if sectarianism wasn't a thing in the Middle East, or if demography wasn't an issue in the Middle East. It would benefit everyone, right? It is a multicultural region. It always has been. It makes no fucking sense that people are dividing into these little groups like the Jews and the Muslims and the Christians and the fucking Kurds. Like, it doesn't make sense. But that doesn't mean that every group has an incentive to give up on sectarianism immediately, or to give up on demographic preferences and things like that equally, you know? They're all kind of stuck in that same situation, which is... So I guess he's saying that about Democrats and that they shouldn't turn down the rhetoric until Republicans do. But then I don't get what the conclusion is there, though, because hasn't one of the best arguments for people like, at least in my position, it's good for me that Democrats haven't turned up the rhetoric and said crazy shit about Republicans. It's good for me that they've condemned like the shooting right away because you can point to it all. So I don't know what the expectation is for Democrats to do unless you're talking like TOS shit. Like, I think Democrats right now are in a good position to do the basic, do the obligatory whatever. If you want, like, condemn the shit. And then when they try to pull it to their door, like people in the press, just, do what Warren said. There's like, fuck off. Take it to the president. Just hammer it at the president. Just, you disavow. You disavow. We're fine. We're well bet. You disavow, you fucking prick. I don't know. Because honestly, in a civil war between Democrats and Republicans, I feel like lefties, they're going to lose. I don't know. Fuck. Hit them with the no you. No you the fuck out of them. No you them to all hell. Apparently Dan might want to talk about the Hassan shit. About whether or not it's his clip compilation, I guess. It seems like the lefties can actually aim. Well, we don't know that though, do we? Wait, do you really think lefties are gonna outdo Republicans in a civil war, dude? Are you fucking mental? What? A lot of these guys are like, they're former military and shit, or former cops. What? Yeah. I'm not convinced. We don't even know if that guy who shot Kirk was a good aim. Because if he was aiming for the neck, that's a bad idea. Like, if you're going to kill someone with a rifle, you're not supposed to aim for the neck or head, because you're more likely to miss. Jacob, thanks for the $5. Loner, if you need a good palate cleanse, check out Elif Not Graveyard on YouTube's great videos about Rogan and how he's been manipulated. Okay. Maybe. Long ass vid, but it's golden. Have I seen it already? I don't know. Dylan said the shot was not hard. I mean, I guess it depends on the weapon as well, right? But I feel like as soon as you've got like the little scope on top of your rifle and it's a decent rifle, then you're probably fine. I don't know. I know snipers and people like that, like from really far away, like 600 plus yards, like they have to think about a lot of things before they're shooting. But if you're like marksman rifle or like a hunting rifle or just like a regular, I have no idea. Yeah. From 200 yards, not sure. Shot reviews. Yeah. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
Staying busy. What's news in Lonerbucks world?
I'm fine. Apparently we're still not sure about the suspect because he's not cooperating with the cops. Is that true?
Isn't that weird? Why would you turn yourself in and then not cooperate? I don't get it.
I don't know. Maybe he,
by the way,
might not have a manifesto,
question,
or he might want to protect the people that he actually did it for.
A question I would have liked to hear ask. I don't know if we'll hear it. Is
do you watch?
I want someone to ask I want to hear someone ask the FBI director and be like, if the father hadn't turned in this kid, did you know who he was already? Because I think the answer to that is no. I think they had no fucking idea who it was.
Yeah, I don't even think they knew where he was. They didn't even know if he was still in the state, did they?
Like, I think they have like literally no idea at all of who this person was, and it's like kind of funny because they're like, oh yeah, we're they're like taking credit and everything for like I want to thank the FBI. They did such a fucking amazing job, and it's like, well, did you even know who the fuck this person was? Like, if his dad didn't turn him in, you would have been kind of fucked, no?
Don't know. I mean, his face was recognizable enough that someone might have been like, I know this guy. But yeah, it didn't seem like anyone It seemed like they were in the dark, and they were saying as much. They sounded like they were in the dark.
You know, there's a I haven't looked into this too much, but did you know that one of the ways that Palantir and other people are able to identify people is the way that they walk, and that each person has a unique way of walking that you can pick up on? Did you know that?
I know I do. But yeah, I know. Yeah, I've heard.
Right.
That.
So like, it's actually kind of funny if you watch certain people walk, like you could actually be like, oh yeah, that's this person, like without even, or their gait or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, it's like a unknown thing, but apparently it's actually really easy also to tell the difference between Americans and Europeans as part of that.
Yeah, well, there's a whole thing about culture shock, and when you move to a different country, even when you visit a different country, there's a thing about when people get really tired, it's not just because of travel and jet lag. It's also because when you arrive, you're micro adjusting to all the kind of different fucking quirks of being there. And one of those things is actually the way people just walk down pavements. It's like different everywhere, you know? There's like a different rhythm or like a different shared sense of like movement and like what side to go on if someone stumbles into you and that kind of thing. Yeah. That's how they caught Bin Laden. They saw him walking funny from above.
Sorry. Just wanted to clarify a couple of things. It wasn't his dad that turned him in. It was apparently a family friend.
The
pastor. I thought the pastor told the dad.
His dad told him to turn himself in, and I think he said something along the lines of like he would rather kill himself than turn himself in. But then I guess the family friend snitched on him, and they got him through that, and that's why he's just pleading the fifth. He's not trying to incriminate himself further.
It's probably also to avoid the fucking death penalty, right? Yeah. Or well, maybe he wants the death penalty. I don't know. Fuck.
Wait, so I know that the pastor was trying to convince the dad to turn him in or something, but I thought the dad still did turn him in.
At least that's what I read recently.
I don't think that matters all that much now.
Yeah.
Um.
Also, with the like walking thing, I realized this when I went to Morocco. Like, you know, diaspora, like they can like sniff like the basically Moroccans, or I'm guessing this happens in other countries too. Like, if you just walk in the street, they already know like that you're diaspora. You're not actually from there just by seeing you walk, not even hearing you talk or something like that, because you just walk differently. You carry yourself differently than people that live there. So.
Is that like people in the fucking markets trying to sell you stuff? Is that how you knew that they knew you were foreign?
Not just that, just like, I don't know, neighbors, people that if you go, I don't know, to the beach or something like that, like people will see how you walk and just well, I don't know, at least for me, I got harassed a lot in Morocco, probably because they realized I'm a diasporoid and wanted papers or something like that. Yeah.
If you're walking around the fucking was it Jamal Fina, then you definitely are always going to look like a fucking weirdo, right? Because it's so chaotic.
Not just there, but if you go to the mall, if you go to the beach, if you go to a restaurant, if you go outside, even to the shops, like they'll realize like that you're not from there, and they'll want something from you.
Did you ever go to the little
Usually.
fucking fort? I think in the south of Old Marrakesh, like you go south from like 10-minute walk down from the Jamal Fina. Did you ever go there?
For where the souk is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where there's all the
I've been there.
storks. Yeah, the storks live in the upper walls of the fort. That's really cool.
There's all kinds of shit in Marrakesh. There's the old palace. There's like a bunch of tour guides that wanna give you tours, shit like that. There's literally a Jewish pharmacy in Marrakesh. they have like a bunch of like weird like herbal and like weird, what is it called, like homeopathic medicines, like woo woo shit. There's also like stores that sell stuff for witchcraft.
Oh shit, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Dan,
But
there's been
yeah.
some speculation that you're behind this clip compilation that Elon Musk is using.
I mean, it's that I have all of those clips for sure. What do you mean the speculation? Like I'm in Elon's DMs?
No, like you
Believe
made
me.
the fucking comp with the music. I thought that looks like a right winger compilation because of the music. No?
I'm sorry, have you seen my editing skills? There's enough of my edits that are out there, okay? You can see the DaVinci Resolve cuts and everything else. You will know when it's a Dan cut, okay? Trust me. I will take credit for every video that I make.
So you didn't make that one, nor do you know who made it? Is that what we're hearing?
I did not make that video.
Yeah, but what you should be doing is taking credit for everything, even if you didn't make it.
The funny part is though, at this point, it's like, you know, can it be the level that Dan Saltman is controlling Elon Musk? Like, is that really like can I work my way up to be the next George Soros? I feel like I don't have the money or the influence or the power, so I'm guessing the answer is no.
Well, I mean, it's just fate,
You
isn't
are-
it, really, with
you
that,
are
with
the
that
Zog.
compilation, right? Because whoever made that compilation is like, I don't even know if they were expecting it to get in front of Tectone, let alone Musk.
It is pretty crazy. Did you see Elon Musk again today came out and did paging Jeff Bezos ... with a quote tweet of Hassan.
Yeah.
Like this is like 8 times or something that he's been harassing Amazon and Bezos about this.
Well, he's a bit bored now that he's out of government, isn't he? He's got to do something to keep himself occupied.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy though.
Holy shit. Have you seen this fucking picture of Elon Musk in the Matrix? Oh my god. I'm putting it in the Discord chat.
Anyways, I
What
gotta
the
go
fuck?
parent, so I'll see you around. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I still think the Doge designer guy is Elon Musk, but I could be wrong.
This is unbelievable. Oh, hey, what? I don't even know what else has happened throughout the weekend in relation to this. I didn't really keep up with it. What's
I think
new?
there's probably been like 50 million combined views on videos about Hassan in the last like 48 hours, 72 maybe. It's
Because of
pretty
that
wild.
compilation.
But there's like 4 different compilations that are going around right now.
Yeah.
But
that's
yes,
pretty
yeah, that's fucking crazy.
How does it make you feel?
Well, I got to be honest with you. I don't think anything's going to happen, Hassan.
What do you want to happen to him?
Well, I don't really give a shit about Hassan. I want Dan Clancy to be removed as the CEO of Twitch, and I want the entire executive team to be removed. But I don't think anything's going to happen. I don't know why though. It doesn't make sense. Like if you were asking me betting odds, I would put it like 95 out of 100, 9.5 out of 10 that nothing happens. But I don't know why. I just don't know why.
Well, how much power or influence does Elon Musk have over anything anymore? Especially not least of all just like an Amazon business. Is he friends with Bezos?
I think they probably hate each other. But if you're asking me how much influence Elon has, I would say a significant amount.
Okay, but here's a question. Do you think that Twitch is responsible for Charlie Kirk?
What?
I mean, I've seen people saying that, right? That the rhetoric on Twitch from Hassan is directly responsible for the political violence that leads to Charlie Kirk. Do you think that's where it's stemming from, Twitch?
Stemming from? I don't know how to answer this question. I think it's I think anything that normalizes political violence is part of normalizing political violence. I don't think it's 100% Twitch's fault. If that's what you're asking, no.
Okay, so like when you see like the Ethan Klein Instagram post about how not only has Twitch, like there was no mention of the right wing in it, no mention of Donald Trump. It went directly for Twitch, directly for Hassan, directly from Mike from PA, who he's a fucking retard and everybody hates him, but he has zero influence in real life, right? Like,
I made a post about this.
To focus more on the president of the United States rather than Twitch and Hassan?
So I made a post about this, and I think it goes over why I focus specifically on Twitch and far left agitators as opposed to going after people that are more on the far right. And that's because I think that there's already an extremely established base of very intelligent, motivated, resourceful people that have that kind of, I want to say, unlock. And I view that the influence of tankies and Marxists that are trying to destroy Democratic parties while also claiming to be Democrats is like tying our shoelaces together before we do a boxing match, and they're supposed to be on our side. Like they're supposed to be our trainer, or they're supposed to be like our cut man in the corner, but instead they're tying our shoelaces together, and we're supposed to go out and fight like the Republican Party, and they're sabotaging us. And I think that nobody really focuses on that, and as a result of that, you get like all of these puff pieces about Hassan. Like right now, like, in the last day, how many puff pieces have come out about Hassan with his little sad puppy dog face about this, making it about him. And I think that the sooner that ends, I would like to see every puff piece that's about Hassan instead be one about like David Pacman or, just a social democrat, as we say in the business. So that I think is a good goal to have.
I would
And I
like that
think
too, but here's the problem, right? They're not, those puff pieces exist, and we're probably not going to move them. So who are the people actually pointing at MAGA right now, right? Like I see a bunch of people pointing to the left of me. I see a bunch of people from the left pointing at me as a liberal, right? I don't see anybody with any power or any influence pointing at MAGA. And when they do point at MAGA sure as shit isn't going to like do any self-reflection, right? So at what point in time do we stop pointing at each other and say like, yeah, those people aren't on my team? Like it's false to say that you have to choose between Hitler and Stalin. You can choose FDR. So like we can not include them in a movement and also not distract from the fact that MAGA is the bigger threat by consistently only pointing in one direction. And that direction isn't the actual fascists.
So I said this in my post, but in general, I think the problem is that when the New York Times and all these people are propping up not Democrats and saying they're Democrats, it's a problem. And that's what I am focused on. And there's other people that are focused on other things, and not everyone needs to be focused on the same thing. I do this one challenge at a time. I'm not going to just switch up constantly based on whatever the biggest threat is every second. When you do that, that's like, to use like a hockey analogy, you're skating to where the puck was. Not even where the puck is, but where it was. Like if I'm chasing what's happening today, that's not even going to be relevant by the time I make any movement there. So I have to focus on what I'm good at and what I know and what I'm knowledgeable about. And that happens to be essentially Reddit and Twitch and Twitter and tankies and Marxists and all that type of stuff. And that's what I know about, and that's where I can be effective. And there's a lot of other people that can be effective on the other side and do that, and they're doing that. And I'm going to do what I'm effective at, and I'm not going to stop doing what I'm effective at to be doing something I'm not effective at. Like tomorrow, if I start trying to focus on I don't know, like Twitter Nazis, I'm going to have like no reach, no ability to do anything. People aren't going to care. And also now's not the time, right? Nobody's going to give a fuck. If I start screaming into the winds, like, wait, there's Nazis on Twitter.
Wait a minute, Dan. How is now not the time? Like we are watching them turn Charlie Kirk from a villain into a goddamn martyr, into a goddamn fucking hero. My high school that I went to high school at had a fucking moment of silence for him. I think so did the New York Yankees. Like how is now not the time? If ever there was a time to point at MAGA and be like, they are full of shit. Kirk was a villain. He was not a hero. And instead, I'm seeing people on my side that I share that claim to want to defeat the same people as me, pointing at Hassan and saying, no, Hassan is bad, guys. Don't forget Hassan is bad. Nobody's going to forget Hassan is bad. Nobody fucking likes Hassan here. At least most of us don't like fucking Hassan here.
Yeah, but that's
Hassan
not true,
is not the
right?
president of the goddamn United States. Hassan
Yeah,
is
but
not
that's not.
controlling.
You're just missing everything. It's not true, because all the press the Democrats get right now that's positive is around people like Hassan, and all the Democrats the press get right now that's negative is about people like David Pacman taking money.
Focusing on the good things the Democrats do. We're only focusing on idiots like Hassan. We're not focusing on the good.
Then you should go out there and you should focus on it. That's what. if that's
enemies.
well, if that's what you're passionate about, you should go focus on that.
This is so frustrating. But yes, you should bring Tutan in, Loner, because why not? Why not?
Dan, do you want to talk to Hassan fan who's like got a lot of smoke for you?
I'm not sure because I feel like it's just going to be very snark type shit, and it's kind of pointless for me to do that.
Okay, rip. Sorry, guys. We did our best.
All right, I'll go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and argue with someone. It's like you knew Puff Daddy or something. It's just retarded. Excuse my French.
I don't think you know that, but I do think that you do have some influence, and that it is possible
Over
to focus
Diddy?
on one thing at the same time.
Hold on, I'm getting a drink. I can no longer hear you. I am stepping
You
away
have
from
to
the
be,
computer.
you cannot actually be bringing this around to Diddy right now. This cannot be your actual argument.
He went to get a drink.
Sorry, I'm back now.
This has to be a meme, right? Like, there is no chance in hell that you're actually making this about Diddy. Fuck, I have a fucking...
No, we're talking about whether we want to bring Tutan in. That's why.
Yeah, he thinks that Tutan is going to talk about all the
Tutan.
snugger shit. Although I mean, he might. Considering that one of the times that Tutan was in here talking to Lerner, he literally referred to you, Dan, as Dan Diddy Saltman. So
Yeah, that's why I'm familiar with that. Like that's why I said this type of shit. Like I watch it occasionally. I understand what's going on. But that same logic right there also is why I think it's important to so these people are willing to like overlook facts on their side, right? Like for them, like guys, it doesn't matter that Hassan admitted to being at a Diddy party. That's come on, that's easily. It was at Coachella. He didn't know what he was walking into. That's fine. But for them also to look at me and be like, well, he directly took money from Diddy to fund child fucking, and it's like, first off, he was a minority investor, and it wasn't even him. It was a company that he had partial ownership in, and I never met the guy. And yeah, but like for them, it won't matter, right? It'll be like Diddy Dan is doing this, but they won't refer to their side, regardless of how strong it is. So I don't.
But the thing is, Dan, how mainstream do you think Diddy Dan is?
With Hassan fans, I think it's the default.
What? Just in the world in general, right? Like,
well, I don't know how mainstream I am, so I can't.
Majority of our government is run by actual fucking fascists right now. Like, I get wanting to take down Hassan. I get wanting to call out the bad actors on our side. That all makes a very great sense. I think Hassan is an idiot. I don't think he's good for the Democrats. I also think that maybe there's a time to shut up about that and focus on the bad people who actually have power, like who are actually deploying, troops on our streets, who are in the highest offices, our most powerful offices, right? Like, no one is saying that we can't condemn Stalin and also fight Hitler. And
yeah,
right now, like,
I am actually not every single person on Twitter.
Stalin, and we're ignoring fucking Hitler.
And yeah, you know what? I agree. You should go. You should focus on Twitter on that.
I do, but also I would like to focus on the people who I think could have actual influence on getting that message out there, right? Like, I am a 5K nobody on fucking Twitter. I have a normie job. I'm not an influencer in any way, shape, or form. This is the most influence that I have right here, talking to Lonerbox. So, like, yeah, every now and then I would maybe like to take a break at pointing at the like LARPing assholes.
All right, you know what? I'll answer in a way, I think, because someone said something I think that makes sense to me a little bit. My goal is systemic change at Twitch. And I think that systemic change at Twitch would do wonders for Democrats. I think that is more impactful. And if I can get that one goal accomplished, meaning Dan Clancy out, the executive team out, and getting something more neutral in place there, I think that I can do more to benefit Democrats than I could do. Now, I'm not saying I can get it accomplished, but if I could, I think that would benefit Democrats more than anything else that I could do. So that's kind of my goal right now of what I can do.
I'm serious disagreement, because I think the thing that would benefit not just Democrats but everybody would be to go after MAGA right now.
How do you think
I think
Dem
there's a
people have been in
balance.
general for doing that? Do you think Dems in general have been focusing more on MAGA or more on lefties, or like
Me?
appropriately? Yeah.
I don't think Dems do anything, personally.
I think if I had to choose, I feel like most Dems who matter are taking it to MAGA more than they take it to lefties, right? Like, isn't that like? Sorry,
Yeah.
absent the Charlie Kirk thing, wasn't the whole issue that Democrats were
Yeah,
just kind
okay.
of like
Here's
kind of
the problem.
nonchalant
Here's
about
the
lefties
problem.
because they
The
just
Dems,
focus on yeah,
the
right?
Dems, the Dems in power, yeah, they take it to MAGA, but they don't know how to fucking take it to MAGA, right? Like they don't know how to talk to people from a generation below Gen X. They don't know how to do any of that.
Yeah, but that's
So
clearly
like,
where the
yeah,
efforts are, right? Because before Charlie Kirk got shot,
yeah, but they
we
need
would have
people
all
to
said
show them
like, "Oh
how
yeah,
to
the
do
Democrats are
it.
just kind of like very nonchalant about far lefties like infiltrating and kind of like passing themselves off as one of them when they're not," right?
Yeah, but they need people. They need, and this comes down to like the whole, like to bring it kind of full circle to the whole like course thing and alt media thing. They need people who know how to talk about this shit in a way that is impactful, but also honest and can influence people. Like right now, Dem politicians don't know how to do that. They may be pointing at the right enemy, but they're not saying the right shit.
I just we're gonna have to agree to disagree, basically.
I think we do. I think we do. And that's okay. I don't want you dead for that, obviously. I would just.
That's kind of ominous, but okay.
Pretty,
I didn't think you
it's
did, but
pretty
now I kind of
scary.
do.
It's pretty scary when people are like, when I'm seeing people who should be aligned with me, kind of just letting the fascism go because they're worried about Twitch.
Not everyone has to do the same thing.
No, but we can all do more than one thing at one time.
Can I throw out I'm sorry if you guys, I was in the other channel. I believe I have negotiated a
Also, real quick
an
before we get
engagement. Go ahead.
before we get there as well, you say people can do more than one thing, and Brian Chesky, who is the founder of Airbnb, not that he's like some fucking genius, because in general, I feel that business was just built on essentially breaking laws and getting away with it long enough. But that said, he did say one thing which was very insightful, and I do think is very important, which is that don't try to be a master of every single skill at your startup. Find out what you're good at and focus on that one particular thing. So for me with startups, I'm good at like specific things, product management, coming up with ideas, talking with people, sales, etc. I focus on that. What I don't focus on is the things I'm not good at. So when you say that people can do more than one thing at once, that's true. But I focus on what I am most impactful for, what my audience is most engaged with, and what I can do the best. And if you know, like the Godzilla meme, like, the let them fight type of thing, like imagine that, you had the right destroying the Nazis in their own party. We would be like, let them fight. Don't interrupt them. This is amazing, right? They're going to get rid of this type of thing. Like, you think like that, but them getting rid of Nazis in their party makes it harder for Democrats to point at. If the more distance that Republicans can put between Nazis and themselves, the better it is for the Republicans in the end. And it's just Democrats that are naive to that fact, is that the more distance they can do and focus on centrists and old people who make up the predominant vote, it's better. So Hassan is a cancer on Democrats because older people, who are the people who are most likely to vote, are not aligned with Hassan. It is young people. And the more that every press piece comes out and it's like, this is the Democrats of today, and it's a picture of Hassan wearing like grandma clothes and, in a cat outfit or whatever the fuck it is, the worse it is for Democrats. So I do think that that's how Democrats have to regain strength. So that's what I focus on. Now, other people can disagree and go on other directions, and that's fine, and I don't mind that. But I'm going to do what I'm best at. That's it.
Okay, but I don't think grandmas know who Hassan is. Like,
Really? You don't think grandmas read the New York Times?
No.
You don't think they read the
don't
Washington
think-
Post?
No, I'm sorry, Dan. I think that there's part of you that just like super hates Hassan, and I get why you would and super hates Twitch. But to make that excuse that like, oh, Hassan is turning the grannies away from the Democratic Party, no, I think that's bullshit. Yeah.
Okay, well, I disagree, but that's fine.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw this out there, because like I feel like you are wrong, Dan. Although Maruzzi, in a way, you are also wrong. I'm going to be an enlightened centrist here. and say that
the worst person ever.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I just have disagreements with both of you. So first of all, Dan, you're saying that like I don't think that the issue is that Hassan is driving like older people or whatever away from the Democratic Party by making them look like communists or what have you. Yeah, sure, that doesn't help. But the problem is that even if the Democrats purged people like Hassan from their movement and called them out and denounced
They're
them
not
for
in
what
our
happened-
movement. You understand that, right? This
Yeah,
is the problem.
no, yes, I agree that
they are
not
our enemies. They're remoras.
Yeah,
they're leeches.
Yeah, they're
I
ticks. They're
agree.
ticks attached to the
Ticks.
movement. That's what they are. They're
Yes,
ticks.
exactly.
I agree, but the problem is that it doesn't matter if they are purged. Republicans are still going to call Democrats fucking socialists and communists.
Wait, I have a great thing to this.
The
It's kind of
reason-
it's like a boat, okay? And every once in a while, you have to scrape the boat because it gets all of that sea life attached to it. I forget the name of what that is. It's like the
careening.
yeah, like it's like some sort of like shells and shit like that start attaching to the boat, and the boat goes slower and slower.
Barnacles.
Barnacles, exactly.
That's it,
Yeah, you have to
right now the
careen your ship to-
the Democratic ship is covered with Marxist barnacles, and we can't win against Republicans with all of them attached to our boat.
So,
and
okay.
and you're like, Dan, we're about to hit an iceberg, and I'm like,
No,
I know,
no, hold
motherfucker.
on.
I'm cleaning
I'm
off
not
the
even
fucking barnacles.
Barnacle covered boat than no boat at all. You're sinking.
Yeah, there's a lot of other people. I'm just one guy. They can focus on driving the boat. I'm scraping barnacles. Okay, we got different jobs.
Hold on, let me finish just a second. I'm not done yet, okay? I think that there is still room, and this is the part where I disagree with you, Maruzzi, for people who are going to get rid of the fucking tankies and leftists and all of those other people, like, and say, get out,
Yes,
go make your
I
own
get
party.
that.
We're not.
Sometimes
uh,
if we're
but-
trying to get rid of them, turn them into a bigger thing than they actually
The,
are.
well, I mean, yeah, but the thing is that the problem is that the issue with them has nothing to do with like because that the New York, I mean, it kind of does a little bit, but it's not so much about that. The problem with people like Hassan is that he spreads this apathy among young people who then don't go out and vote. Now, I don't know how much this actually matters in the long term, but like that is where the issue is because the majority of younger people, and because of the extent to which that these people have poisoned the alt media space, so that pretty much the majority of left.
I don't disagree with that. He does spread apathy. I think he does convince people not to vote. But by us not focusing on what a threat MAGA is, it makes it easier for him to do that, right? Like by us
I'm not saying that we shouldn't focus on that, but I'm saying that
on the ground threats, every second MAGA exists is to us, that apathy is more easily spread. And I don't see like other than Destiny, who I am no fan of, and everybody knows, I don't see too many people with large influences actually talking about that.
Oh, you mean like in the? But I mean, yeah, but Destiny also spends time like fighting with leftists as well, right? Like, I mean, are you saying that you appreciate or that you're okay with that because that he spends a lot of time shitting on MAGA and you want?
Yes,
Yeah.
like if you want to address the apathy that Hassan spreads, I am all for that. But you also have to address the fact that it's easier to spread apathy when people don't understand the threat that's coming from the other side.
What about me? I don't shit on MAGA that much compared to how much I shit on tankies. Generally, apart from this week.
Yeah, but you're
owner.
What?
I mean, yeah, I agree that you should, but also you're not American, so I understand maybe why you don't care as much. I mean, I'm technically not American either. I say technically because I'm still waiting about maybe I might actually be a citizen. Anyway, I think that so you don't think that there's any benefit in having like, you know, like Hutch's one of Hutch's big political projects right now. Sure, he'll still talk about MAGA, but one of his big political projects is shitting on the or is like basically fighting against what he refers to as the black pill left, which are all of these people like the Kyle Kalinskis and all these, the people who dominate the alt media space on the left are all just people who hate Democrats. And like, he wants to like fight against those people. And I think that like, I think there's value in having someone who will do that because those people do like drag down, and that makes it harder to fight MAGA.
It's a matter of timing, right? I think it's a matter of timing. When we have troops being deployed on our streets, I don't think that's the right time to do that.
Okay, how about this? Dan, will you like maybe, but perhaps like sometimes you should like retweet some stuff shitting on MAGA, you know, like do you think that would be useful? Like, and not just the playing the Hassan clip over top of the, you know, or like something that makes it clear that you are not, or that you don't want the like that you don't want Republicans, or like you don't want those people in your audience or whatever, in case you accidentally catch a few of them. Although I don't know
Dan
if that
can
really
keep
matters, but
pressure on
yeah, I
Twitch
don't
for
know, something like
Optics.
that.
BTC, Pac-Man and
Would that be
Josiah can
acceptable,
keep
Maruzzi, if
hammering
he
MAGA.
occasionally did that
This
kind of
is
thing?
the
If he
game
like,
and
I mean,
Dan's
it's
I don't
not
playing
know,
it
just
right.
Dan touching the heat because Dan is here, right? Like obviously, and he's a big proponent of the fuck Twitch, fuck Hassan left. I think everybody who gives a fuck about the Democratic Party, and not just the Democratic Party, anybody who gives a fuck about like fascism not happening, like for real fascism not happening, should understand that, yeah, we have people we need to call out on our own side, but that has to be countered with the fact that like there are really bad people who have actual power in the most powerful country in the nation right now. And those people, it doesn't matter how much you call up Twitch, it doesn't matter how much we turn down the volume, it doesn't matter how much we turn down the heat, those people want us gone. Either deportations or deaths or what the fuck ever. And it doesn't matter what we do, that's not going to change what they want. So I think that maybe, yeah, we should call out the fact that Hassan Piker sucks and that he's making it harder for Dems to get elected. But we should also spend a whole bunch of time pointing to the fact that, hey, they're over there and they actually have power.
Hassan's a fucking idiot, right? And I've been listening to you all, and something that Dan said really struck me, where he was laughing about scraping the barnacles off the Democratic vote. And it reminded me of something that was said by Labour Party insiders over here in the UK, where they talked about shaking off the fleas. And this was around the time that the Labour Party decided that they were going to excise the left from their party. They initiated what I would call as an authoritarian anti-democratic purge and fucking murdered the Labour Party. But, you know, if I want to try and be objective about it, they tried very hard to deselect and make sure that like leftist candidates were not elected for the party, right? And Labour currently is bottoming out at like 18-19% in the polls, and they're in government, right? Now there's a lot of reasons for that. I'm not putting it down entirely to getting rid of the left in the Labour Party, right? But I think at least some of it is due to them slicing off a huge portion of their voter base. And I think you can challenge the idea. One, I think these stupid fucking internet beefs are ridiculous and don't fucking matter in the grand scale of things anyway. But you can absolutely challenge the narrative of people who say, oh, you shouldn't go out and vote Democrat or whatever, who are ostensibly leftist. You can absolutely challenge that narrative, whilst at the same time not shooting yourself in the foot by cutting off a sizable base of voters who could potentially vote for you if you initiate just a few fucking things that they would like, right? Or try and appease them just a little bit. Because where else in the United States, if you're a leftist and you actually make it to the ballot box, I know there'll be some snickers at that, right? But I guarantee you some leftists do. But if you're a leftist and you make it to the ballot box in America, what the fuck choice do you have beyond Republicans and Democrats, right? You want to make it so that one, that leftist is motivated to even get into the fucking ballot box, and two, when they get in that ballot box, they're motivated to put the tick in the Democratic Party. Then they're never voting Republican, right? But like Kamala Harris's turnout was like fucking low. It was incredibly low, right? The turnout for that election wasn't great, especially compared to the previous election.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't think that this is a good way of speaking about potential Democrat voters if you actually give a fuck about trying to get the Democrats in next time and overturning this fascist fucking government that you have currently.
I think what you're describing, especially with Keir Starmer, is definitely a failure of practice, but not necessarily a failure of principle. Because obviously with Starmer he's just quite a right-wing Labour guy, right? So even in that, like maybe if there were bad elements of the Corbyn left, which there definitely were, it wasn't Angela Rayner or Rebecca Long Bailey. These people shouldn't have been kicked out, or they shouldn't have been dropped or demoted or whatever else. Because maybe an example of the same principle working though in a better practice would be like Clement Attlee, right? Because Clement Attlee was a successful Labour politician, one of the most actually. But he also actually did scrape barnacles. Communists fucking hated him. He called himself a socialist. He did the NHS and all the council housing and everything else. But yeah, the communists despised him. And he actually, I don't know if you know this, but I only read this quite recently. You know that the closest we ever came to McCarthyism in the UK wasn't that close, but it was under Attlee. He did a little like fucking runaround to find civil servant workers or public service people who were like too close to the Communist Party or too close to the Soviets. And actually quite a few people, a lot of innocent people as well, in the overreach lost their jobs. I don't think it's a question of whether or not you should be scraping barnacles. It's just whether or not is this person a barnacle or not.
Well, I mean, that's entirely my point. Again, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think Hassan matters, even if he gets the occasional fucking feature in the New York Times or whatever, right? I think the broader American public are thinking about far more serious things than silly internet beefs between sex pest defenders and people who went to Diddy parties and whatever, right? I don't think they give a fuck. But like, when you say things like, you know, we need to excise all these people from the party, you have to recognize that there's going to be some people through in that who see themselves in that comment, right? When Starmer turned up on stage and said, "This is not the party for you," right? He prefaced that with like, if you promote anti-Semitism and if you're this, that, and the other thing, then this isn't the party for you. But basically the entire left saw that as an attack on them and fucked off, right?
I mean, if you're asking me on this, like, I don't view the far left as being relevant to a voting base. I view them as a cancer designed to endlessly purity test Democrats and not vote for them anyways. I think that any compromise Democrats make on one thing, they'll move on to the next thing that they want, and still not do it. So you compromise on minimum wage, okay, now it's universal healthcare. You won't do it, I'm not voting. You compromise on this, it's like, okay, well, what about the war in Israel? Full ceasefire. Oh, you won't do that? I'm done now. So they're single issue voters, but they're stupid single issue voters. Like, we didn't have Hassan endorsing Kamala at all, even though she would have been infinitely better on Gaza and the entire Israel situation than Trump, because she wasn't going to be perfect. And because of that, now we have Trump in there. So they're single issue voters, but they're stupid. It's like you have one candidate who's 99% of the way with you. It's like Trump. If you love guns, you're voting for Trump. But Trump says he wants to ban bump stocks, so you know what? He's not getting my vote until he commits not to do that. It's like, well, then you're a fucking moron, because the other candidate is pretty 100% about taking away your guns. Like, that would be the type of logic that these people have. So I don't think it's worth placating them. I don't think it's worth listening to them. I think it's best to make sure that they're not known as Democrats, strip any Democratic label from them, and let them call themselves communists, and have the Democrats say, fuck you, we don't listen to you, we don't want anything to do with you, and say that publicly, and stop trying to appease them in any way whatsoever, because they don't vote anyways. It's all young kids. If you can talk to 100 senior citizens or 1,000 people under 25, I'd take the 100 senior citizens every day of the week if I was trying to get votes.
I mean, you're talking to me, and I'm 36, and you're talking to a whole bunch of people who are workers and have been for a long time, who are in fucking trade unions and so on. Like, you're talking about a huge fucking section of people, and essentially you're trying to put them all under the umbrella of some dipshit fucking early 20-year-olds that you have beef with on Twitter because you're mad at Hassan, and it's pathetic.
If they don't vote anyway, then what is your mission? If you yourself admit that they're not going to vote, then why are you trying to even bother to scrape the barnacles? They're not going to vote.
Because they make the news. right? They're the journalists that are out
So
there
then your
doing the
only
puff piece.
argument is
Okay,
that
I'll get
Hassan has
interrupted.
a
Go ahead.
puff piece, and so your argument is that Hassan has had a couple puff
A couple?
pieces. And well, so has Destiny's also been in the New York Times, hasn't he? Dylan Burns was.
Are you serious? Do you want to do a comparison?
Me and Faraday were back in the fucking day. We did.
You guys had like single digits that you're talking about. Hassan has had like 5 times in like the last 24 hours.
Your argument is that Hassan Piker might be converting our grandmothers. Our grandmothers don't fucking know who Hassan Piker is. They don't read the New York
What?
Times.
I
because the New York Times is online
I never
now, and they
said
don't know
that.
who the fuck he is.
Hold on.
I never said
I don't
that.
think.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't
he said
think
they're
that-
journalists, but they're also under 25.
No, hold on.
Who don't vote.
We're talking. I think Dan. I think
I
you're
don't think he
talking
knows
about.
who he's talking
I think
about.
you're talking about the wrong people here. Let's forget about Hassan for a second. I was actually just going to ask Vivian. I think the actual problem here, don't you think it's an issue that on the left in the alt media space, pretty much every single left-wing show except for like Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman and like some others that are not necessarily that big are all a bunch of people, Kyle Kalinske, Brianna Joy Gray, the Breaking Points with Crystal Ball, and all they do is shit on Democrats over and over and over again. And they just that's it. The Democrats suck. And Brianna Joy Gray basically openly advocates against voting for Dems. But all the other ones, they don't, all they do is they just shit on Dems constantly. And so they've created this toxic media environment. And then when fucking Alyssa Slotkin goes on to Breaking Points, she gets purity tested by Crystal Ball about are you going to call it a genocide? That's the kind of shit that is a huge issue. And I think that, I don't know if Dan cares as much about as he does. I understand, Dan, that you are upset about the fact that Twitch as a platform that reaches millions of kids basically is a-okay with anti-Semitism shit on there, and one of their largest political creators basically praises terrorist organizations, and no one does anything about it, and he does not get any kind of.
It always has been though. It wasn't a problem for Dan when it wasn't directly a fucking argument with him and Destiny, right? They've always been this fucking bad. Twitch has always had people on here talking about fucking white genocide and how we need to fucking deport all the black people and blah blah blah. I remember what it was like.
Twitch got rid of those people a long time ago, right? So now they've swung the other. They've horseshoed. I'm sorry. Yeah, but that's the thing. I feel like Hassan is he is that problem you described with all the other ones. He's part of that, right? Because can you imagine? There probably are quite a few viewers in there who go there, not as right wingers or centrist. They go in there as left leaning Democrats who might like Mamdani, or they might like Bernie's messaging, they might like AOC. But then they come out the fucking meat grinder a year later, thinking those people are class traitors or traitors to Palestine or whatever because of Hassan's rhetoric. No, that's kind of a problem. He's taking people away from the Democratic Party. That's probably the most impact he has in terms of radicalization, just to my intuition, but I don't know if anyone disagrees with that.
I think that's right. Also, the other thing too, Vivian, the people that you mentioned, the older people who are in the unions or whatever, I mean, is there any data to suggest that, maybe some of those people didn't go out and vote, but I don't think that it was necessarily because of, those people strike me more as, I guess, sort of
No, I'm saying those people vote. Those people vote. Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, though. But do those people think of themselves as communists and socialists, though? Because those are the people we're talking about.
A lot of people in trade unions would view themselves as socialists. Yeah, but
in America,
the point that I was, in America. I mean, a union, it's fine. The point I was making, though, right, is that when you talk about scraping off the barnacles, when you talk about ejecting the left from your party, when you talk about when you start getting a little fucking McCarthyist with it, right? The people who are sympathetic to those kind of views are going to see themselves in the comments that you're making. They're going to think when they say barnacles, they mean me, right? And not all of those people are the people involved in these stupid fucking internet beefs or fans of fucking Hassan or whatever, right? A significant amount of those people are workers and voters, union members, etc., 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 right? And they're going to see themselves in those comments. And when Democrats, as I assume Dan wants them to do, if Democrats start taking up Dan's rhetoric, they will lose a chunk of voters.
Well, I guess okay, just to get the covering the basic, do we agree that there are barnacles? Does this concept exist in America?
Yes.
Okay, then let's argue about who's a barnacle. Do we agree that like second thought would be a barnacle, right? Anyone disagree?
I don't know enough about him.
Do you think Bad Empanada would be a barnacle?
Yes.
Bad Empanada. Is that, at what point? I just gotta ask. Like, at what point do people think like Bad Empanada is affiliated with the Democratic Party?
No, he's not. But that's why I'm saying like if he ever started like trying to getting puff pieces and people like acting like he might be connected or doing like if it was him doing Among Us with AOC or whatever the fuck, like you would call this person a barnacle, right? I'm just making sure the concept exists, like it's conceivable, right?
So I mean, what you're talking about here is like entryism with a purpose, or at least the effect of sabotage.
Yeah,
right?
not even entry, because because they can also they can just be there to drag things down. I don't think you would deny that Bad Empanada does that,
I don't
right?
think that's
Like he's a barnacle that's already floating off into the sea and like drowning and looking weird.
I think he's a parasite on the arse of humanity. I just
Okay,
don't
yeah.
see what he has to do with the fucking
So
Democratic Party.
do we think Brianna Joy Gray is a barnacle?
Again, don't know enough about her.
Okay.
Openly advocates against voting for Democrats.
You guys know who I am.
This is
you
where
guys know who I am, but you don't know who Brianna Joy Gray is.
I know who you are because I've spoken to you a bunch of fucking times, Dan. You're a fucking rando dude from the States who hangs out with Destiny. That's
But you
what
don't
I
know who
about you.
Brianna Joy Gray is.
I know who she is. I don't
Okay,
fucking.
well, that's what he was
I
asking.
don't watch her show to know what she says.
I don't watch her
right?
show either.
Yeah,
Would
What about
Jimmy
that?
Dore
That's
Jimmy
why
Dore
I'm saying
2016 would he have been a barnacle? I'm just trying to find one.
I think the problem is that that people are making the barnacle tent too wide, right? That there
Well,
are
that's why
definitely-
he's asking you specifics.
You know, I mean, if we want to talk about barnacles, like years and years and years ago, I said, right, the Democratic Party getting involved with Twitch people in general would be a fucking bad idea, because all of us have said some fucking shit that is doesn't play particularly well on TV, right? Doesn't play particularly well for people. But like getting involved with like, if you want to talk about barnacles, like Destiny would be a fucking barnacle. Dan Saltman here would be a fucking barnacle.
Oh, okay. So
right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
these people have said things publicly that are going to absolutely trash the reputation of anyone running for fucking office that's
not what
connected
this
to them.
is
No,
about.
there's a difference.
How is it not? They're going to stop people voting for the Democratic Party. They're associated with these fucking
retarded,
degenerates.
stupid, horrible political shit. There is a difference between saying stupid, retarded shit and saying stupid, retarded political shit, right? We have all said stupid, retarded shit, but when it's cloaked in politics, it's different. It has a different impact. So Dan can say some dumb fucking shit. I don't know him that well. I'm sure he has. I can say some dumb fucking shit, but when that dumb fucking shit is solely based in politics and a political message, it hits different.
Okay, I think I know. Okay, just 1 second before I go to the bathroom. I think there's a good summary here then. It seems like we all agree that barnacles exist on the Democratic Party. There are people who try to use the Democratic Party to further a goal, but actually all they're doing is they're attaching themselves to it like ticks or barnacles and just dragging it down and weighing it. It seems to be quite a lot of us agree that someone like Brianna Joy Gray would be this kind of person, or Jimmy Dore 2016 would be this kind of person. I'm pretty sure Hassan is this as well. I don't think that's difficult, but maybe someone disagrees. Vivian obviously wants the party to be more left-wing, and that's why she'll say that Dan and Destiny are barnacles. So that's the issue, right? Yeah.
No, it's not because I want them to be more left wing, right? I do want the Democratic Party to be more left wing. I'm not going to pretend I don't, right? But even if they stay the relatively ineffective liberal dipshits that they are now, they're still better than Trump. I think last time we spoke, it was like, maybe it was me and you, maybe I was speaking with somebody else. But it was like, I was pressed on like, what would I have said in the last election? I would have said vote Kamala. Obviously vote Kamala. Like, fucking Trump is a maniac. He's a lunatic. He's a fascist. Like, if you only have these two choices, you've got to fucking vote Democrat, right?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So just to double check. So say someone like Mike from PA, and you ignore that. Just say someone who says, fuck Kamala, don't vote for her. She's too genocide, Holocaust Harris. And when she loses, like, I'm happy that she lost. let's say a hypothetical lefty pro-Pally said that, would that person be a barnacle? Like Mike from PA?
I mean, sure, yeah, by the definition that we use.
Yes, okay, that's fine.
No, it would
Okay.
be somebody who's like hampering the Democratic Party's chances of being elected.
Yeah.
How much they actually affect it, I think, is a matter of some debate. But yeah, obviously.
Okay, so we know they exist. We're just disagreeing on who they are. Okay,
but I don't
cool.
know how these are even technically barnacles. Like,
the response to them should be proportionate to the amount of power they have. I think that's my biggest deal, right? Because like the response to MAGA from our side seems to be disproportionate. It seems to be that we cared less about MAGA than we do about quote unquote barnacles. We're giving them an outsized portion of our attention.
You should care more about.
We're almost boosting them, right? Like we're giving them a bigger microphone by spending so much time.
Some of the fucking people who follow those barnacles are still gonna vote Democrat, right? I just don't even see it as like that much of an issue. It's certainly not more of an issue than like getting the Democrats to actually stop being ineffective dipshits. Right?
I think that the online media environment that is in the alt-right space, or the alt-right space, in the online alternative media sphere, all being like full of people on the left who just hate Democrats and don't advocate for voting for them, is a huge problem. And like, I'm going to also disagree with what you said, Vivian, about like Democratic politicians appealing to like Twitch people or online people or whatever. I think that the fact that they took so long to do it and that they didn't do it was a huge mistake, because people like Charlie Kirk and his going to college campuses and appealing to the youth and like the whole right wing like alt media sphere was like a huge thing that helped. And I think that the fact that the Democrats don't have that, and instead that space
so
is
how do they do it? How do they do it?
Socialists.
Because the problem that you have, right, is that I said specifically about Twitch and some of these larger creators, all right? You take Vosh and the fucking lollycock horse penis nonsense, right? You take Dan and Destiny and all the fucking sex pestery, right? There's a whole bunch of shit there that like you could put that person out on a right-wing debate circuit and they'd do fucking amazing because the right don't give a shit, right? But you put that in you associate that to a Democratic politician who's trying to get elected, and it really would fucking hurt them, because the left have fucking morals and standards, right? Even liberals, as much as I think you guys are fucking wrong, I think liberals in general care about like fucking equal rights, decency, fucking, you know, all sorts of things that we would agree on, right? And, things that would, if you look at a Democratic politician and standing next to him is a person who's committed multiple sex offenses, you as a Democratic voter are going to be fucking disgusted. You're going to be like, no, what the fuck is this? You know, you might still vote for them out of necessity, but you're not going to like it.
I honestly, I don't know like the extent to which that necessarily matters in terms of like winning over the kids or whatever. Like, I mean, like, yeah, I half agree with you, but I would have to like find some sort of data or whatever to like.
But apparently the kids don't fucking vote, right?
Well, no, I mean, they
definitely
don't,
older
but
people are going to be really fucking upset by it.
I mean, it depends on the older people. I think it depends. The problem here, though, is that like at the same time you can say that, but also like people like Destiny have been super effective because he was the one that did that canvassing shit. Now, obviously, that was before that all this stuff came out, but at the same time, like,
I mean, it was after some other pretty fucking abominable behavior, but
well,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like the dude was not without his controversies at the time that he did that, and like I mean, it sucks that it was far leftists that tanked his whole thing in Omaha when he was trying to get like a liberal progressive person elected for mayor there, and like it got tanked because local politics is insane. Like, I mean, like the Georgia canvassing stuff and all that canvassing stuff that like with Progressive Victory and all of that stuff.
Sorry,
like,
why did it get
it was a long time ago. Because
who did that? That was Mark Gudgel was running. He was kind of like a normal Democrat, and that thing got nuked. Why did that happen?
Because of purity testing, it got nuked by purity testers on the far left who basically dug up a bunch of shit that Destiny said.
Well, what was They dug up a bunch of shit that Destiny
And I-
said. So what was the actual fucking contention?
Yeah, but the problem with that is that like they basically ensured that the Republicans.
So we should
won.
hide it. We should
No,
hide it. We should cover.
Destiny wasn't
we should
running.
cover-
Destiny wasn't the candidate. Destiny
Doesn't
wasn't
matter.
the candidate.
Doesn't matter.
They dug up shit and fucked the candidate that would have been objectively better than the Republican.
The candidate is a fucking idiot for not screening the people that he's fucking working with.
That
You should
doesn't mean that
vet
he
these
is still
fucking
better than the
people,
Republican.
and then you wouldn't be
shouldn't-
working with somebody like Destiny, would you?
Shouldn't allow fascism to take hold because you don't like the person that the candidate happens to be.
It's not about not
working.
liking somebody, okay?
It
It's
was
about the
about not liking
it's about the
Let's be
values.
honest. This is all
it's
about,
about-
who we like and who we don't like. This is online politics. It's about who we like the least, right? It's about I like this person.
I don't
more than
fucking
like
I don't fucking like any of them, okay? I don't like the Democrats. I don't like Destiny. I don't like Trump, okay? I don't like fucking I like most of this space is toxic as shit and full of total fucking assholes, right?
Yeah, that's why we're trying to evict people like you, so you don't have any say and you don't make any noise and you don't speak for us or anything like that. So that's
I'm not
that's like my whole
claiming
goal.
I'm not claiming to speak for you.
Yeah, but you
I
kind of
think-
do when the articles about Hassan are coming on the New York Times and things like that. Yeah, you
I already
people
said
kind of do.
Hassan's
So
a
that's
fucking. I already said Hassan's a fucking idiot, and you should have probably voted Kamala in the last election, right? Like, I don't know why you're trying to fucking associate.
yeah, but
me
you're
with
just a
that
different. You're just a
dipshit.
different type of Hassan. That's all.
Am I? Okay. In what fucking way?
Well, I mean, you just said that Republicans and Democrats are the same.
No, I fucking didn't.
No, she didn't say that, but
it was okay to kill a
Open your
candidate
fucking ears, Dan.
person you didn't like.
Okay, sorry.
Which is insane.
That's my
It's
bad.
insane to blame to assign Destiny's bullshit, the shady shit that he's done, the shady shit he's said, and use it to tank a viable candidate that could have beat a much worse outcome.
yeah, like that.
Yeah,
Mark
okay.
Gudgel was a
Okay,
great candidate.
when we ask, like, I'm gonna have to do Britpol because like this is the only fucking analogy I can think of. Maybe Lonerbox can help me out here, right? When we ask why did Corbyn lose the 2019 election, okay, and people say, oh well, Jeremy Corbyn was smeared by the press and backstabbed by his own fucking party, right? Those people get very rightly fucking mocked, okay? They get shat on. Because these things might be true. It might be true that Jeremy Corbyn was smeared by the press. It might be true that he was backstabbed by his own fucking party. But he was the fucking candidate. He was the prime minister at the fucking time. Sorry, not the prime minister, the fucking leader of the leader of the Labour Party at the fucking time. Right? And he could not get his own fucking house in order. He did not know how to react to the press, right? It was his fucking responsibility to run this campaign. He was leading it. Okay? And it is the same for that fucking Democratic candidate who should have vetted the fucking people that he's working with. You know these people are out there. There's always going to be fucking anti-fans out there.
So where do
Even
you
if
draw the line,
Destiny was
Chris?
the best
Where do you draw
person
the
in the
line? Where do you
fucking
draw the
world.
line?
Yeah, but that's not the
still do
issue.
that.
That's not the issue with.
Kamala. Destiny
Play
supported
fuck,
Kamala. If Destiny
So
was
did
Kamala's
I.
campaign,
So did I, but I'm a barnacle who needs to be
according to
scraped.
your logic,
Yeah, but that's
according
not
to your
the
logic,
that's not the issue with.
voted for Kamala.
That's not the issue with the Gudgel thing, right? So with Corbyn, let's say, for example, the story of him laying the wreath for the fucking Palestinian terrorists from the Munich massacre. Okay, yeah, of course you would expect the right to dig up a story like that. They love it. My question would be that, let's say that story was unearthed from within, from a Labour Liberal candidate or group. You'd wonder, what was the purpose of them doing that?
I mean,
you know?
who knows? It might have been, given everything that was going on.
Okay, so with
right?
the Mark Gudgel thing, why do you think a bunch of lefties decided to unearth and like to spread around the stuff about Destiny with the Rittenhouse comments or whatever? Why do you think they did that? What were they trying to achieve?
I think the vast majority of them would have done it to spite Destiny.
All right, I'm just checking. So
what do you mean? What do you mean? Just checking?
As in, like, if you were in charge of them, like if it was your decision, because you were making it sound earlier like, oh, you just shouldn't hide stuff. Well, not really. It's just that you have to, like, if you have a purpose of doing that, my guess is the only purpose in doing that and being part of a group doing that would be that to let the Republican win, because there's no left candidate, I think, challenging at that time. Was there?
I mean, I would have brought it up. I would have brought it up to the candidate. I would have said, here's all this fucking horrible shit that has happened in the past. It's going to fuck your campaign if you're seen to be associated with this person. You should not associate with this person.
So they
you should kick them before it arises and bites you in the ass, right? But I don't think that you can. I don't think that you can sit there and complain about these barnacles, because it doesn't fucking matter if you try and scrape off the fucking barnacles. Those people would have done what they did to Destiny's fucking canvassing campaign, regardless of whether or not you're scraping off the fucking barnacles, right? They would have still done it. It is your responsibility running the fucking campaign to make sure that the people that you're associated with don't have that ammunition, right? They don't have that shit against their name.
Well,
right?
that's not the point about the barnacles. The point about barnacles is that they are obviously more damaging from within, right? Because that's the problem. That if they're on the outside, then it's whatever. Because that's what I think. I think there is a level of popular online leftism in the U.S. that has gone to a point now where they are so disconnected and so vitriolic towards the Democratic Party and towards what the Democrats stand for.
So anti-democrat.
They should be in a different party. They should be alongside the Libertarians, getting 5% of the vote and crying. That's where they should be. But when they go into the Democratic Party or when they go near it, then you get this problem where, and this is why I think Hassan is a good candidate, because I can say quite clearly that he has this function of taking otherwise Democrat voters and social democrats and liberals at an early stage and pushing them away into being a barnacle. And I know that because he says that's what he wants to do. He says his ambition is to drag people with a lighter form of propaganda to bring them towards being basically fucking fleshlights for terrorists.
Get them while they're young.
Basically being leftists, yeah. that's what he would say, right? He would say he's trying to push them towards being leftist.
Well,
Hassan's a fucking idiot.
Houthi fundamentalism with leftist characteristics.
Houthi fundamentalism.
Yeah.
I don't think Hassan is smart enough to know what Houthi fundamentalism is, and I think some of the rhetoric that gets thrown around about him by Dan in the school and by you just now, I think is patently fucking ridiculous. I think it's well over the top.
You don't think he glazes Houthis?
Oh my God. He absolutely does glaze Houthis, but there is a way that we can get rid of the barnacles and at the same time make sure that we're still addressing the actual real world threat that has real power, right?
Yeah.
This yes and no thing, this either or thing is insane. We can do both.
Can I hold on. I just need to bring up one thing because I don't know if he has a lot of time. Dan, listen, the Hassan fan that's in the waiting room, he promises that he will not bring up any snarker shit. He actually wanted to have a substantive discussion with you.
Okay, hold on before you bring Teuton in here.
Oh, I'm not going to bring Teuton in until Lorna says we're
before
talking. I just wanted to mention that.
I just want to say something because I'm really busy right now. I just want to say something really, really fast. I think that everybody should have a specific role in this, fight to improve society. If there are people that want to fight radical leftists that are clearly just trying to sabotage the movement towards, progressivism or whatever, then if there's a person that can effectively fight against them, let them do that. If there's a person that can effectively fight against MAGA or fascism or the extreme right wing, then they should do that. I think everybody should have a specific role. You can see, for example, that Gavin Newsom is really effective against MAGA because he's just nuking them with mocking them on the internet and making sure that they're getting screwed. And then there's people that know, for example, Dan knows how to try to get the leftists to actually form rank against something that is objectively bad. Now, I think the most effective weapon against the horseshoe is actual policy. What I can say, for example, from the politics in my country, we have the extreme right wing, which is the AfD, and we have a left wing party, Die Linke, and they in the recent in the recent federal election, they booted out the social conservative economic left wing in quotation marks party, because they went and they campaigned and they helped people on the streets. They went on the streets and talked to the people that are really frustrated with the government, that are mad at the government for the things that have happened, why they are living basically like the government doesn't care about them. They go to those people and they help them, be it with social services or be it actual monetary help, financial help, going there, telling them what policies.
I agree with you, but we can't do policy in the United States until we fucking win an election, and until we fucking win an election big, because we
You
basically
could promise some policy.
I mean, the
might
thing
have helped
is,
you
with
win the
elections,
last election if you did that.
I know you guys are always talking about
I'm really busy, Maritza. I need to go. I'm sorry.
In this case, this is specifically.
Loner box,
Can I just
new goal?
Stop. Americans don't care about policy. We don't. When it comes to our
Maritza,
elections,
can I just finish my point?
We don't care about policy. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, the thing is, the election already has happened for you, right? And one thing that populists are really fucking shit at, they're really fucking shit at governing. Populists are really fucking shit at governing. And people notice this. And the people notice that Trump is not doing anything to improve their life. The people are mad at him. His popularity is falling.
It doesn't change how they vote. That's why you can put a piece of paper in front of Americans and say, and they will answer.
Populists are their own.
We want reproductive rights. We want voting rights. We want all of these things, but then they'll go vote for MAGA because in America we don't vote with our brains. We vote with our hearts. That's why I'm saying, I get that we want to get rid of Hassan, but there is a time and place. When something like the Kirk shooting happens, that is the time for us to look at MAGA and address the emotions that they have on that side. Those emotions that have been building for 50 fucking years, way before Twitch was anybody even knew that the internet could be a thing, right?
I understand that.
Anger and it doesn't respond to policy. If it did, the Democrats would have won every election for the past 50 years, and we don't, because that's not how we do it in America. We're not smart.
What they don't people.
Oh, you wouldn't have won the last one.
People in America don't care about what actions you do, but they do care about rhetoric. I agree with you in that sense. The thing is, if you can combine the rhetoric with policies, it would be so much stronger. It would be so much stronger.
What you're arguing for me now, with going out and speaking to people on the street and sorting out the problem, that is populism.
Yes, there's left-wing populism. I agree.
Right. So you're saying right-wing populism doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm talking about right-wing populism.
Sure.
Yeah. The thing is that, let's say, right-wing populists are shit at governing. People realize this, and you can use that to increase your momentum. You can use that to increase your momentum to actually boot them out of government big time.
No, I think if you want to increase the momentum, you have to increase the emotion. And it sounds horrible, but you have to make them understand that fear is real and that there are things they should be afraid of. And it's not Hassan converting grannies. Sorry, Dan. Not right now. It's not Hassan converting grannies. It's the fact that they're deploying troops on our streets.
Yeah, it's fucking
you guys
fascist authoritarian takeovers, fucking
Hi,
anti-trans, anti-lefty pogrom.
Sorry, Mina. I love you, Mina.
You guys have one more minute to do the poll to decide who gets the boot. Okay. There's a poll in chat.
Make a new goal, make a new goal, make a new goal. Make a new goal.
Loner, the fact that I'm on one of the options is fucking annoying, motherfucker. I didn't even stand it. I wasn't even here.
Yeah.
It's because you're Arab, Seth.
Like, what the fuck?
That's
I came
right,
here to defend my Jewish brother, okay? We need, peace in the Middle East.
Peace in the Middle East would be lovely.
Yeah, and supporting people like Hassan Piker isn't the way to get it.
Israel should definitely think about it.
Yeah. Don't ask anyone else to stop, eh? Just let them fucking keep going while Israel puts their arms down. Fuck me.
That's not what I fucking said, Lonabox.
I know it's not what you said, but that's the implication of the entire left-wing policy on Israel-Palestine. They just want Israel to stop, and everyone else, like, well, they'll stop when Israel stops. Hopefully, maybe. They've said the opposite, but
yeah, I don't.
Am I wrong?
I wouldn't expect them to.
Who is voting for Sev? Sev literally hasn't said anything.
No one voted for Sev. Hang on, wait. The poll is. I think the poll's closed. No, we'll close the poll in a minute. It's got a few new voters.
I'm gonna get so screwed. I don't even need to look at the poll. I know what your audience is like.
It's a strong pie chart. You know what my audience is like? What, Jewish? I'm joking. That's a joke. All right. Vivian, it's been nice having you. It's been nice chatting to you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it again.
Take care, boys. All right. Bye-bye.
All right, Teuton. Dan,
no, Teuton's not coming. Teuton's not coming in. I don't think Dan's up for.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, let Dan answer for himself.
All right.
No, I'm not dealing with like these snark people. No, this is like.
Oh,
stupid.
all right. Yeah, he promised that he wasn't going to bring that up and that he wanted to have a substantive debate. But I understand
that's like having me
in
That's like me promising not to talk about Hassan or Twitch. It's about the same level of.
Okay, you know what? His argument actually. What'd you say, Maruzi?
I said at least he's self-aware. I give you props for being self-aware, Dan.
Yeah, listen, you know what his argument was going to be? His argument was that he was upset about the fact that you are that basically you have allies and people like Elon Musk. His argument was basically just going to be that you are like being willing to align with fascist people in order to fight against Twitch. I think that was basically what he was going to say. I mean, I could probably make his argument better than he could.
Listen, I'm willing to ally with Israel to fight against fucking Hamas and mix, okay? Fuck Hamas, right? I wouldn't ally myself with Baby, but I will ally myself with some right wingers in this country, just so we can get rid of people like Hamas. Okay.
Base.
Also, I wouldn't say that I'm allied with any of these people. I would say that I haven't purity tested them to the point where I won't talk to them anymore. Like Asmongold in Tectone and a lot of other people have radically different views on many issues than me. Like, even you have to understand there's people out there that are single issue voters, right? There's people that they're the only thing they care about. The reason they will vote for you or not vote for you is if you're pro-life or pro-choice. That's it. That one thing, that is their one thing. So I can't purity test every person that I talk to. I have to try and be normal, find things that we agree on, try to make positive change in my party, hopefully make positive change in their party as well, so that regardless of what happens, something beneficial is happening. But just saying, you're the enemy, you're the enemy, you're the enemy, I'm not going to talk to you is stupid. And it gives nobody an off-ramp whatsoever for them to be better moving forward.
Okay, but that seems to be what you're willing to do.
Really? So when you say that I'm working with Elon Musk, how is that? How am I working with Elon Musk?
You're giving grace to Asmongold and Teuton. And we say, okay, if you want to give grace, if you want to have those conversations, then also give it to Hassan, right? Like when you're only giving it, only giving it to the right and not to the left, it seems like you're aligning with the right against the left. When I would like to not align with either of them, right?
Oh, well, see, that's where
you're trying to make the same argument there for Hassan, though. Remember when we watched the Conduit video and he's like talking about Epstein and he starts talking about Clinton, right? Like,
I was just gonna say here, like really quickly, that I do not view, and you guys can say differently, and I'll disagree with you. I think Asmongold has certainly gotten a little bit more extreme lately, and maybe even Tectone a little bit. Yeah, I could say that is fair, but I do not qualify them as Nazis. Okay, that would be a far right person is like a Nazi or a white supremacist. That's the far right, and the far left to me is like tankies and communists of that level. The people that would put out a video like, was Israel behind this attack? So that's Hassan on one side, and on the other side is Nazis. So I deal with people on the middle all the time, centrist, a little bit far of right, a little bit to the left. All that type of is fine, but none of the people that you've said, Tectone or Asmongold, they are not Nazis. They are not white supremacists. I don't believe that.
I'm gonna have to disagree on that Asmongold part. Tectone, I don't know much about. Asmongold tried to be in a Nazi and got backlash for it, and then backtracked. Like he legit.
Asmongold's audience is full of far right people.
Fuck his audience. He himself.
I would have to. I haven't seen anything yet that's convinced me that he's a Nazi.
What if he goes around saying these people are from an inferior culture, so why the fuck should we care about their deaths or how they get killed or whatnot? That is very adjacent to being a Nazi and very close. He's not that far. He just needed to say, I'm genetically superior, and that's all that was left. The only reason he backtracked is because he got backlash for it.
Well, we don't know.
Like Asmongold talking about putting people on a list because they told the truth about Charlie Kirk. Like,
if you don't listen, can we at least, Dan? Can we at least say that Asmongold is maybe we can say Asmongold's like kind of dumb and he's just repeating what he sees in the mega. But can we at least say that
you guys are trying? This is like,
hold on. Can we at least say Asmongold is pushing fascist talking or like pushing fascism? If you don't want to call him a Nazi.
The thing with Asmongold is that he is like, he's like flirting with like fascism at best, at most generous to him. Yeah, like celebrating when people get fucking deported, even though they haven't committed crimes and shit like that.
Yeah, that shit's fucked up for sure.
He's not in the same wing as like, but he's not in the same wing as like your Fuenteses and like people like that, right? These are a bit different.
No, no, but he's absolutely he's fascist.
Maybe I'm seeing something different because that was the group of inferior people he was talking about. He legit said this group of people are inferior, so it's okay if they die. That's
no, he did, and
that's like the worst thing he said out of everything he's done, and he only backtracked it because he got backlash. I said, and I remember this. Remember, we had this conversation, Loner, where we said, "Oh, if he changes his behavior, I believe his apology." He didn't change his behavior. He kept going on doing the same thing. He just didn't call people inferior anymore because he knew that is super like crossing the red line. But we both know he still fucking believes it if he keeps on the same behavior.
Do you think Hassan's on the same level as Asmongold on the other way?
Absolutely, on the other way. Absolutely.
Okay, good. I agree.
Everyone is talking about this as a point of principle, but I mean.
But I think Hassan's farther, but that's fine.
It's going to happen. You know, the man with the biggest bully pulpit in the world has chosen to notice Hassan. Everyone on the right has gone mad, essentially. They're going to do this. Frankly, I would rather they focused their crazy attention on Hassan, who I'd like to see gone anyway, rather than just going after random people.
They're not going to stop at just Hassan.
No, they're not. They're not.
They're coming after all of us.
Yeah, but they're not going to stop anyway. You know, you can't stop this. We cannot reason these people out of going on their mad, crazy, the left are all evil and need to be purged. I would rather channel it towards people I'd like to see gone anyway, because
you can say that, but it doesn't matter because they're just gonna.
Wait. Your implication is if they're gonna do violence anyway, we should encourage them to do violence to this group of people. That is not the point I want to make. The point I am trying to make is there are people that we should not be associated with on the left, but the rest of us, sane people, some of which are Hassan viewers, should all be included in attacking the people with real power. Right? And we can do that at the same time that we get rid of the barnacles. But no, I'm not cool with being like, oh, hey, if they're going to be violent, let's just make sure that they're violent towards that group of people.
I don't want them to be violent. No. I think they're on a mad... You know, they have discovered the joy of cancel culture once again, and so they're going to try to purge social media and Twitch and Christ knows what else. The thing is, absolutely nothing I or any of you or anyone else says can stop this. This is entirely happening in their head in a mad echo chamber run by the richest man in the world who is egging it on. The best we can do is hope that there's a silver lining to the damage, because it's going to happen, and it's just unfortunate.
I mean, like, on the one hand, like, yeah, they are going to keep doing it. But on the other hand, like, I don't know that Like it's more likely what they're going to do is they're going to make a bunch of people's lives worse. And some of these people are going to be like innocent people, like that Charlie Kirk list shit. A lot of that is just bullshit. That like anybody who said anything, it's not just people celebrating Charlie Kirk. It's even just people who point out the fact that there's more right-wing violence than left-wing violence, and they get put on that fucking list.
But like, just because they're going to do it anyway doesn't mean that we should embrace the fact that they're going to do it to a particular group of people that we don't like. Like, that's very dangerous because that will just give them more power to do it to the rest of us.
They're also they're not,
but like there's also something to be said for just like having principles and being like, I would rather have those people somewhat fight with me to whatever extent they will than to say like, oh hey, not me, I'm one of the good ones, go get that lefty.
Yeah, I would rather that. The thing is that like it doesn't, none of this matters at the end of the day. It doesn't even matter, like, really to the right. It doesn't matter what we do to the tankies or whatever. They are always gonna, like, I don't know how old everybody here is, but I'm old as fuck, and I remember the Bush years and I remember the Obama years, and for as long as I can remember, Republicans have called Democrats socialists and communists. Sometimes they've even called them fascists. In fact, this goes back to even before I was born. This association of the Democrats with like saying that they're soft on communism during the Cold War. This is a thing, even when we're just talking about garden variety liberals. Like, and like you can still see that today. If you go on a debate panel or you watch any debate panel that has fucking Andrew Wilson on it, this guy will just blatantly come out like he doesn't care about the distinctions. To him, everybody on the left is all commies and fucking, like, there's no difference between any of us to him and to the rest of the conservatives. So like it doesn't, like, that doesn't matter. Like MAGA is kind of like a lost cause in that regard. Like, we're not going to convince them of anything. Like, I think that it's good in order to, like, for normies or whatever, and to like bring young voters to have a better media environment on the left. But I don't think that like and also like this purge and cancel culture thing is going to affect a whole bunch. It's going to hit every, like, a fuckload of people who don't deserve it, and those people are potentially going to lose their jobs.
But that's like it shouldn't be looked at through the lens of like how MAGA will behave. It shouldn't be like that, right? It's more, it's like with someone who let's say some guy gets fucking, his partner breaks up with him, and then a year later you're like telling him he should like go to the gym more, or like keep up or focus on his career or whatever. And he's like, okay, yeah, because maybe that'll get her back. It's like, no, you fucking idiot. You do that for yourself. You do that on principle. You do that because it's good for you, not because it'll like influence the behavior of someone else who's like long gone. It's the same with MAGA, right? Like, it doesn't matter what happens to Hassan or the left or Democrats or tankies, like with regards to what MAGA does. MAGA will do the same shit regardless. People in the Democrats should be rooting out or sweeping off the barnacles or whatever for their own benefit, not for
exactly. That's what I'm
MAGA
saying. We shouldn't do it because of MAGA. We should do it because that we need to get better, or like we need to like do better in the alt media online space. And also like, we don't want these people in our movement because that they are not like they're not part of us, you know, like and they don't want the same things that we do.
Just this whole thing reminds me of this stupid fucking thing we have in Israel where you have Belen and you have Ram. Ram is actually working with other parties, willing to work with other parties. And then there's the fucking virtue signaling retards, Beled, who are like, no, we will never work with you. This is an occupation. We boycott everything. Like, they have power. They get votes. They get seats. And they don't do anything with it because they don't give a fuck. And that's pretty much what you're having to deal with on the left here. Some fucking retards that don't really give a shit and just like to fucking spout bullshit that doesn't help anybody, and it actually just like benefits the party you're supposed to be pushing against.
So I agree with all of that. And to be clear, I mean, I think the Democrats should have jettisoned Hassan, and people, well, Mike is the obvious one, in his orbit long ago, because they've always been massive liabilities and frankly crazy people. And the argument that, well, they have huge audiences and they can direct people towards the Democrats isn't really true. I think, to be honest, on balance, they have convinced more people not to vote Democrat than to vote in that direction. So there's literally no good reason for keeping him around. My point with this is, again, we're talking about principle, whereas I'm talking about simple reality. This is going to happen. Absolutely nothing, anything, anyone in here does or says is going to stop it from happening. I will not castigate Dan for attempting to shine a light onto Hassan, because frankly he should have been gone long ago, and if this is what gets him gone, then fine. I'm not
But Dan's
encouraging
doing something different than what Meg are doing, though. I would argue. I hope Dan is doing something different than what Meg are doing.
Yeah,
I don't really pay that much attention to Twitter or like know necessarily what Dan is doing, but like I do see Hassan saying things like, you know, I hate Tucker Carlson, he's a white supremacist, but everything he says for the next 5 minutes is fire. Right. So I kind of like I just like when we're talking about fighting against Hassan specifically, I don't find the argument of like you're giving too much grace to right wingers that compelling when it comes to Dan, but I also haven't seen exactly what he's doing. So
I think he's a bit soft on Asmund Golden Tech Tone. Dan.
Well, I mean,
Just a
and I'm
little
like,
bit.
you say that,
yes,
if you say
but it sort of feels like Hassan has set that rule of engagement with his own behavior, I guess, is what I'm getting at. That makes sense. But maybe that's a bad argument too. I don't know.
I just, I guess I sign up that like I'm never gonna have the perfect ally, and imperfect allies. If I have a goal, which is to change one of the most foundational social media sites that that affects kids, from, in Dan Clancy's words, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. If I want to have the ability to shape that, that I should be focused on that goal. And being focused on that goal means sometimes having imperfect allies to get that accomplished. I don't think that means that, I'm going to cookouts with these guys, and I'm not pushing any of their narratives. And I've had no communication with Elon or any of these other accounts that have, retweeted me or something along those lines. I don't think anything gets accomplished by me being like, how dare this person retweet me? I hate this person. They're worse than this person. And that might be the case with some of these people that have retweeted me, because there's been Nazis that have retweeted my post against Hassan, and I understand that is bad, and those people are worse than Hassan. But like, what is it accomplish for me to go out and do that? If the goal of this is to have a safer Twitch that is more respectful to all people and not just those that are on the left-wing political spectrum, I think that, me trying to attack everyone that doesn't fit my purity test does nothing. It literally
Okay. I feel like I can, to make a few more of your arguments. To me, I will speak for you. Fuck. Because one is you don't, because you're not in a position to grow any of these people. That's one. Okay. And it also seems to be that if these guys can spread some word that influences the behavior on Twitch, then I don't really know what they would do afterwards that would I don't know, you've created a monster or anything. But now that Elon Musk has his eyeballs on it, is there maybe not a fear of something like Asmund or Tectone or people like Elon have too much influence over the switch over at Twitch, that what you actually get is just the other flip sides? How would you feel if Elon was actually able to influence the behavior on Twitch, and then Dan Clancy's gone, Hassan probably gets banned, but now Elon controls Twitch? Or something like that.
Yes, that's a great question. So here's, and I've thought about this too, and the question is, what's worse, okay, in the scope of things? Is it a site that is so blatantly one-sided that they're only allowing, let's say that you are...
Stop fucking vaping! Who's doing that? Jay Wallace. Okay, I'm gonna mute you. God damn it.
So the question is what's worse? Is it a site that's like a blue sky, if you will, where only one side of political narrative, social narratives, etc. is allowed, and if you go against that, you get banned? Is that worse? Imagine for myself or my children or other people that, might be Jewish or, share similar things with me. What's more dangerous in the world? Is it a platform that's kind of loosely, barely moderated, with the exception of only really insane hate speech? Is that worse? Or is it the Care Bear, Hassan can call Jews inbred all day, every day, going on years. You can ban Israel, email signups for a year silently and kind of not apologize. Hold on. I've let you guys talk quite a bit. So hold on a second. So in my mind, I would say that there's a line to be thought about there. And I think that I believe it's more dangerous to only allow your children to be indoctrinated into far left into far left politics and tanky stuff only, and that's what is your only option by default on Twitch. On Twitch, Hassan is pushed pretty much predominantly. The CEO is on record saying that he's a fan of him. He's on the homepage. I can't even name who is the next political streamer because of the dominance that he's had as a result of Twitch's protection. So I think that's dangerous. Yeah, it's Mike from PA, sure, right.
On the other side of that is Elon Musk, who not only runs around doing Nazi salutes, controls the largest social media platform, and was next door to the presidency, who destroyed our bureaucracy, who cut all of all of our internal structures and our institutions. It would be like Hassan on meth running the presidency on the other side. Now, I'm not saying
we have left people on Twitter though. They're not banned off Twitter.
Whoa, wait, stop. Simple question. Wait, you got stop. Hey, stop. Gonna narrow it. Just make it a simple question. Would it be worth getting rid of Dan Clancy if Elon Musk took charge afterwards of Twitch?
It totally depends on. Well, first off, I don't want Elon Musk to take control of it. I want Amazon to put you know what I want? I want it to be run like a normal fucking company. You notice how I'm not like complaining about Facebook every day or about Threads? It's because they're run like companies designed to maximize shareholder profits. Twitch is somehow completely insulated themselves. I don't understand. They have made the worst business decisions of all time, all to protect Hassan. It is wild. So what do I want? I want Amazon to install a businessman to run the company and make decisions that make sense business-wise. I don't want it being run political at all. I want Twitter like it was before Elon bought it. So if they can go to that, yes.
Do you think that there is a specific time and place where you go after people like Hassan? That would be the other half of that question that I was getting to, right? That we agreed that we should go after Hassan. Is there a time and place to do that?
Is there a time and place to go after Hassan?
Or to not go after Hassan, or to take a break?
No, I don't think so. No, I think now is a good time to. I think now is a fantastic time to go after him. It's gonna be a hell of a lot more difficult if things are in another way. Like Hassan, the day before Charlie Kirk got shot, was saying that Fuentes, that someone from Haas's and Jackson Hinkle's party should take care of him, take him out, or something along those lines. What do you say exactly? Do you have it on hand, Leonard?
No, I don't. I haven't even heard of that one. Wait, what?
Wait, hold on. What is it?
The day before Charlie Kirk got shot, Hassan said something. Let's see. Has Aldin motherfuckers. Let's see if I can find this.
Wait, how did you say Has Aldin?
That's like the American Communist Party.
They're called Has Aldin.
That's infrared.
You're talking about infrared, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were doing like a play on words with Hassan and the Izaldin Al-Qassam Brigades or some shit. I don't know. Okay, whatever.
No. I'm going to try and find this clip for you, but it's either the day before or 2 days before this. Hassan was on stream and essentially talking about Fuentes, and essentially the cliff notes of this, and someone will find the clip in case I'm mistaken here with my memory, was, I hope one of these Has Al-Din motherfuckers, meaning Infrared's party, the American Communist Party, which is a splinter of the the normal Communist Party, whatever it is, will take care of Fuentes, essentially. I'll try to look for the exact quote of where it is.
Yeah, all the
I'm
context.
Sure it's on.
All the context.
No, I think it's important. But so yeah, I think that there's a little bit of let's see, I'm sure I can find this.
God, this is so fucking embarrassing. Look at this. What's this fucking video title? Charlie Kirk, a Socrates without a trial. Dude. That is.
Wait, what? Whose video is that?
Le Philosophe. He's got like fucking vaporwave Edgar Allan Poe in the background. Fucking Nietzsche. Oh God.
Who is that dude?
It's like some little channel. I don't even know why it's popping up.
Maybe
they're not even. He's actually French. Oh God. A Socrates without a trial.
Here it is. It's not from the most.
Maybe j'ai
I think I know what
gardé.
you're talking about, Dan.
Here's the clip. Don't mind where it came from, but whatever.
Oh, okay.
I disavow the author of the Twitter. How about that, right?
No, we gotta,
But it's an update.
the
Update's
moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Haz al Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive. Let him fight.
Are you sharing it in Discord, Loner?
No, I'm not.
We don't get to watch it.
Just unmute the stream.
I don't know. This sounds more like he wants. In the first half, it sounds more like he wants them to take the heat off things. Like he wants them to start fighting on, like, internet fighting. I don't know if it's about violence, but let's see.
All of Fuentes' videos are like that. The first 30 seconds sounds
not
incredibly
Fuentes, yeah.
reasonable.
Oh, yeah. Good one.
No, we gotta, the moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Haz al Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive. Let him fight. Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it? The Albanian dude.
Yeah, that's nothing to me. That's nothing. That's just.
I think Haz.
And then there was the day before, or sorry, it was literally the day before that Hassan retweeted a post saying, so you can get that close to the president. I can find that one for you.
Yeah, I think on the scale of Hashandas, that's a 2, maybe at most.
Here you go, Loner.
Where are we? All right.
I mean, if we want to go down the Hassan does calls for political violence.
No, I mean the fucking Shinzo Abe gun is a thing. This humor a bit close to the sun. But this was after he died, wasn't it? Yeah.
No, that was before.
Before.
The day before.
For protesters to get removed from a DC restaurant. All right.
And then Hassan retweeted the top part. So you can get that close to the president, huh?
Hassan doesn't or hasn't advocated for political violence. My point is MAGA is the bigger threat. And I don't see enough of us lining up against MAGA. And I understand.
I've already explained this.
I know. I think that we just have an unresolvable disagreement. And it annoys me that people don't see MAGA as the bigger threat because I feel like it is just terminally online to think that Hassan is more dangerous than the president of the United States.
Nobody is saying that. That's stupid. No one said that.
It would be stupid, except for the fact that you just aligned yourself with Asmund.
I haven't aligned myself with anyone.
The question is,
I haven't disavowed them. Is what you want. You want me to purity test anyone that retweets me.
No, I want you to say like Asmongold thanks.
Well, I'm not going to. No, I'm good.
Yeah,
you can do that and be politically. You can do that and be politically ineffective and yell into an echo chamber of blue sky, and I'll go out here and get millions and millions of views on the issue that I think is important.
That's fine.
I think we can all agree MAGA is the bigger, if you will, existential threat. But the more important point is there's absolutely fuck all we can do about it.
I mean, that's not. What do you? I mean, there's stuff that can be done about it in the midterms, and like the Democrats can like work on messaging and improve and like the media environment until then, and like there's all kinds of stuff that like has to be done in order to get ready. The Democrats can fight against MAGA tooth and nail.
Yeah, 18 months from now, you have a chance to put the brakes on somewhat. But you're not going to if there are people like Hassan, who is getting all his stories everywhere being associated with, if you like, the left.
But you're not going to if the people like Elon Musk and Asmongold are out there too, because they also, like Hassan might can create apathy that keeps people from voting, but Asmongold supports the power structure that will physically stop people from voting.
You can't stop them.
Asmongold is the largest political streamer on Twitch now. He long dwarfed Hassan.
That's yet another reason for allowing Dan to shine a spotlight on Twitch and try to take the bloody thing down. It doesn't matter if you're talking about Hassan or Asmongold.
I mean,
These are
I
both
think that
antithetical to the Democrats.
Actually, you know what? I think that it's entirely fair to say that, like, based on Twitch's TOS, both Asmongold and Hassan should be banned on Twitch because they have both said crazy shit that have broken TOS.
So if we all agree that both the biggest streamers on Twitch are absolute catastrophes for liberal democracy, what is the problem with
because
looking
one
at
is
this?
actually supporting the power. One is actually supporting the government, the people who have the actual power right now.
But
one
you're
is
saying-
helping prop up a fascist regime. The other one would be bad if he had the power, but right now he is not associated with the actual people in the government who are taking away everybody's rights as we speak and black bagging people and sending them to El Salvador. So yeah, I feel like the people supporting that are worse. I don't feel like that should be a spicy take.
That's fine, and I agree, but you can't do anything about that, and neither can I. We have absolutely no influence on the Republican Party.
Like, the point of you being in this conversation right now is useless.
No.
If your answer to
Okay, guys, there's a new
is-
poll. There's a new poll. If you want to leave
No.
now, you can. Otherwise, we're gonna get a new boot poll. Okay, it's going up. It's going up.
I'd like to just throw something in here. Is that
Can I
the
defend
passion?
myself first?
Yeah, sure. I'll be right back. Use the restroom. Go ahead.
The claim is that what we can do is create some structure for the mid-Dems to try to stop MAGA. That's fine. There is very little you can do about them until then. And if you are trying to present the Dems, if you are trying to present the Dems as a credible alternative to MAGA, then you're not going to manage it if the face of the Dems among young people is Hassan, and he has his PR company churning out articles in all the major media outlets saying, look at this guy, isn't he great?
Your suggestion is we go after MAGA by going after MAGA.
No, I'm saying you can't really go after MAGA right now. You have to beat MAGA at the polls. You have to beat MAGA at the polls, and you can't do that if your party looks like a bunch of lunatics full of people
we're
like
back
Hassan.
to the party looking like a bunch of lunatics. That's some terminally online bullshit. Hassan is not changing anybody's grandmother's mind. It's not happening.
Hassan
that we need to get are the people who voted for Obama and then Trump and then Biden and then Trump again. Those are the people we need to get.
Yeah, as far as the party goes, the party. Wait, yeah, the party.
Listen to Hassan. They don't know who the fuck Hassan is.
As far as the party goes, the party's done like what was the party's response to all this shit with Kirk? They were all well behaved. It was all well behaved shit. And actually, even there's been a bit of bite in the sense that we've had like Warren and I think Newsom as well, just being like, wait, what? You want us to tone things down? No, sorry, Mr. President. Yes, after you, buddy. No, I think I think they're generally going in the right direction. But you can't just wait till the polls, surely. Like you have to affect messaging. And right now, it seems like there does need to be a lot of calling out of the fact that like. I think there should be a very central message right now that's not really being cultivated, which is that it should be Trump. Like Trump should be the one to tone down his own side, like before anything else.
Yes, absolutely. And you can't do that for him. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Trump and Musk together have the two largest pulpits in the world and the largest audience and the broadest reach. And they're both saying war, 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 fight, fight, fight. And you can say, well, we disavow all this. We don't want, but these people aren't listening to you. They're listening to Trump and Elon. The only way out of this for sensible people is to beat them at
the. They're listening to Trump and Elon. Why are we not going after Trump and Elon?
Because they're not listening to you. You have to actually win things if you want them to listen to you instead of Trump and Elon. And you're not going to do that.
Nothing happens. All you're saying is nothing works. They're listening to Trump and Elon. You can't do anything. They're listening to Trump and Elon. It's just, you're just going in a circle. If your solution is nothing works, so just let them kill Hassan, that's fucking insane. No, that's not okay.
For the fifth time, my solution is beat them at the ballot box in the midterms, which you're not going to do. And you're saying...
But then you're saying there's nothing we can do about it. You're not making an argument. You're saying this is what you should do, but you can't do it. This is what you should do, but you can't do it.
You can't do it right now. No.
Why are you having this conversation? If we can't do anything, if you start everything by saying you can't do anything, then how are you saying you have to beat them at the ballot box? Those are two. You can't square that circle, bud. Either there's a way for us to beat them at the ballot box, or there's nothing we can do. Which is it?
The way to beat them at the ballot box is to make the party credible by kicking out the person who you think nobody knows, who had articles in the Washington Post and the New York Times and the New Republic and Rolling Stone yesterday. Stop shouting,
Hassan
please,
is
God.
somehow affecting the people that actually vote. Then we're back to the retarded point that you guys are making, that Hassan, that a couple of puff pieces about Hassan in the New York Times is somehow swaying suburban soccer moms and grandmas into voting for Trump.
It's making
That is insane. People offline, normies, don't know who the fuck Hassan is.
They
Hassan
do
didn't
after
sway
Elon
the last
Musk
election.
retweeted a
Hassan
clip of him
was
saying
not
kill
the
a bunch of
reason
people.
Trump won the last election. Hassan was not the reason Trump won in 2024. He wasn't the reason Trump lost in 2020. And he wasn't the reason Trump won in 2016. Hassan has not affected the fucking electorate.
That's delusional.
Okay, well, hold on. No, it's not. It's not delusional. I think that Hassan probably had some impact and that he contributed to voter apathy. But to say that, like, he drove people away from the Democratic Party, no, the thing that drove people away from voting for the Democratic Party was because they were the incumbents and because inflation, and people voted based on vibes that the economy was worse or something. And, like, for some people, or for a bunch of people, it was worse.
There are a large number of people
Vibes.
who
It's a very
really,
liberal,
really...
privileged position there. Well, hey, the polls are in, by the way, guys. You got like 1 more minute on the polls.
I mean, let's not forget that Trump only won Pennsylvania by 1.7%. Like, if that was the other way,
Not Hassan.
if that was the other way, I mean, 1.7%. I mean,
well, no, I think the main place where, like, the people, the cancerous, or let's like the pro-Palestine crowd people mattered was in, like, Dearborn, Michigan. I think that was mainly the place. Like, otherwise, like, we don't know, because the majority of people polled, like, people talk about the Gaza thing. That was like no one gave a shit about that. Like, the majority of Americans didn't care about that. That was, like, at the bottom of the list. Foreign policy stuff was at the bottom of the list for most people. I think that Hassan contributed to voter apathy among young people. But a lot of the times young people don't vote anyway. And, like, I feel like, yeah, like, Hassan just did not help with regards to that. But I mean, like, yeah, it was an incredible, it was really close.
But that's like a whole ecosystem question, though, because, like, you can maybe hypothesize that it helped Trump at least a little bit, maybe. That so much of the alt-left media, which is very popular, basically just produced voter apathy among a lot of potential voters in these swing states. Like, there might have been enough abstinence from the, like, Free Palestine left that maybe Trump, like, that helped him get tipped over, amongst a bunch of other things. But you're never going to get data on that, because it would be on abstinence from voters. It wouldn't be from Jill Stein defenders. You're never going to know, but you can just judge it on its merits. You don't need to judge it on whether or not it would have changed the election results. It probably didn't change the election results.
Do we know how many write-ins there are?
What do you mean write-ins?
Do states track write-ins? Like write-in as opposed to...
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that, like, a significant number of people have to write a specific thing in order for it to, like, be anything that they feel the need to record. Otherwise, I don't think that they care. Maybe they might track write-ins as a category. I think it depends on the state, probably.
I think, to Loner's point, there is an unwillingness among people on the left to acknowledge just how much the sense of apathy, which many leftist figures cultivate, actually harms their chances. I mean, people can say, yes, Hassan spends 3 years telling everyone they're both the same, they're just as bad, genocide.
No, I agree.
Yeah, but the answer to that isn't to say, well, it affected or it helped Trump get into office because I'm just going to assume the abstinence numbers were high enough to do that. No, the argument you make is that this alt-left media is growing. It might have had no influence on this election, but does that mean it won't have any influence next one or the one after? Like, alt media is only going to grow. It's only going to get, these audiences are only going to get bigger. So you might as well deal with it now. But yeah, fuck.
And also, it's not just young people. Like, there are tons of people, obviously, who watch, like, alt media of all different types of ages and who get, like, their news exclusively from that. I mean, hence the whole, like, the QAnon Facebook boomers who get all their news exclusively from, like, fucking right-wing memes on Facebook and stuff. And, like, that's, like, a pretty large portion of people, or at least it's some portion of the Republican Party. Yeah, so, like, it's not just young people, but Hassan primarily seems to be appealing to young people. And yeah, I think that that's not good, but at the same time, like, yeah, we have to be fighting against the fascist and like we should get rid of the Dems because, or we should get rid of the Dems. We should get rid of the commies because that they don't belong in our movement, but not because that MAGA will. Oh fuck, there was something else. The thing about like people are going to listen to people, I assume, are you talking about independents? Because MAGA is going to listen to Trump and Elon even after they're out of power, if Trump is still alive, if he makes it to the end, if he doesn't have a heart attack.
Well, before you answer that question, Maruzzi and Jay Wallace, you've been voted out. I'm very sorry. It's been good having you guys.
Thank you for having me.
All right. I still love the chat. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay. Who's this? With the perms?
Oh, it's Mugbug.
With the perms, yeah. Maruzzi? Really? You're kicking Maruzzi? The only opposition? Are you fucking insane?
Which means the only opposition got
you
voted
kick the
out.
one?
There are more people coming in. There's a fucking
I'm yelling
room.
at your chat.
There's
I'm yelling at your fucking chat. Jesus Christ. What a cult of fucking misery you've made. You've all given up on fucking winning. You've decided that it's so impossible to reach any of the 77 million people that voted for Trump that all you do is scrape barnacles off of your sinking fucking boat. It's embarrassing. You have absolutely no hope to give anyone. You are literally all just internally snarking yourselves to death. You have so little to do with productive value. This is fucking embarrassing.
What are you talking about? Who in here is like against fighting or like who thinks that like you think that like when I say MAGA, I'm not talking about all 77 million people who voted for Trump. I'm talking about the hardcore like Republican base, the like what are they like 15 to 20% of the country? Those are the people that I'm talking about. Not all of those.
If that's the thing you're focused on, why is all of your focus on Hassan? What percentage impact did Hassan have on the election?
Which means all of our focus
was on Hassan.
I don't care about Kalinda. Dan, what percentage impact did Hassan have on the election, do you actually feel?
Oh my god, why are you so loud and passionate?
I'm like a loud guy. I know the passion.
Stop,
terrible.
stop.
The anathema for a fucking liberal. Okay.
Stop
what
yelling.
percentage impact did Hassan have? What was it?
I don't know. What percentage did Twitch have as a whole? It could be significant. Maybe enough
What's your
to
significance?
move.
Single digits? Double digits?
Maybe enough to move Pennsylvania.
Enough to move Pennsylvania. Enough to move a state. You think Twitch had that impact?
Could have, yeah. One of the largest streaming website. Sure.
So you think the most valuable impact?
Because remember, it's not even
1.7%.
It's just enough to maybe take it away some from Trump and then get some who wouldn't vote to vote. It's possible.
Okay. So you're entirely focused on swing states. You have no interest in trying to appeal to the rest of the country. It's all about gaming the tactics in order to try and get a win, eke out a win over the swing states, right? That's the plan?
No,
That's your plan?
No. My plan is
then?
to have... Okay. My plan, as I said before, is to change the way that things are at Twitch so that extremists are not the ones that are getting platformed and have protection from the website.
Okay, and these are the extremists you're more interested in focusing on than the extremists on the other side. You've said already that Asmongold is not as big of a problem as Hassan. You said that earlier.
I said that they both have... they're both... I think Hassan is more of an extremist than Asmongold. I would say that much for sure. And I guess I would also...
the impact part.
What do you mean?
You think Hassan has a bigger impact than Asmongold on the election?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Asmongold didn't really go full crazy super ultra mega until after the election, I'm pretty sure. Like, he was kind of like his political, like, didn't his content become entirely 100% political after the election was over?
Yep, but we don't want to talk about that. He's talking about as if it happened today. So yeah, obviously.
As if we're looking at the future, yeah, right. The next election, not the election we can time travel back to. Yes, the next one.
Well, I mean, right now, okay, fine. Then right now he's not streaming at all, so I win. Right? Do we want to go off that, or are you assuming
who's not
again?
Streaming at all?
Asmongold. He's taking a break. He said he doesn't know when he'll be back again. He's dealing with his dad. Maybe he doesn't stream anymore. Maybe it's just YouTube now.
Okay, if Asmongold's quit and he's never going to stream again, then you win. Absolutely. If Asmongold never comes back, you are totally right that he'll have no more future impact on the election. Is that really what you're banking on?
I'm not banking on anything. I'm only going off of what I know is what was, because I go off of what was the past. And in the past, I feel like Hassan was a negative influence, not only on the youth, but on the election, on the country, on everything as across the board.
Yeah,
let's
you think Hassan was
hypothetically...
hold on. You think that Hassan was a 100,000 vote influence on Pennsylvania?
I think Twitch was.
Twitch was, but not Hassan. What percentage of Twitch would you attribute to?
You're
Hassan
asking me to give impossible things. I can't say.
I'm asking
exactly.
you to give an opinion on your expertise.
I don't know.
Right? You're
Okay.
the Twitch and Hassan expert in this room. Okay, so I'm asking you to give the closest to a correct answer that you feel capable of giving. I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm not going to a ballpark is fine.
I don't know. I would have to think more on it. I don't know, because it's not just each person, right? It's how much has Hassan kept people from voting? Because remember, again, he was someone who refused to endorse Kamala, and even went so far as to say that she was doing a genocide in Gaza would be the same as Trump in Gaza. And of course, his content had been 24/7 about the genocide. So there could have been a huge amount of apathy there. Now, how many viewers, distinct, unique viewers, does Hassan have over the course of a month? It's hard to say. Like, let's take a look at his how many followers he has, I guess, on Twitch, and we'll go from there.
Yeah.
So
we'll assume all of them are in Pennsylvania for your sake. Go ahead.
I mean,
well, we can do it. So he has 3 million followers on Twitch, and that's of people that have created Twitch accounts and have logged in there. That's not counting YouTube viewers, anything like that. So let's see, what percentage of population in the U.S. is from?
Wait. Hold on. Actually, Dan, wasn't there a bunch of polls that were done of Hassan's audience a while ago? I mean, like, maybe wouldn't that be perhaps a better, because otherwise you're not. Like, I mean, I know this is just a hypothetical, but
well, we can't really trust any data there. If you do a poll in Lonerbox chat about how many of you have, like, had sex with 50 women, it's going to be 90% of the chat. So
yeah, but I'm talking about like where people are from and what like most of the I would imagine most people aren't lying on like polls about like, are you American? Are
So if we just go off of follower stats, 4% of his follower base, it's 120,000 people, just on Twitch, not counting
and we're
YouTube,
assuming that
not counting logged out
people voted for Kamala Harris, even though
not counting logged out viewers, not counting anything else, not counting the people that they talk to, not counting
0% voting rate,
the family members that they're related to,
right?
Not counting
Dan?
the phone call.
All of these people do not vote, right, Dan?
Well, you're trying to distinct it down to one number. And I'm telling you that there's a network effect off of it. No, I didn't say that 0% of them vote. You're trying to segue this into a very specific path. And I'm telling you that it's not just them as a specific person. Okay. It's also how many people did they go out and say, you know what, you shouldn't. Kamala is doing a genocide right now. You shouldn't do this. So what is the network effect of each of those persons? How many doors did they knock saying that you should actually vote for Jill Stein or whatever it would be? It's not just this one one-off that did the vote.
The Hassan anti-Kamala Harris canvassing efforts, really?
Smug, shut up.
That's what you're attributing it to now.
Shut up. First of all, change your weird profile picture because you stole my hedgehog. Second of all, this shouldn't just be a campaign against Twitch. This should also be a campaign against TikTok, because this is just like TikTok and the brain rot and Twitch.
There's definitely problems with other social networks. Twitter is horrendous. TikTok is horrendous. But I can say that where I can have the most impact and where I'm the most knowledgeable and where I have the most people that are interested in what I talk about is with Twitch. So I'm focused on Twitch. Okay. If I was all of a sudden to switch gears and drop and do a 180, or not 180, but just like to focus on something completely different like TikTok and go all in on TikTok, I would have almost no engagement. I would have no one that's interested in that, and I wouldn't be able to make any difference on.
Hold on. Let me hold on. Stop. Shut up. I can make a better argument than Dan can for this. Yes. The reason why Dan.
Let them fight for you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, here's the, no. I mean, I can make a better argument on this point. Yeah, okay, fine, whatever. What Dan just said is true, but you know what else is also true? Of those companies that you just listed, Twitch is one that he actually might have a chance to like do something against. Elon Musk has gazillions of dollars. There's no like influencing. He can do whatever the fuck he wants with Twitter, and you're not touching him. And TikTok is owned by a company that's from fucking China, and that's like a whole other thing.
So remember when I said that you are so fucking doomer that you've so given up on actually having any direct impact that you are only focusing on things that you can do internally with absolutely no regard for the actual greater impact. Every time someone questions Dan on what he's doing, he falls back to one of two positions. Either, well, actually, you're right, Hassan isn't that big a deal. I think it's Twitch overall. But then you attack Twitch, he goes, well, Twitch is obviously less important than the other things, but it's the only thing I can do.
Wait, when did I say that Twitch is less important to the other things? I've been pretty consistent that I'm focused on Twitch. Don't put that words in my mouth.
Hold on.
Okay,
Also,
so you
I
said
think
that TikTok and Twitter is more important, but that you cannot affect change in either of them. So you're just focusing on Twitch, even though you admit that it is the lower priority.
Oh yeah,
of the three.
I'm what you call not delusional on this. Like, so you know how like you have very little influence and you're not able to really accomplish anything except try to moral police or say you shouldn't talk to this person. That means that you can't change anything. You can't do anything. I'm willing to have imperfect allies to have a effective goal of being able to change something on Twitch, and I think it's a reasonable goal of being able to do. I think that I can change Twitch. I think that if I am able to continue down the path I'm doing, to expose how they have hypocritical policies, how they've done things in the past that are just inexcusable. The CEO says that they want to have young kids on the platform, all this stuff. I think I can have an impact on that. And I think I can make this a better platform for people where extremism is not rewarded. And that's something that I can do. I can't do that for Twitter. I can't do that for TikTok. If you ask me to flip overnight and give me that level of power and influence over Twitter or over TikTok, I would. But I do not have that level of influence. I don't even know if that influence is possible for some of the reasons I were just said, because Amazon owns, sorry, not Amazon, Twitter is owned by someone that can just run it in the loss forever. Amazon is a public company and they have to answer to shareholders, and Twitch is something that is losing money. And if it continues to lose money and advertisers continue to bail, and all of a sudden it starts affecting Amazon as a whole, and now, oh shit, they can't get that AWS contract worth billions of dollars because of some bullshit off of some other department, something with Hassan and a streaming site. What is that? Do we even own that thing? I've never even heard of it before. Then yeah, I can have an impact on that. I can't have an impact like that on something where Elon will just run Twitter into the ground and never give a fuck ever.
Yeah, you hold the simultaneous position that it's not important enough for it to be everyone's focus, but it's important enough for it to be your focus, right?
Oh, I can make a difference.
Smug, this is not about like him having different priorities. This is about him having not the resources to be capable of taking another platform that is at those scales like TikTok and Twitter down in the way that he could Twitch, for example. The thing is, I think you should try to find other avenues in which you can do those, Dan, because there are other institutions that are fighting a similar fight as you are, like, for example, the EU, right? And you could co-opt.
The EU wants to get rid of Dan Clancy?
No, the EU wants to get rid of TikTok and Twitter and the way like
They want to restrict social media, yeah.
Yeah,
but I don't want social media to be restricted. Okay, I'm a free speech.
This is about misinformation, about foreign interference, stuff like that, right? This is about protecting people, like, for example, children that are on these social media platforms, to not get like they're brainwashed. And I think you should find a way to have a contact with the EU. Like, there's representatives and stuff that you can talk to. I think this could be a fight that is more productive than just yelling on the internet.
No, people keep saying for a long time that I'm not doing anything. It's nothing burgers, nothing's happening. But they say that, and then they simultaneously are screaming at me because Elon Musk is retweeting my posts and they're getting tens of millions of views overnight. You can't have it both ways. What I'm doing, for the most part, is working. Okay? I'm bringing attention to what Twitch is doing, and I'm doing it in a way that I know how to do, and I can do it. And that's it. And I can do it with this one thing. I can't do it for Twitter. I can't do it for Facebook. I can't do it for anything else. I can only do it here. Twitter. And I can only be a drop in the bucket. It's not just me. Like, I can do things like I can make posts, I can give knowledge about what's going on, but I am limited by the effectiveness of the followers I have and the message that I can spread. And in the end, it relies on imperfect allies.
I just want to ask. I just want to throw something out there, like on the basis of like what Smug had been saying before.
Hold on, I gotta stop. I gotta stop because this is something I see in chat. Ha ha! I only want Hassan's speech restricted on social media. That's not true. The reason I push for Hassan to be banned is very specifically because Twitch has unequal enforcement. If you ask me to change it, it would be that they would just equally enforce the TOS, and I stand by that every day, but they do not. Okay? It's the type of thing where Hassan can go and called Jews inbred for a year. He can go and say that if you have a positive feeling about Israel, you shouldn't be able to walk a dog. He can do political death threats and nothing happen. But someone like Tectone calls someone fat and they get banned. So that is
Hold
the
on.
fact.
So here's the thing, Dan. At the same time, I mean, like, I'm sure that you agree that Asmongold has said things that violate TOS as well. Yes.
I remember him getting banned for a month for one of them.
Yeah, no, not yeah, but other things that he does not get banned for. Also, that was like a while ago. I think that was before he surpassed Hassan. I think that since he surpassed Hassan, he hasn't been banned. And I'm sure that, and he said has he not said all kinds of like crazy shit since then? Like,
I don't know.
like,
It's very hard to
Same for
understand. It's very hard to understand where Twitch's line in the sand is because it seems to be extremely fluid and not based off of reality. So
yeah,
on one hand, we have someone like Destiny who's Omega permanently forever banned because he said he didn't want to fight. I don't even remember, called trans people inbred or something like that. Right? That's gone. That's forever. Now we have Israel themselves doing, or not Israel themselves, Twitch themselves doing a ban of Israel signups off of email for a year. We have them, basically pushing Hassan on the homepage. We have them allowing stuff like Hassan there's compilations of Hassan calling Jews inbred.
Yes. I know. I'm aware of that. The point that I'm trying to get at here too, though, is like, and you brought up what Destiny said about trans people. Well, Asmongold said some crazy shit about trans people fairly recently as well too. I believe that you and Destiny even discussed it on Anything Else, and yet nothing happened to Asmongold for that. So my point is like, if you want to go after extremism on Twitch, that's a great idea. But like, why not also go after extremism on both sides? Because Asmongold is the largest political streamer on that fucking website now. And like, do you think that advertisers would be comfortable like being next to some of the shit that he's saying as he sits there laughing while people get deported and talks about like asking if like he could dress up like Ash Ketchum? And I mean, like,
how much of Hassan's content is political? Or not Hassan, Asmongold's content. How much of it is political?
Isn't the majority of it political now? Isn't like he?
Are you asking me a question?
No.
Are you asking a question?
The majority of the clips are political, but the majority of his stuff is still just like video game coverage and shit. Like he's not.
Yes, that's true. I don't think it's fair to call him a political streamer. I think he's the largest streamer that occasionally will give bad opinions.
Yeah,
I would say he's pretty much.
I
think he's quite in the territory of political now. No, like so out of the last, let's say, 12 here, these last 3 are political.
On Twitch or on
the UK government.
It's different.
Clips.
I would differ.
I would go viral.
I would different. Yes. So I think he does outrage engagement on YouTube, and I think that's smart. Mm-hmm. That gets the views, right? And he understands that.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not going to get that many views if he does, best gaming compilation, whatever. It's not going to do it. This is what's going to get views there. But on Twitch, I don't think he's a political.
Wait, so what does he do? Does he just like fucking stream video games for 7 hours and then 1 hour politics, or what?
He just like browses Reddit and shit.
Kind of, yeah.
It's fucking weird.
Okay,
wait. I just want to catch us all up with a few things. So I'm going to correct things earlier. I think if you're going to say that like Twitch, even as a whole, might have influenced like an entire state, I think that's kind of insane. You could maybe make the argument that if you wanted to add up the entire alt-left media sphere, maybe they produced enough apathy to affect somewhere like Michigan, maybe, but you're never going to prove that. And the argument you would always make for that is just the fact that, well, maybe it didn't affect it now, but it might affect it next time or the time after that, because they're only growing. That's a very easy trend.
I would disagree with you on this. I really feel like I disagree with you on this point. I know, like, it's not like cope. It's not like being unreasonable. Like, you have to remember, for as long as I've known Twitch, and you as well, it has been the safe space, respect their pronouns, or you'll get banned. It's like the ultra lefty website. It's just, it is. It's always been this way for a long time. Like, if you say the F slur for a long time, if you said retard, you would be banned from that website. You can't tell me that level of pushing what I would say is like pretty left views compared to like the average Joe Blow in Mississippi would do, that you can't say that doesn't have any effect on political views, when I think that a lot of that has been like, you should only do Bernie Sanders and he wasn't elected, so fuck him, or that type of thing. I still think that there's a level of influence there, and I wouldn't discount the largest streaming website at the time by far.
Discounting it for what? Discounting it for what? We're trying to say that there was like 100,000 lost apathy votes just from Twitch, which is mostly Hassan, right? Maybe what Mike.
Well, it doesn't have to.
That's also Hassan theory.
Specifically as well.
It doesn't have to just be apathy, right? It could be how many of these people voted for Trump. I don't know the percentage of what that could be, right? As a
They
protest
voted for
vote.
Trump now? That's your position?
That's
The
uneven.
Hassan
That's
voted?
even.
I'm saying that any
dude.
Hold on. Now you're trying to make it seem like I'm saying this is a
Okay.
bigger number than this. I'm saying, okay, let me put it this way. Are you denying not a single person voted for Trump? Are you saying that? Not one person voted for Trump? Are you saying that?
No.
Small bug, not one person?
There's some wonderful.
Has there been one person, sir? Has there been one person who voted for Trump?
communists in Hassan. I don't
Okay,
know
so
why
you won't
think maybe
answer because obviously.
No, I just
there
answered. I just answered. Dan, what fucking
There's
reality
been
do you
a
live in?
portion-
What fucking reality do you live in, dude? What is wrong with
Okay.
you? No, mean it.
Okay,
I'm sorry. What
no,
reality
because
do you
you're
live in?
screaming
Bro,
constantly.
I did not
You're
even
always
fucking
at 11.
dodge for a
Just
second.
chill.
I am
Okay.
at 11, dude. I am
Okay.
at fucking 11, okay? Because
Okay,
I
well,
actually give a
it's-
shit.
it's-
I'm not an apathetic,
Yes,
nihilistic
that's right.
fuck
You
that
give a
just sits
shit, but you
around
have no
scrubbing
impact.
with people on Twitch.
Yes, getting things done. You, on the other hand, not getting things
Getting
done.
things done at Twitch. You are literally saying that you're trying to get like one dude off of one platform banned.
No, I'm
which
saying
is
I'm trying to
apparently
change
enough
Twitch.
to get
You're again,
Pennsylvania to
you're
flip.
again substituting your own views. Which
And
is
yet it's always
incorrect.
through Hassan. And yet it's
Let
always
me-
through Hassan. It's always
Hassan is the
Hassan's
lightning
viewership.
rod to be able to have change at Twitch.
The
I would agree
lightning
with you.
rod,
So
yeah.
is Mike from PA. Yes.
One thing I
Mike
can
from
give
PA.
Dan the issue with Twitch is not just contained to Twitch. A lot of the stuff that is on Twitch gets streamed, gets then clipped and put on other social media platforms.
Yeah, that's also
Right?
true.
Okay, sorry, wait, fuck.
And-
Before that though, I was gonna say two things there, but Dan doubled down on the Twitch thing. In any case,
Go ahead.
for Smugbug, I don't know. I feel like it's a fairly normal thing in society for people to have pet political projects, whether that's maybe someone trying to sway an election for the Democrats with all this canvassing or going around the country, but it can also be all the way down to some fucking wifey trying to influence her local councillors to change the fucking speed limits on the road or the parking situation, right? They might spend years doing that, but people generally don't complain. I feel like your
I
issue
think
with this
that's-
pet
I
project,
agree.
but your issue with this pet project for Twitch, where Dan seems to be trying to get more even moderation or a new management for Twitch. I think your issue with that just seems to be you just think that's not that bad, or because
No,
you would
so
never
I
have
can-
this
I can
issue with a
explain what my
fucking
issue
wifey
is.
trying to get rid of some insignificant right-wing local councillor, right? You'd never have an issue with
I
that.
can explain what my issue is, okay? So Dan is himself a lightning rod that is able to gather people around him, okay? And the problem is that I think he is one of many people. I'm not saying that Dan is the only one, but he is one of many people who back the Democrat Party who are primarily inward looking and focusing heavily on attacking leftists by any vector, which ends up, I think, making it harder and harder for Democrats to win future elections, because it's very clear to me that the right wing has been winning by using a tech-savvy, younger, populist group of radicals on their side, exploiting them in order to get in charge, and then now the Republicans fumbled the bag at the final hurdle and they just start bootlicking MAGA. But the Democrats, I think, are probably more effective at being able to genuinely exploit people like AOC, people like Mamdani, people who are able to bring about a populist fervor that reduces apathy, gets more people out voting, and then consolidates those people into the bosom of the Liberal Democrat Party. This is advice for you guys. This is advice that would actually help you do better than actually increasing the disconnects between the Democrats and the people, the populists, the tech-savvy media operators that they need in order to win the next election.
So
That's
are you
it.
wait, you said AOC,
that's
Mamdani,
odd.
etc. Are you saying the Democrats should utilize even the alt-left media people more? They should utilize Hassan instead of trying to get rid of him, that kind of thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. They should be dumping money into those
You think
systems.
Dems?
Absolutely.
So you think Dems not just utilize AOC and Mamdani? You think they should try to utilize Hassan to their benefit?
Absolutely, yeah. And I
Okay,
think Hassan
that's
not
where
working
that's
closely
where
enough
that's
with
where I
them was
think
a
you are.
fumble. I
That's
agree.
where that's where I think you're fucked. I think Hassan is nothing but a dead weight to this party. And again, you missed out one part of that story with Republicans. By the way, not only did they utilize tech-savvy youth and all that, they also purged the fuck out of people, far beyond anything anyone wants to do for the Democrats. Right? When people talk about purging people like Hassan or the alt-left media, it's literally people who trash the party all the fucking time. What happens if you stray one step out of line with the Republicans? Trump will blow you up on social media, and then you'll have fucking people with guns turning up to your door calling you a pedophile, right? So Republicans do actually get rid of their barnacles. The Democrats, unfortunately, have allowed people who they think are allies to just come in and sap them like fucking ticks and ruin them and bring them down. Because that's all these people do. All these people do is they bring down the Democrats. They don't help them.
I think you are hyper-fixated on Hassan. You are the guys who are focused the most on Hassan. You're focused on Hassan
it's not
more
just
than
about
the Democrats
Hassan.
are.
It's not just about Hassan. I talk about...
For these guys, Kalinda, for these guys, it is. Every time I look at Loaderbox, it's Hassan. Every time I look at Destiny, it's Hassan. Every time I look at any of these fucking Democrat guys...
lightning rod for this issue.
For you
He's
guys,
the one that's
for you guys.
No, dipshit, for the press. He's the one
him.
that's there. Okay, really? What about tell me the other people that have been in the New York Times a lot over the last month.
Wait.
Just real quick. Name 3 people. Go.
Hold on, stop.
What do you mean by a lot? This is such a bullshit.
Name one. Name one person. Name one.
Fuentes was in the New York Times. Destiny was on CNN. Yeah, exactly. So
getting shit on
multiple times.
Hold on.
Getting shit on for both of them.
Okay, no, fuck this. This is stupid.
Now,
listen.
what is the point of this question?
Smugbug, listen.
Mamdani was in the fucking New York Times.
Okay, first of all, listen. Loner doesn't talk about just Hassan, and neither does Destiny or any of the other people here. Yes, Hassan gets
it's just 1 hour of clips among 7 hours of video games that gets clipped out and outreach farmed. Yeah.
Also,
wait, what?
Give me some fucking credit, Smug. I make enemies out of all the fucking
I know, buddy. I know.
Rivers of the Sea left. But that's the problem.
Everyone.
You keep acting like it's unproductive, but then when I push you on it for 1 second, you're suggesting that people that I go after would be useful to the Democratic Party, which is fucking delusional. The problem that you actually have when you say, "Oh, you just talk about Hassan so much," is you don't think these people are that bad. It's that you kind of have a sympathy for them. That's the issue that you have.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about Hassan.
You don't think you just have a bit more sympathy with his positions than I do?
He said we should dump resources into them.
To be clear, I didn't say Hassan. I said we should dump resources into populist, media-savvy leftists. I didn't say Hassan specifically. Okay, if you can't, if I don't get to tell you to Hassan, you don't get to.
You definitely. Hassan is literally the populist leftist. Name someone better than him. He's number one.
Can you name?
Maybe they could start by backing fucking Mamdani. How about that? Maybe they could actually genuinely reinforce Mamdani instead of.
Mamdani's a politician. Can you name a leftist media or an alt left media figure person or like a media figure on the left who is online in the online space that you think the Democrats should dump resources into or work with?
Do you know what? I really can't, and it's probably because they've been starved of resources in a way that the right wing never is. The right wing always dumps money into their extremists to see what works. The right wing is always more experimental with their capital. They have way more money, for sure, but they are also willing to experiment and take risks with it. Yes, I can't, and it's because there isn't investment in these areas. There isn't investment.
No, I'm saying you can't name one. You can't name... You can't,
Are you listening to me, Kalinda? You have not given them any fucking money. Of course none of them are big enough to be valuable. Of course there's no fucking opportunity there.
I'm not talking about whether or not they're big. I'm saying name one that you think the Dems should dump money into. They don't have to be big. Just give me a name of someone who you are aware of or whatever. Are you talking about people like Kyle Kalinske or Crystal Ball?
Sure, I don't give a fuck. As long as they've got the ability to actually help motivate people to get involved in politics from a leftist perspective.
Yeah, but the thing is that those people spend all their time shitting on Democrats. Well, not Kyle as much.
Hold on. Do you think they would shit on Democrats if the Democrats were actually working with them? If the Democrats were actually offering any
How do the Democrats work with them? What do the Democrats do to work? The Democrats are going against people, even for some of these alt left media people are even going after Bernie now. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's stupid. I don't think you should go after Bernie.
So that's the problem. You can't work with people who are absolutists.
Hassan
you can't
was
do
literally
it.
invited to the DNC.
Yeah, and then got kicked out for saying some dumb shit.
Yeah, that's on him.
I get that. I didn't say that we have to give money to Hassan. I don't know why you guys are also fucking brain broken on Hassan. It's the only guy in the world that exists to you. I'm not talking about Hassan. I don't give a shit about Hassan.
Didn't you earlier say people like Hassan, or Loner asked you directly, do you think we should work with people like Hassan? And did you not say yes?
Gaslight you on it now. That's what's happening.
I'm not trying to gaslight you. I said populist leftists. Yeah. So if Hassan is not the guy because he's already so big that he doesn't even require any fucking help from the DNC. He can just selfishly make his money the way he's always done.
Yeah, do you think that the DNC should work with him and do outreach towards him to try to win his audience? Is I think more what Loner was asking, not necessarily just dumping resources in.
What? Sorry, you think yes. You think the Democrats shouldn't be trying to win Hassan's audience? Are you insane?
No, they shouldn't, because the thing that you need to do to win Hassan's audience is fucking mental. And that would alienate your more moderate voters.
No, Mina, for fuck's sake. Lonerbox, this is the fucking problem. And you have the exact same opinion with MAGA. Right now, you've got 77 million people that are basically worth ignoring because they're brain broken, they're in a different reality. They basically don't exist to you anymore.
No one's
Even people
77 million.
Tim Waltz! Tim Waltz fucking said it! That's the Democrat position! Okay, Tim Waltz fucking said 77 million people are lost. There's no way to reach them.
77 million people
yes!
are MAGA.
No, he said 77 million. On fucking Gavin Newsom's podcast, okay? Tim Waltz fucking said that. So unless you're going to tell me that Tim Waltz is not an establishment Democrat as the VP of the last fucking candidacy, you can fuck right off.
If he said that, then that's fucking stupid because that is not like...
That is him, Tim Waltz. I love him. I
not...
love this guy. Listen, Kalinda, I love Tim Waltz, and it's because he's a sweet, naive man who says what the Democrats really feel. Okay, he says what's actually being felt, which is that it is impossible to try and reach out to MAGA. Now, Lonerbox is saying it's impossible to try and reach out to Hassan. Where the fuck are your electorate going to come in if every time you run into a group you disagree with, you just give up on trying to change minds?
You need to win the votes of the people in the middle, of the independents. They're the
ones
who
yes, the people who don't vote. Yeah, we'll just keep trying to appeal to an apathetic center.
Enough of them voted for Trump this time.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying nobody is saying, or at least no one in here is saying that like all 77 million people who voted for Trump are lost.
Also, excuse me. There's that's not even. I don't know why that's a meme. Voter turnout in 2012, 2016, 2008, 2004, 2000 was all 50-55%. 2020 was 62. Turnout does matter, and I think people who want to see who.
No, you're wrong. Well, yes. Sorry, Lonerbox. Turnout does matter. In the last election, it flipped, and turnout would have been more. The more turnout would have been more effective for Trump. We've seen from the polling, even the Democrat establishment has admitted this finally, right? Disenfranchised, lower engagement voters are more likely to vote Trump. It's the fucking trend is flipped. So now if you got another 10 million voters, Trump would have won by a larger majority. And anyone who disagrees with this is disagreeing with the Democratic establishment who's run the polling and has fucking confirmed this. Ezra Klein is fucking saying this. Derek Johnson, the abundance cucks, are saying this.
This last election was kind of exceptional in the fact that if you were an incumbent, you were always going to lose.
Multiple Black Swan events in a row. Yeah, you're right.
What multiple Black Swan events? I was talking about this election. Where's the second one?
Why did
Where's
Trump
the third
win
one?
The first time? Why did Trump win the first time?
I don't know why Trump won the first time, but we're talking about 2024 when it was more than just turnout. Okay, it was also the fact that every incumbent in the entire fucking like G7 or even the G20 in the last 2 years of that election were losing because of the inflation crisis, and the economy was number one reasons for.
Not Hungary, not people who were anti-immigration and leftist or anti-immigration and right wing.
There was no trend.
Parties.
There was no trend. What are you talking about? There was no trend. The liberal incumbents in Poland lost.
What do you mean no trend? No, there was no trend that you can recognize. Okay, Denmark didn't were able to hold on to it, and it's because they have economic left. Well, no, actually, they did fine. The
once again, if you're gonna bring up Denmark, you have to also mention that they always work with a minority government. Smug. We've talked about this before.
They were still in power. They literally were still able to maintain. They didn't lose share.
Denmark works differently. They know how to work together to make sure politics happens.
Well, yes, Mina, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that Denmark
like
works differently.
in other countries.
I get that, but maybe we should look to the governments that were able to maintain power during this supposedly, kind of like this inflation crisis that affected everyone equally. Maybe we should look to the countries that were able to maintain power and what they were doing as an example of what is possible to do to prevent that kind of a thing happening again.
Can I'd like to reframe this. I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So,
of course,
I feel like I'm a specialist, okay? And I would say that quite firmly. I created, a site very similar to Twitch before Twitch. And I think the only real impact that I could have is in that specialty. And I think a lot of criticism that people have is saying, why are you focusing on your specialty? And it's just because I would not have any impact outside of my specialty. If I was every day going to bat saying like, hey, we need to do this, we need to do that, that was just general Democratic or some local politics or something, I'm going to have no swagger, no movement on that whatsoever. However, if I push on the issue of Twitch rightfully being misran and driven into the ground and doing what I believe to be bad ideological policies, What would you have me do instead?
You know what? I think that's no. He just asked me a question. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Okay. What?
And you know what? Listen. I want to build a bridge. Okay, I agree with Dan. If he agrees that effectively he is useless in all other situations except for this, that all he can fight on is this kind of pointless side issue that he himself doesn't agree has similar impact to Twitter or TikTok, doesn't have an impact that is actually going to impact an election. I mean, he basically is forcing himself to believe that and no one believes this, that him fighting Twitch will maybe get another 100,000 voters in Philadelphia. If this man is useless in all other circumstances outside of this one, then I agree. Go work on this
I'm not saying that I'm useless outside of this.
Well, you
No,
have.
I'm not saying I'm
guy. You're just saying you're a little guy.
You're taking
all
it
you
to
can
an
do is Twitch
extreme.
stuff.
You're taking it to an extreme.
Sorry, what's the moderate? What's the moderate?
You're taking to extreme, saying that I'm useless. I don't think I'm useless. I think that I have a 10x multiplier working on this particular issue, and I don't know what impact politics would be if we didn't have the #1 political streamer. That meaning in the political category, saying that and also I guess a part of this as well is that I do care about Jews being demonized, and I think a lot of that is coming from the woke side of the party right now. I think that they're doing more to normalize anti-Semitism than the right is. I think Nazis on the right are rightfully stigmatized, and some of that happens. But I think that normalization of anti-Semitism comes much more so from lefties who just basically equate Zionism to anti-Semitism so much that it becomes indistinguishable. So I feel like in this instance that I'm having a dual impact. One is I think that I can make things better for Democrats by hopefully ejecting these people that are bad faith. And then secondly, I think that I'm doing things better for Jews in general, meaning that I'm stopping the normalization of anti-Semitism by falsely equating it to anti-Zionism, which again is something that applies to like 90% of Jews worldwide. Like I don't know what else I would do. I'm not saying I would have no impact if I just said, you know what, tomorrow I'm going to be all about Miami politics and that's it, moving forward, and that's it. And I would have some impact, but it would be like 10x less, if not more than that, on this issue, which can have a huge impact as opposed to local impact.
Okay.
Hold on.
I like this. Hold on. I like this idea that you want to focus on the areas that you have the most impact. But you're a fairly wealthy guy. You're fairly charismatic. You have a platform already. You could literally be doing more in local Miami politics than the end impact of this. Even if you were to get Hassan banned, you tell me what happens the day after Hassan gets banned.
That's not. He said multiple times that that's not what he's. That's not his goal. His goal
whatever.
Isn't to get Hassan banned.
He gets the platform to get reformed.
Sure.
He wants the platform to become reformed. So okay.
Yeah. I guess the answer, what happens if let's just substitute Hassan getting banned. Let's say Hassan's still there, but a new executive team comes in, a new trust and safety team, a new CEO. And now it's turned into more of a, let's say a Facebook or a YouTube. I think those are both good things. Both of those guys, it's not like Twitter. It's not the Wild West. You say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, you'll get banned there on both of those platforms. So let's say it turns more into that, which is what I would like. I think that would be a good outcome. I don't think that a lot of the stuff that Hassan has done in the past would continue to be allowed, meaning that would be good. So the really things that you hate the most about Asmongold, he would have to stop it. Because if he didn't stop, he would get banned. And that also applies to Hassan, meaning the calling Jews inbred, all this type of stuff, any positive feelings about people in Israel, you shouldn't be able to be a dog catcher. All those things, they wouldn't be allowed moving forward. And I think that's a good outcome. So if that was to happen, I think I would be done with that. That would be mission accomplished.
So you think Hassan will stay on Twitch and just become less openly radical and conform his political beliefs?
I think so. Yeah, I think his viewership would tank if he went to YouTube. I think he's very heavily promoted.
I think he might
by the Twitch staff.
Diversify more into TikTok, but that's why I kind of.
I don't think it would actually.
Okay, because
I don't
that's
agree
kind
with you
of
guys,
why
but
I
fine.
want.
Okay, that's fine.
I think he would stay on Twitch, but I think he would still diversify more onto TikTok.
I think that he would probably just stop watching. He would. I think that he would probably maybe switch it up and maybe do a little bit more like he might moderate his rhetoric slightly, but he would still probably be super radical. He would just kind of know what he could try.
He would just be better at infiltrating Democrats and gently moving them towards his leftist extremist ideals. He'll just get better.
He would have to be way more moderate, and I think that's a good place to be. I think that we should have more moderation and more, I don't want to say centrism, but we should have more realistic goals. We should have people endorsing Kamala after the primaries. I don't have any issue with Hassan pushing Bernie as hard as fucking possible up until the primaries. I think that's great. I think he should do that. If he believes in those values, he should go fucking hard on it. But I think that once you start after the primaries are over and a nominee is chosen and you still refuse to endorse that candidate, I think that it's clear that, you know, you're an enemy of the party. And then when you say the extremist rhetoric of the stuff I've said before, as far as calling Jews inbred, and not all these people are, you know, by the way, Turkey is like, I think one of the most inbred countries that there is in the world.
Okay,
so
okay.
Jesus Christ.
Listen.
Wait, no, I mean, hold on.
What the
It
fuck?
is.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
might be true, but that doesn't
stop.
have
I've
anything
never
to do
heard
with
that before, but
No,
okay.
no, it is. Look.
Yeah,
Google's the
hey,
most
Dan, give us
inbred
give us
statistics. But
give
like
us
you
some-
would
give
like
us
this is
some
the type
true
of thing you
crime
could get in
statistics
trouble
next.
for saying.
Give us some
What's
true
that?
crime statistics next. Let's hear some
Hold
true crime
on.
statistics.
See how this is offensive to you? Imagine how it
No,
feels to me that Hassan has been able to say Jews have been inbred without any
I
punishment.
think that's bad.
On
I have more smoke for the left on their
Do you see how that
Gaza
feels?
than anyone else.
You see how that feels? Right?
I
You
don't
were
think
rightfully
we all
ready.
are not-
You were ready
we
to
all-
fight back and be like, "What the fuck did you just say?"
No,
Yeah.
my first instinct was that's an insane thing to bring up randomly on Monobox's stream. That was honestly my first. I was just like, okay, we're doing this now.
That
Alright,
did
fine.
seem
We
pretty
should have spoken
honorary
about
there.
Israeli
I'm not personally
pedophiles.
offended.
We should have spoken about Israeli pedophiles. Apparently,
There
what?
you go. There you go.
What's this fucking word? Consanguineous? How do you say that?
Consanguination?
Yeah, but it's written
Consanguinity?
sanguineous. Yeah, apparently it's rates of 20 to 25% marriages in Turkey. Really?
Incredible.
Is this about
whatever.
about like marrying your cousin or something like that?
I don't know if it goes up to like second or third, right? Because I think in Iceland,
it's
You know,
a
I do
line
want
of
to take it
attack
back.
on
It doesn't
not
matter.
the-
It doesn't matter.
Sorry, I want to take it back. It's not the
not a
most.
line of attack I've heard on Hassan before, but you know, it's interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say okay. It's not the most. I got that wrong. There's a bunch like Pakistan is apparently 61%, and then Kuwait is
Hassan
54%.
brain.
But
The
it's
entire
but it's
countries are
double.
falling down the train over it. It's terrible.
Well, it's double the rate of Israel. But the whole point is, you got so upset when I said this, you know, and you could say,
I
"Oh
thought
no,
it was
because it's on
funny. It was just
Motorbox stream."
unexpected. To be clear,
I feel-
you just
how does
acted
it
weird
feel
and everyone
that-
went, "Holy fuck!"
Yeah,
That
how
was
does it feel
That's all
to
that happened
me
there.
that when this happens on repeat and it gets reported and nothing happens?
I
And then the
think that's
CEO
bad.
says it's his favorite
I
streamer.
think you're
the
correct in
hold on.
your. I think you're
We all
correct
agree
in
with
your
this.
in your like. Yeah, I think it's like. I think it's really bad. I think
It is
though,
bad, yes.
Yeah, it's fucked, and I think especially with this, you would be way more effective if you, once again, could talk to European like people about this, like make sure there's a movement, not just in the US, but also in Europe, because
I don't think I
Europe.
have that sway that you're thinking. that
No,
I
you
have.
can try, Dan. You can try. You can try.
He wouldn't last in
You
Europe.
have your platform. No, you have your platform.
I
But I
don't really
think if
have
you
a
could-
platform. I have a Twitter account. That's it, right? It's not
Yeah,
like I'm
but-
doing a
okay.
political show.
No,
I
but Dan,
appreciate that you think I could have that
No,
level
no,
of influence.
look,
I don't
Look,
think that's true.
you know about Stop Killing Games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is something I'm guessing that started in the US and then moved over to Europe and is now actually going to have an impact because the European Parliament is going to push legislation down so that games don't get killed. Right? This is something that
And
you
it was
can...
run by Accursed Farms, who was kind of a nobody, like Freeman's Mind, like that guy
Yeah,
was
this
able
is
to.
Yeah, but that
something,
guy
especially
also-
like if you talk to, for example, especially like German European Parliament representatives, because Germans care a lot about anti-Semitism. This is something like we are super strong on like hate speech laws, and this is like hate speech is something that is because we care more about like the person's dignity over free speech. Like free speech is still there, but the person's dignity is more important. And if there's something that violates another person's dignity, this is something that you could definitely bring towards like the EU. This is this at least that's like my 2 cents. Obviously you can do whatever you want, but like this is something that I would do if I was you.
I mean, look, I
Okay.
look at. Oh.
Sorry, go ahead, Dan. You can finish this part and then I'll say something.
I feel like I have. I use this term in business a little bit, but there's in business I kind of say I have so much excitement capital to do something new. right? Or to work on something. Like when I wake up every day, there's like a tank that I have internally of my energy and my effort and the willingness I have to do some things, and I can only take on so many projects at once. So obviously,
and Hassan just revs that engine.
Well, no, it's like I'm running a company. I have a family. I have things around the house that I need to do, and then I have this project with Twitch, and these things are stuff that all take a toll on that. And I don't think that I have more in me besides what I'm already giving to do this, right? So I'm giving what I think is not a tremendous effort, but it's a consistent daily effort towards this project of trying to reform Twitch. I show up every day. That's the big thing. But it's not like I'm showing up and putting in 8 hours. I'm putting in, maybe a half hour, a bunch of tweets. That's the type of thing. It's a very small effort. Most of my effort is put into, real life things that I do. That said, I think that for that half hour or an hour a day, this gives me the most impact I could possibly have to do what I believe is to have a positive impact on things that I care about. And this is the only way I could do that. I think if I switch gears, I wouldn't be able to.
I'm super sympathetic to that. I think it worries me that it doesn't really matter who anyone talks to who's like, in some way representing Democrat interests. Eventually it just comes down to, well, this is the thing I like to do, or this is the thing I can do. I can't do anything else. It's just this. We've given up on MAGA. We've given up on appealing to, the electorate. We've given up. It's now just down to, I'm going to focus on the infighting that appeals to me, that motivates me, that I find fun.
Everyone is like that.
It's not infighting. It's not infighting. It's not infighting. When Clement Attlee was like one of the most successful Labour politicians in British history, that guy fought with communists all the fucking time. They hated him. It's not infighting. There's people who are compatible.
But this is
there's
the thing,
people
right? Like
who are
the right,
compatible with liberal democracy, and there are people who are not. Okay,
Loaderbox, on the right wing, it is infighting. It's because they build a big tent and then they purge people, right? The reason they're doing purges is one, because they've got a stronger hierarchy of money to determine who's in and who's out, because they have better funding. And the second reason, and some of the reasons they have better funding, Democrats can't compete with, but some of the reasons they can. And the other reason is because they actually incorporate people into the party, right? They actually pull as many people in as possible. They're way less gatekeepy, and then they kick people out.
I've got two things. So two things to that. One is, again, you're making it sound like there is some kind of like lost gain. I don't think that it depends on who you're talking about. With I think a lot of these like alt-left media people, I don't think it's losing any gain. I think they actually actively hurt the party. When you were talking about earlier about getting tech-savvy youths and all that who are pro-Democrat to come in and like appeal to new voters or to otherwise apathetic voters, well, look what happened when they tried that with Kirk'S. They got fucking slammed by an alt-left person in Taylor Lorenz.
Wait, but Gavin Newsom has literally been doing that quite successfully. He's pulled in a tech-savvy, kind of like a better group of communicators who are actually able to fight MAGA because they actually understand the technology. They understand the
who's
so they're able to
shitting on Gavin Newsom? The other people that you would like to appeal to.
I don't know who is shitting on Gavin Newsom.
It's the people that you would like to appeal to, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, there's one guy that all of a sudden this guy, Gavin Newsom, is doing like a good job at like appealing to moderate, normal Democrats, and leftists hate him. Yeah, leftists hate him.
Leftists do hate him.
I
do. I literally debated with like Kidnotkin about this recently, and everybody got like mad at me because I said they shouldn't purity test Gavin Newsom, and then they like got mad because they want to influence the Democrats in some way.
I swear I saw these people calling. Yeah, I swear I saw these people calling him Gruesome Gavin. The same thing that Trump calls them. Yeah.
I agree. Although, actually, I think if you see some of, I think maybe even Vosh's more recent coverage has been much more positive about Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, but Vosh is not.
Vosh is a wild card. Okay, Vosh is his own ideology. Okay,
I get that. I get that. But my point is that, listen, I'm more critical of the left than anyone because I'm a leftist. Okay, we all do infighting all the time. Of course we do. Okay, obviously on this platform, I'm gonna have to advocate for certain aspects of that. But obviously, I am harsher on them than any of you are when I'm fighting with them. Okay?
So hold on.
At the same time, I think that shut up. The problem that we have is that
Smug, can you please be fucking respectful with Kalinda?
Absolutely not. No.
Smug, I'm not gonna let you talk.
He's got some we've got some sexism going on here.
Absolutely not.
Okay, then I'm gonna interject every time you talk then.
Okay, please do. I'm terrified of Mina. I have great respect for Mina. Go ahead.
This is like the first time you've ever talked to me.
There you go.
Listen, here's my thing, okay? Smugbug, here's the problem. You talked about MAGA purity testing, that after they get people into their big tent or whatever. MAGA's one purity test is: are you going to support Donald Trump? Are you going to tell your audience to vote for Donald Trump? Are you going to say bad things about Donald Trump? No. Or yes, you're going to support Donald Trump? Welcome to the tent. That's the issue. On the Democratic side, the people we're trying to purity test out are the people who aren't fucking doing that. My purity test is literally just: are you going to tell your audience to vote for the Dems? If you're not, get the fuck out. If you don't care if Democrats win, you can get the fuck out. Vosh passes my purity test for all the other shitty things that he's done, or all the insane shit that he says about Israel, Palestine, or whatever. He still passes it because at least the last time I looked, he went online and he was saying, listen, you guys, you should still go out to the ballot box and vote for Democrats and vote for Kamala Harris because they are
he did
better
the same
than
with
Trump.
when Bernie Abbas was going on and he said you should support Biden. Yeah, he did that. But
exactly.
Hassan was really fucking passive about it. He never really went out and said yeah, you should go and vote for Kamala right now.
Until his debate with Ethan, he never even said who he voted for.
There's a significant difference here, which is that for the right wing, regardless of how you guys feel about reality, for the right wing, Trump is genuinely representing their interests when they're backing him. And for the left wing,
He's
and the only
not,
people,
though.
What did I just say? I said if you ignore your reality and focus on what they believe, they think that Trump. They think that Trump is genuinely representing their interests in a way that the left does not believe the Democrats are representing their interests. There's two ways to fix that. You can force at rhetorical gunpoint the left to always back the Democrats no matter what, and to basically just accept whatever they get. And I'm in that camp, okay? I agree. I would vote for Kamala Harris, obviously. But I don't think that it is more effective than doing what the right wing do and genuinely convincing these people that the Democrats do represent their actual interests. And most of these people do not feel that way. Whereas MAGA all think that Trump represents their interests, no matter how insane their interests are. They think he's going to solve chemtrails, fucking red food coloring, and frogs turning gay. Right? They think it doesn't matter what they think he's going to do. They believe that Trump has their back because he's passed the signaling test within MAGA. That's why they get to have a simple signal of do you back Trump or not, whereas the Democrats have not done nearly the same thing. I agree that they're all insane, that they don't really believe in reality, but that's why they're able to do that signal test, is because they do feel genuinely represented by the leadership on the right wing.
So do you think Democrats, just to summarize, do you think Democrats are not left enough?
Well, obviously, I would like the Democrats to be more left wing.
Yeah, but to get votes, not for your moral compass, just to get votes.
To get votes. I think that if Democrats genuinely focused in areas like Lena Khan, or just focusing on inequality as an issue more, I think you would end up reducing apathy, and I think there would be less of a drive towards right wing rhetoric that gets translated into xenophobia, anti-immigration rhetoric, whatever else. Right? Like you see how the fights on the right about H-1B visas or whatever are representative of a declining middle class and people getting fearful that their station is collapsing because we've only had a middle class for 70 years. It's kind of an anomaly, and it seems like we're returning back to the status quo of inequality that existed before the post-World War II boom. So yes, I think Democrats should focus on inequality as a major component, because I think that will get them more populist approval and then more backing. Look at Reform, right? Reform voters are out on social media talking about a fucking wealth tax now. I think they're more likely to win, and I think people who flank, if the right wing is able to flank the left on some of these left-wing economic issues, I think you're going to end up with very scary people in power.
I think we already talked about this when I was here earlier about the policies and the rhetoric. I think, personally, policies would be better in taking out the wind out of the sails of radical leftists, because that's all they really care about, is the policies. But rhetoric and policies would be better to combat the right wing in that way.
The other thing too, though, isn't just that they only care about the the problem is what kind of radical leftists are we talking about here? Because if we're talking about people like Hassan, nothing will ever be good enough for him unless the Democrats go full socialist / communist. And at that point, and they're not going to do that because then they're going to lose a whole bunch of other people.
Again, the reason I'm not interested in focusing on Hassan is because he's basically reached a point where, like, I don't really believe he has an ideological project beyond making himself money and retaining his wealth and being a popular cultural streamer. That's it.
Okay,
so yeah, obviously Hassan himself is.
Hassan is going to lose so much relevance as soon as the Israel.
Hassan is super relevant.
As soon as the war in Israel is going to stop, like Hassan is going to lose so much.
Oh, is he the least relevant after Israel-Palestine?
What?
Yeah, well, he'll be the only one.
He just always talks about IP.
Yeah,
Same
that's
with, like Mike from PA.
Become his whole brand.
I agree. I agree that streamers that overly fixate on IP are going to struggle after things work out there.
It's also
but luckily they never will.
After things work out, that's never happening.
That was a joke. Yeah, I obviously that's never happening. It's infinite content forever. It's the perfect drama.
Well, I mean, especially since my IP content is like 50% of it is fucking history. So how's that going to change things all that much?
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. Yeah,
and if it does change, no, it's not.
I'm sorry, no, I'm fuck. Like, let's say it was. Who gives a fuck, man? God, like I'm also an entertainer at the end of the day. If this guy who has a fascinating level of fucking retardation in proportion to popularity about the Israel-Palestine conflict, if he's just learned about the fucking Western Wall like 2 weeks ago or whatever, yeah, that's fucking interesting. I'm gonna talk about it, and it also gives me a good springboard to talk about the conflict in general. Why not? I can do both at once. It's funny and it's informative. Fuck you.
But you don't want to talk about the conflict in general. You just watch slop, and then you watch more slop, and then you move on to other slop.
No, Mina, no. I thought you were pivoting to drama slop. What happened? I thought you were moving to drama. Am I crazy? Did I miss that? Did I get that wrong?
What, me in general? I do some drama. I do some informative. As often it overlaps.
Fair enough. Okay.
And still research streams.
That's great.
The research you do is just off stream. You barely
I did fucking Qatar last week.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
God.
Last week.
I'll spurg out over fucking connections for an hour and a half. I don't know, like, I thought you guys wanted someone authentic. I do what's interesting to me. Jesus.
Connections literally makes me want to.
Hey, listen, I'm an authenticity guy. Okay? All right, whatever's authentic. Okay, if you're just a little guy who has to do connections, if Dan's just a little guy who has to do Twitch, I get it. Okay, everyone is just following
he's just a nice Arab boy.
Personal...
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's just a sweet. It's his birthday. Okay, be nice. It's his birthday. Everyone, be nice. Back off.
No, I think
why does Saudi? I mean, this is a very stupid question, but then again, I only have a GED, so I'm allowed to ask it. Why is it that Saudi Arabia doesn't just fucking steal Qatar? Just like go in there and pull a Trump and take it?
Because the Saudi military can't do anything.
Something like that happened. I think the last time something like that happened, there was a coalition that I don't know went and stopped it.
Yeah, Saudi couldn't even stop the Houthis. How are they going to stop a fully sovereign state in Qatar, which also has some Iranian sympathy as well, right?
Also, when she's saying there's the coalition, I believe. Sorry,
I'm talking about Desert Storm, yeah.
yeah. I was just gonna throw. Yeah, I was just wondering. Sorry, that I am in fact retarded sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, these Arab militaries are a little bit gupped. They're a bit behind.
It's scuffed.
There's a fucking US base in Qatar as well. Qatar's an especially privileged position or unique. You'd have to go through the Yanks.
Yeah. Trump wouldn't like that, okay? They just gave him a nice plane.
Well, maybe never mind. It doesn't matter. But yeah, that's it. I guess also I'm getting blamed for like everything. I don't want to say blamed, but like whatever's happening on Twitter. It's not like I have made these people post these things or do these things. Like I don't have that ability. I've simply, I'm advocating for my own beliefs. Like you have to remember, like. Are you guys everyone in here is like pro-choice, right? I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have to sometimes remember to yourself, like as passionate as you are about some things, which is like the most important thing in the world, right? Is that other people genuinely, completely are pro-life, and they absolutely believe that like there's a genocide going on every day, that abortion is illegal in the United States. Like they believe it. Like it's a religion taught to them. They believe it like Santa Claus is real type of thing. And it's their right. And that level of passion, I don't think that we get to say that they're wrong. It's a difference of opinion. You can say, oh, my body, my choice. But it's people that have just, it can be that important of an issue to them that they go all out on. And you can be like, isn't there more important things? And they can say, fucking no, there isn't. This is the most important issue to me. And this is what I'm going to advocate for. And I think that it's like, for me, what I can have effectiveness on and what I care about and what I have knowledge about, all three of these things have lined up very well with Twitch, and they wouldn't line up with anything else. So if you say, Dan, go advocate for pro-choice, I would be shit, and I just wouldn't have any effectiveness there. So that's a big part of, I think, why I have to do what I do.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that's a really good way to look at it. Like, you're not going to be able to solve everyone's problems at once.
Everybody
Like,
has their
people have
rules.
clusters of idiosyncratic beliefs. I get that, but I just don't see anyone on your side doing that when it comes to the right wing. Like, every time I see a liberal like Destiny or whoever from that fucking cluster debating MAGA on anything, I see people in MAGA who are basically saying, "I'm a flat earther that beats my wife," and liberals focus more heavily on the flat earther thing than the wife beating thing, because the flat earth thing is a bigger deviation from reality than the wife beating, right? Like, I feel like it's all about making MAGA look stupid and feel like that they aren't worth considering in the conversation.
I can explain
when
this to you.
Actually you can do that.
So I can explain this very simply. It's team sports. A lot of it. The
Well,
stuff
yeah,
that all you
obviously.
commentary guys hate so much. It's team sports. It's the same reason why it's based and funny when all of the leftists completely denied that lady who went on the H3 show and was trying to pass a bill about ending child marriage, while everyone was able to call her, saying that she's histrionic and a liar and full of shit. It's team sports. That's it. And the sooner that you accept that reality is team sports and getting things done and getting bills passed is team sports, and your side is based and the other side is wrong, and playing into that and working with the other person when they happen to agree with you, tribalism, team sports, all of this type of stuff, if you don't accept it, you're just putting yourself at a tremendous back foot advantage that has no advantage whatsoever. You need to use every advantage you have to pass an effective goal. It doesn't mean,
What do you mean by accept it? I feel like this
you have to accept that we're in a
before,
we're in a two-party system, and
Sure.
that if you want to get eyes on an issue, that sometimes you're going to have to align with people, or at least not say, "Fuck you, you're pro-life. I can't deal with you. I hate you." Or "Fuck you, you're pro on this issue that I don't agree with," because you're not going to have 100% alignment
I'm not.
with everyone.
I'm not that kind of leftist. I agree with you. Like, I'm aligned with Gavin Newsom. Okay, like I agree
Sure.
with you. I'm happy to align with whoever the
Well,
fuck
let me ask
effective
you,
at changing MAGA minds.
How much shit do you? And this is a big one because, and I don't know the answer, and I don't know all of his positions. What do you think you agree with Asmongold on? And what do you think you disagree with him on?
I think that Asmongold is a very good representation of this like very, very
The
sad,
average vulture.
nihilistic, apathetic man specifically, who has kind of given up, and basically their dream is to be left alone in their goon cave with just enough to survive so that they can play video games, because they no longer have an imagination for a future where they're part of society. And I think that group of people has gotten really, really big, and I think that Asmongold is a very strong representative of that, like, genuine
I agree,
reality.
but I didn't ask you that though. I asked
What did
you,
you
what
ask
do you
me?
think
What positions?
What do you
what
think you
positions I agree
disagree with him on, and what do you agree with him on?
I think probably I would agree with him on some economic policy. I think he's spoken about. I've seen clips of him talking about some basic, broad economic policies that would actually benefit him and his, or not him, but his fan base of cave gooners. And I would accept that, even if it's probably broadly.
I guess
unproductive
maybe
for
the
his
better
group, 'cause it's broadly
question
productive
is,
for everyone else.
let's assume. Okay, Tectone has a smaller audience. What's the one thing?
I know nothing about Tectone.
Oh,
at all.
okay,
I'm
fine.
not a
Then we'll
commentary
take.
guy.
Imagine Asmongold with 5,000 viewers. What's the one thing that Asmongold has said or done that he's toxic and you will never have anything to do with him? What's that thing for the line in the sand?
I'm going to be honest, I don't really have a line. I would work with a Nazi if they were able to at least genuinely improve things. Like, I would work with a Nazi who was able to help, change MAGA minds towards liberalism or towards leftism. Obviously, that's extremely unlikely. So the reason I wouldn't is because that's not going to happen. But I don't have a personal moral line where I would say that's too icky. I'm not going to touch that.
That's like saying you'd work with a Nazi if they weren't a Nazi. If a Nazi is going to be like
Well,
promoting
exactly. So
liberalism,
that's why
they're
I'm
not a
saying-
Nazi. So
That's exactly.
do you
that's
just
exactly
not know?
what I said. Right,
do you just not know Asmongold's policies, or like what his bad ones are, or what?
I just said, like, he's got okay, right, as in, like, I would not back this policy. Well, then you're just asking me to balance different trolley problem, different policies
So
together.
you're
Well, no, I'll just give you an answer. Okay, Asmongold has this horrible fucking tendency to take like all of the authoritarian psycho fascist shit that Trump does and just make it into a base and epic. Well, fuck around, find out. Like him fucking laughing at people getting deported to like random fucking African countries that they've never been to because of their parents' like illegal immigration status or because of like a fuck up on paperwork. That's fucking insane. Him celebrating like Mahmoud Khalil getting his fucking entire life threatened because of what they didn't even charge him with anything. They didn't even know what they were going after. They were just like general
you think someone
terrorists.
like Dan should never work with him ever then, under any circumstances.
Dan can do what he wants. I wouldn't work with someone over that. No.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
Okay,
First
right.
off, what do
I'm
you
just
guys
asking.
mean by working with also?
Well,
right?
that's
Because
the thing.
like,
it's your question originally. You're the one who.
yeah. So
right?
I guess I would say
go
like,
ahead.
Lonerbox. Like, what are you gonna do tomorrow if you wake up and you find that Asmongold has retweeted something of yours? Are you going to delete the tweet?
I don't care about retweets. No.
Okay, so I mean, I don't
That's
know.
specific
Like,
to retweets, not about. That's not. So he just doesn't consider that like a worthy affiliation, like an important thing. So like, what?
Yeah,
like, what if he was?
Then I guess it's not fair to say that I'm working with these people because it's not like I'm doing strategy sessions with them or something. It's like, they'll like if I see something that they post that's like, Twitch, for instance, if Tectone posts Hassan is a cancer on Twitch that's protected by the CEO. He's been calling Jews inbred for a year and no one gives a fuck. Something needs to be done. Fire Dan Clancy. I'm retweeting that. I don't care that Tectone said something stupid a week ago or whatever. Like, to me, I'm retweeting that post because I agree with the content on that. I'm not doing a full purity test dossier on the guy before I click the retweet button. That doesn't mean I'm working alongside him. It means that I'm I'm signal
If you think it's going to be effective, that's fair enough. Yeah, I agree. I don't think your allies should be pure. I don't think purity testing people that.
I don't even know if you can do it anyways.
Like maybe an example
I
is
agree, yeah.
an example is maybe let's say that me and Asmongold both wanted like free healthcare, but I don't think I would go with Asmongold on like a free healthcare campaign trail or like doing promotions.
for sure.
I wouldn't do that. Like even though if we support the same thing, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, that's like working together that I wouldn't want to do.
Anyway, I've got to run. I just want to say before I run, okay, Dan, I would be happy.
You're like an
I would
hour
be
late.
happy. I know, I'm already late. I'm late for my stream, okay? The Pond Scum podcast about to go live right now.
Well, I hope what you're about to say is, Dan, I'm pleasantly surprised with how you handle this, and I have a newfound appreciation for what you're doing, and that it's going to reflect positively when I talk about you moving forward.
Hell no.
Absolutely not. What I was going to say was that I would be happy to be your imperfect ally, but unfortunately, I think that you underestimate your ability to have value in other areas than your niche interest and your niche specialization. So I think that if you focus more heavily on other areas, you'd probably be able to be more effective than just trying to get Twitch to change a few TOS things. Worst case scenario, they just move on to a fucking .gg platform or YouTube or Kick or wherever the fuck else. Would be happy to have them. Best case, maybe they moderate some of their stuff, which just makes them more effective at infiltrating the Democrat Party, which is also not what you want, I would expect. So I just it doesn't seem like a good use of time compared to the other things you could be doing with your time and your capital and your cultural capital.
Okay.
Dan, after this, you should go into the
Okay.
Pond Scum stream and grill them on their content management.
Please go ahead. All right, Pond Scum podcast going live right now. Bye.
Bye bye. You know, Smug. He's got resources. Why don't we? Fuck. Why don't I ever?
Dan
Police-
already posted a comment on like one of the streams, I think, like a couple of weeks ago.
Have I? Oh,
Yeah, you did.
I think that. I don't know. I think people sometimes want, someone that gets this a lot, and I don't know why, is Erudite. I think like Erudite has like a very dedicated group of haters. I feel like I said this as a joke. She could shit a golden brick, and people would be like, "It's not even exactly a kilogram. That's like 0.97. Is this bitch even trying?" Like I feel it's to that level of hatred, and I have a little bit of that as well. Like, it doesn't matter what you say, what you do. Even if you say the right things, it's like, well, he's lying. He doesn't believe that. He's not why he's actually doing that. So sometimes these conversations can be very pointless to have, I would say, because people come in with preconceived notions of who you are, or you said this in the past, so anything you say that's not that is that, because they want to hold you to some particular viewpoint or boogeyman that they have in their mind of who you are, and then anything that's not feeding that narrative is sweeping, and anything that is a mistake that you accidentally let out or something along those lines that they can twist into that. And I'm not a fan of that type of stuff.
I
at this point.
I mean, you're
wanted to
saying
ask
that
you
on my
one-
stream, like, yeah, we know what that's like.
I wanted to ask you something else, Dan. Also, everyone, 2 more till the goal. Donate. Give this man money.
Facts.
Anyway, okay, Dan, to go back further, a while ago you were saying something about Asmongold being a political streamer. Okay, let's say you have a streamer on Twitch, all right, and they spend all of their time playing like World of Warcraft, okay, and then once a week for an hour they settle in and they say, hey guys, it's story time, and tonight we're going to be reading Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler. And then they read it and they talk about how based and epic it is, and then like they stop going live. I would imagine, and this person gets like, I don't know, like 100+ K viewers. I would imagine that you would probably have the same smoke for them that you have for Hassan, right? If they didn't get banned for doing that kind of shit, or if they were pushing other kind of Nazi propaganda or other such anti-Semitic shit. Yes.
Yeah, of course, but that doesn't happen on Twitch. The only Nazi propaganda that's allowed is if you have a hammer and sickle poster in your
I
background.
know, but I think you're missing the point that I'm trying to make, is that I don't think it's relevant that Asmongold isn't a quote unquote political streamer if he's still doing and saying insane shit on Twitch, the platform.
I think what this Dan is, I think he said that before as well, is that what he's doing is something that would also affect Asmongold.
Yeah,
and also
that's
affect
true,
all other political creators, because if they actually did enforce the TOS properly, all other creators would also be affected by it, not just Hassan.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think that that's fair and that's good. But like, I'm just saying, like, if your goal is to like get rid of or to like deal with extremism on Twitch, like, I do think that maybe some people are maybe like fair to question, well, why don't you ever talk about Asmongold? And it's always just Hassan as the example. Or is it because that you feel like the political atmosphere on Twitch is set up to protect Hassan? It's a bit weird that it seems to now be protecting Asmongold because he doesn't get banned for any of the crazy shit that he's like, at least not lately. I don't think that he's gotten like his last ban, I'm pretty sure, was his Palestine comments. And I think that was before he surpassed Hassan as like when he was talking about politics. In terms of numbers,
I think the reason that maybe Asmon doesn't catch a ban is because Twitch can't afford to ban him. People underestimate how impactful he is, especially on YouTube. Like the YouTube statistics came out, the search statistics like a few months ago. Asmongold was in the top 10. Like you have to understand, he's in the top 10. Like think about every video game you know, they're not in the top 10. Think about every celebrity you know, they're not in the top 10. Asmongold is in the top 10 YouTube searches. Like that is a level of impactful that's insane. So I think the reasoning that Twitch, may not be taking action against Asmon isn't so much that the staff agrees and loves and wants to support his views, and is more so along the lines of they just literally can't afford to lose him at this point. It would be too much of an optics L for the company to lose that streamer.
Optics L, or you mean a financial L?
Well, I think, to be clear, Twitch makes most of their money not off of the big streamers. It's actually their loss leaders. It's the way that it works. The most money comes in not from these huge streams, but from the small streams where it's like, you're streaming to 30 people. That's the big money, actually, believe it or not. It's the huge ones are very expensive to do. It's a lot of resources, and it's just different. The big streams are subsidized by the small streams, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, optics. I think that the idea of them banning Asmongold would be like what we're seeing right now with Elon Musk and all that stuff. It would be like that times 1,000, no matter what, because of the size of that community and the
because it would seem like it was one side.
I mean,
I'm just saying,
it's like you're gonna ban Asmongold and you allowed this on Hassan
It's
from
just
this
gonna
long.
move to Kick. They're gonna give him like a huge contract.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, Kick is like the Wild West. But like,
well, no, it's not that's. I don't think that's true. I think Kick is not the Wild West. That would be Rumble. Okay. On Kick,
fair, but they're the Wild West light.
Kick has rules that if you break, they will ban you. And the rules are just less stringent, but they are equally applied, which is at least something to say. Would like to see that applied on the same part to Twitch, but it doesn't. So, I listen. We'll see what happens, right? Like today and tomorrow, I'm sure there's a lot of strategy meetings happening right now in boardrooms in San Francisco over how to handle this annoying Jew that's kicking up dirt and this, bald retard who's quote tweeting videos or something, but I think it's at a fever pitch, and I'm hoping that that something can happen. Not with Hassan, because again, I do believe that if a new executive team was put in place of Twitch, that Hassan would just moderate himself, and it would be moving forward, and that would be fine. And he can do everything he wants to do, and everything would be normal, because I don't think he wants to leave Twitch. He doesn't want to leave behind those subs. He doesn't want to leave behind that audience, that viewership. He doesn't want to leave any of that behind, but he would moderate himself. He's not going to be saying that if you have any positive feelings about Israel, you shouldn't be able to walk a dog. That's not going to happen. He's not going to be calling Jews inbred anymore.
One
right?
other thing, sorry, because Tutan the Hassan fan came into my DMs and started screaming at me. I'm slightly exaggerating about how you are lying, Dan, because Hassan did not call all Jews inbred. Instead, he was talking specifically about settlers, and I
really?
attempted to explain it.
I'm happy to pull up a clip of 2 Jewish American students who were at a protest in Berkeley, and he called them inbred. And they weren't Haredi. So that's a little bit of a rough one to do when you call two American Jews inbred. I don't know how you square that circle. I guess
I also explained to him why a Jewish person like yourself might be more than a little bit bothered by Hassan applying that label to Jews, given the context with which Hassan talks about Israeli Jews in particular, and like the demonization that he subjects them to. But he kind of ignored that.
Tutan is just the guy that if you talk to him about something, eventually he'll concede, and then next week he'll come back with the exact same talking points that you have to disseminate once again. It's literally just a perpetual mobility.
I don't need to do it. Like if you disagree if you say I'm doing something out of context or there's more, that's fine. Hassan's streams are full to watch, and you can go post the full context. But the sad part is a lot of this stuff, it doesn't help. Like when Hassan's making jokes like, "Oh, I bet this lady that has a Star of David necklace, I bet she's going to ask about Jews." I remember this at the Kamala. What was it?
No, exactly.
Debate. And then fucking laughing hysterically when she does. Like, you know what it is? That's I don't know what to say. That's nothing more than just like insane shit. Like I can't imagine if like it's like, oh, Abdul's coming up next. I wonder what he's going to ask about, because that's all he's capable of. It's like incredibly racist. It's incredibly anti-Semitic, and it's just it's a pattern of a tremendous amount of stuff with this. That's why it's been able to document so much of it. And that's why he is the lightning rod for change at Twitch. If he wasn't there, someone else would take the reins. And until they start enforcing the rules, there'll just be more and more Hassans. And it'll keep getting more and more extreme. Because guess what? Extremism makes money. There's a reason that Alex Jones is so fucking rich. It's because extremists spend money. Because it's a cult. Cult leaders make money. Church leaders make money. They have fucking mega yachts and mega churches and all that stuff. Like when you're an extremist, you make money. And the more extreme you are, the more money that you make. So there's this natural push, and nobody is like smacking Hassan on the nose when he goes too far and saying, no, Hassan, you can't call Jews inbred. You're banned for a week. Nobody's doing that. Okay? So, and as a result, he keeps pushing it more and more and more and more.
Hi. Do I need to do introductions or anything?
No. Just say what's what.
Oh. Okay, so my initial question is I'm having like a bit of a liberal crisis of faith, or not really a crisis of faith, but I as a liberal and lifelong liberal, I've always been on the idea of like political nonviolence. We celebrate MLK and stuff like that, but also as liberals in America, left and liberals in general, even the moderate ones, we celebrate, like, for example, John Brown is a very popular figure on the American liberals and left. And like, I've kind of had to like parse myself. Like my immediate gut reaction of seeing Kirk shot was, this is horrible. This is bad. This isn't what we do. But, the next day I was thinking, we celebrate John Brown, and like he beheaded people who were, promoting slavery in Kansas. And, he's a political, I think we all agree that he was an agitator a bit. He was trying to ferment a revolution and, a slave revolt. So I was like wondering, like, how do we parse this with ourselves and liberal spaces, that we will say that Kirk is bad and everything, like Kirk's assassination was bad. We also agree that Kirk was a terrible, awful person who was promoting a system that would have been terrible and awful, but yet we put, John Brown on a pedestal for beheading a, advocate for slavery and then trying to take over an armory to start a slave revolt. Like,
well, wait, so John Brown, did he like kill people who were not slavers, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the
so
people he killed were not
did
slavers.
the people who celebrate him for that?
Some people do, yeah, for sure.
No,
I think most do.
specifically for the civilian killing. Like, really?
Uh,
They're like, we liked it when he went past the slave owners and killed some random cunts.
Well,
not everybody that he fought against was a slave owner either. There were people.
Yeah.
Some of them were just advocates.
Yeah, I'm trying to get what I'm trying to get is people celebrate fucking Churchill, but I don't think everyone who celebrates Churchill is like, yeah, the firebombing of Dresden, that was fucking based. Yeah, setting all those people on fire. Yeah, banging. City center, away from the arms factories. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
People don't say that, right? So you can celebrate the person or the idea, but not the particular actions. I don't know why you would celebrate where the Charlie Kirk is a specific action. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I think one of the ways I kind of like justified in my brain was that like slavery was like a well-established institution at the time, and what Kirk's advocating, hasn't really come to fruition. Like what he wanted America to be hasn't really come. So like there was a real threat of like if these advocators got their way, then there would be this awful, immoral institution that, so like that's one of the ways that's squared with it. I think the other way is because we have like hindsight of history and stuff like that. Like we don't know where this is going to end. We don't know what the reaction of this is going to end. We're not going to, you know what I mean? So like the hard part about analyzing current events of history is with history, we have spoiler alerts, from the beginning. And like, right now, as a trans person, I'm worrying about fucking pogroms and all these right-wing figures saying are now doxing trans people in Utah and claiming that the trans community had advanced knowledge of Kirk's assassination, like crazy shit like that. Sorry, a lot on my chest.
That's okay.
That's completely understandable.
And there's also the governor coming out too and basically saying that he confirmed personally that the shooter was a leftist that had a trans girlfriend. Like the same guy that was lauded for being so nonpartisan in his speech of the event has turned around and started doing the things that everybody was praising him for not doing.
And another frustrating thing, like this whole situation is so insane to me. Like imagine if this was any other race or demographic or minority, like imagine if we had articles in like the 1990s, like Timothy McVeigh had a Muslim roommate that could have been his boyfriend, and we think that he might have caused Timothy McVeigh to bomb Oklahoma City, and like this person isn't even a suspect. They've been cooperating since the beginning, but because it might be possibly a trans person that knew the killer. Now we know more about this roommate than we do about the actual killer, and people are making conclusions from that. I think it's just a sign of how bad shit is getting for trans people.
Still really hoping the shooter isn't trans. It seems quite clear.
The shooter is definitely not trans.
They're just arguing over whether or not the partner is trans, right?
Yeah. It's
a partner who's not even a suspect. Like,
yeah, it's honestly, I don't think even if there wasn't a trans partner or whatever, I think they would still just do the same shit. Like, it's really frustrating. There's like nothing you can do. It's just complete like delusion about like who is really an issue in the society, and that there's just not much you can do about that.
It's
All
taken
you can do is
less than fucking like 5 trans shooters in the last like 20 years
Yeah.
to produce this reaction.
to paint. I think it's kind of terrifying though, because like for a long time, like transphobia was like in the U.S. was like a pity thing, like oh, these trans people were a victim of left-wing ideology. They will find Jesus and stuff, and now especially with the trans shooter stuff, it's now these trans people are a front for a fifth column seeking to destroy our Judeo-Christian values. Like,
all right, I gotta run. But
wait, hold on, Dan,
was
for a
good
second.
talking to you.
Wait, hold on, Dan, just for a quick sec, because the main reason I came in here was to ask you a specific hypothetical.
Okay.
About the willingness to work with, say, an Asmongold, for example.
Okay.
And I'm going to take your personal identity out of this and insert mine. So that just you get to be black for 5 minutes. Congratulations. But
don't use it.
During the BLM riots, for example, and you had a lot of people running around calling for violence against black men because they're dangerous, 1350 or whatever. And I decided that, Dr. Umar, for example, had a good point, and I was going to try to sweep for him because he agreed with me on this issue. Do you not see the problem there?
Who's Dr. Omar?
Dr. Umar
He's
is
a crazy dude.
Black radical. He's basically a black Hebrew Israelite. He hates race mixing. He yells at black men for dating anybody that's not black, etc., etc.
Is he a hotep?
Well, I can prove. Yes. I think right now there's a good example that like I have some. I don't just ally, or it's not even words ally. Like I don't just retweet anything. I actually sent Monerbucks an example I thought was funny, and I said like not retweeting this. And like I am selective. Like I'm not, but I can't purity test. Like for instance.
Well, you're purity testing a man that immediately after the shooting said it's time for revenge. It's time to make these people pay. Some of them are going to have to pay. They've declared war on us. It's time to declare war on them. Right after.
Who said that?
Asmongold. On his stream, live.
Wait, did he say it? Hold on, he didn't say it on his stream. Didn't he say it in the video? I thought he wasn't live.
Also, can you excuse some level of him being, I don't know, whatever, like rightfully or unrightfully or however you want to put it, like him being emotional at the moment, saying something stupid, as opposed to it being his 24/7 content. So the example I was going to give, by the way, is like Nick Fuentes. All right, someone I am not aligned with. Okay, just tweeted like Hassan should be banned from Twitch and deported. The fact you can say simp or retard on Twitch and get banned, but you can do this is enough, right? You think I'm retweeting that? No, I'm not.
He said Hassan should get banned from Twitch and deported back to Turkey. Fuck me.
Yeah, right. So not only do I don't agree with that view, but in the same part though, like I have my line, but I don't put. So even though Asmongold has said bad things, I've said bad things. Okay. So I don't know if you want to define me off of every bad thing I've said. If you do, then it would be fair for someone else to purity test you before you talk to me, right? Because the thing is, like, this is like, I understand the Asmongold stuff is recent, but you can dig through things I've said and be like, holy shit, Dan said this. You have to disavow. You can't work with that guy or find some clip. It doesn't matter, in context, out of context. Like, people are emotional. People say stupid things. People wish they could go back and do different things, but the question is that their defining characteristic? Is that what they do all day, every day? Or is this like, a fuck up that they made that they wish they could take back? And how important of a view is it for you as well, right? Like, if someone is pro-choice, am I like, I can't be friends with this person? They're a fucking baby murderer. That's it. I can't. Like, it's just like, I'm sorry. The line is there. You want me to be friends with a fucking baby murderer? They think it's fine to murder babies, right? Like, to you, this is like, society has made it like kind of a not big deal, but for a lot of people, it's a big deal. It's a fucking really big deal, right? So when you're like, how can you talk with Asmongold when he said this? Well, how can you talk with Lonerbox when he wants babies to die? Right? Which is a bigger deal.
I'm not saying how can you talk with him. I'm just saying there's a difference between talking with somebody and kind of whitewashing their views. When you said that Hassan was the largest political streamer and Asmongold was not doing full, he's not, because Asmongold is bigger and Asmongold is a political streamer at this point.
I don't think so.
Asmongold became bigger and became a
He
political
is.
streamer because what got him views during the election of Trump was him simping for Trump, was him sweeping for Trump, was him being that political activist that you are pretending that he's not. And that's what I'm saying.
It goes back further than that too, in terms of.
All right, you know what? Fine. I'm gonna go this way then. If you want, what's my goal? Because you know the answer to this.
Your goal is to reform Twitch.
Correct. Okay. If let's say hypothetically, and I'm not even saying that I agree with this, but let's say hypothetically, I switch up, and now no more Hassan. I'm all in on Asmon. Do you think that Hassan's clan is going to be supporting me on that battle? Do you think I'm going to be having a lot of retweets and motion and everything else as I do that, as I switch up?
Oh, well, you know what you should do? You should compare the two to one another and say, see, they're both
Hold
bad.
on. No, because you're not being pragmatic. One of these things goes fucking nowhere with no support, and the other one gets in front of Elon Musk retweeting it. It's a no-brainer, okay? And
Wait,
it
Asmon's been retweeted by Elon. Don't give me this, bro. Like,
yes,
what are we
but
talking
my
about
goal,
here?
my goal, as I've said before, is reform at Twitch. Reform at Twitch moderates all sides, which I think is good in toning down the charged level of where things are at. Because right now, only one side, plus Asmongold, I guess you could say, is allowed to do things, and I think it's bad. So my goal is Twitch. My goal is not 1,000 other things. I can focus on what I'm good at. That's it. Okay. And
I'm just saying, watch your back is all, because as soon as your usefulness is over, they will turn on you.
see, this is where you have me. This is where you have me fucked up. Okay. You think I'm the one getting used?
He's using them. Oh.
You don't think it can go both ways?
How am I? You know what? I don't know. I don't know what to say. I am like, if I stream on my own, I'm lucky if I get like 1,000 viewers. You're saying that I'm being used? What for? What? For my tweets that they're somehow incapable of writing?
Well, I mean, you're a witty cat. You put out some stingers that a lot of people wouldn't be willing to do. Yes. Like, an attack dog does not necessarily have to be popular to be effective.
Okay.
Look at Bad Empanada. He ain't popular, but he sure as shit is effective.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't
I don't think he has any motion whatsoever at all. But that's just me.
He has motion in our online world. Yes.
He's also
in Hassan's chat. That's it.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Not even
All
on
right,
that.
you guys.
front
I'm
anymore.
gonna go. Love you guys. Bye bye.
Bye, Mina.
Bye.
Sorry, look, I do have to go because I have a business cat meeting to do. But that said, I think that there's something to be said for realizing where you are in the world, realizing what you can and can't do if you show up every day and continue to work, and then focusing on that goal, as opposed to burying your head in the sand and saying the most important thing is making sure we don't have a fascist government, and I'm going to do everything on that, knowing that you won't even be a drop in the water. You won't change anything. If you have an impossible goal, you will have an impossible journey to accomplish that goal. I have a possible goal, which has a possible path to possible change. And I'm very clearly being effective with what I'm doing. And now people are criticizing the effectiveness strategy and saying, I don't like that you're so effective by working with this person. I'm sorry.
That's not fair.
Dan, I think that one last thing before you go, I think that you should, if you haven't done it already, because I know that you have that thing, is that website with the chat logs. You should check Asmongold's chat or like his chat logs sometime, because there's a lot of crazy Nazi shit in there. I guarantee
to be clear,
it.
It's logs.ivr.fi, and it's not my website. Okay, it's a public website. I have no idea who fucking runs it. Anyone can go look at it.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the website that the one that has like the specific log for Hassan.
Hatred.tv.
Yeah, that. Yeah. Like if you
I really have to go in a second, but I feel like you missed the entire point of where I said, like, you know, if I switch up what I'm doing,
I'm not asking you to switch up what you're doing. I'm just saying that, like, and I'm not saying you need to call out Asmongold specifically. I'm just saying that, like, broaden the horizons in terms of the hate shit on Twitch beyond just like Hassan and his orbiters, because that you'll find it in like other places, like Asmongold's chat.
I am not naive of this fact, but what I'm doing, the end result will moderate all chats, not just Hassan. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I'm just saying that you would be more effective.
I don't think I'm not going to be more effective. Nothing will change. Like, I'm not, you know what? I bet if you look at fucking Destiny's chat, you'll find unhinged shit as well. Everyone's going to have it to that level. It's not about caring. It's not about knowing. It's about being realistic with your goals. And this is why the people who will scream something like, well, why don't you care about this? These are the same people who will accomplish nothing, right? I'm aware that different people have extremist views on both sides, but I'm also aware that I can only do so much. And the best way for me to do things are to do things in my own way, not hitch myself to anyone's particular wagon, but to go with a flow and to, when there's a wave coming in, to try and put a little bit of motion behind that wave if it's in furtherance of the goal of moderation of Twitch. That's it. Like, that's the best way to essentially do something.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to keep you here any longer. But yeah, thank you.
Let me before I go, I just want to be clear where we're
Dan, for real.
Yeah.
Thanks
no,
for
I mean,
your time.
I'll stop by more often. But to be clear of where we're at, since I've started this campaign, and
I know you've accomplished a lot. Yeah.
Don't forget, Hassan specifically has lost millions of dollars a year as a direct result of the actions that I've taken. Okay, that is an actual cause that has probably caused him to moderate his content, because whenever he has that politics CCL on, he's not able to be as extreme as he is. So the more times he has that politics CCL on, the more times he's losing money. It's a natural capitalist way to moderate his behavior. That is a direct result of what I've done. Millions of dollars a year have been done from that. Secondly, the actions against Twitch have absolutely been effective. And you can see that every day. And I don't mind if people want to say, well, it's not you, it's someone else that's doing it. That's fine. I don't need to take the credit. I can be the guy that was another drop in a bucket, but you know what? I was still a drop in a bucket as opposed to not even atom in a fucking breath of wind or whatever. Okay, I'm something to make this goal happen here. So that's the difference. That's what it takes to be effective, as opposed to being a fucking nobody or just being someone who's commenting in chat and then we'll go jerk off the fucking hentai or something like that. I'm out here. I'm making waves. And that's the big thing. And you can make waves too. Just show up every day. That's it. That's all it takes. Show up every day. So, all right. Nice talking with you guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye, Dan.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Wow, I'm so motivated.
Stars and
show up every day.
me
Listen,
too.
I need to fucking move on to my segment shit. I need to watch
you have content to do. I'm sorry for the
I have
derailment.
connections to play. Fucking
it's almost time.
fucking mic stand. Why is it doing that? It shouldn't do that.
Rip.
It's not built to do that.
Oh.
All right, whatever.
All right. Thank you guys for having me. This is the first time I actually talked to a political YouTuber before. So, hi, Mom. I'm on YouTube.
Nice.
Oh, and
So,
to
yeah.
answer the chatter from before, I am not trans, but hi.
I am. Hi. So yeah, I'll go and hopefully I can go and chat with you guys more often. I have a lot of political thoughts. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye. Have fun,
Later.
learner. Have fun, chat. Bye.
All right, take care.
Connections time.
Not quite. Yeah, we'll see. Holy shit. Ugh. Before people on our side cry about hypocrisy, remember that you can't say the word simp or retard on the platform, but you can openly incite murder against conservatives. Enough is enough. Oh, no.
I think a lot of people are starting to find out Charlie Kirk is not the patriot that he says he is.
Oh,
and so
shit.
I look at what happened last night, and I think to myself, this is totally a doable operation. Charlie Kirk in the grand scheme of things is just some retarded idiot. The dog is terrified. I had to go upstairs and reassure him because I'm screaming at my screen, calling Charlie Kirk a bitch and everything. The contrast could not be more clear. Charlie Kirk is a totally unexceptional human being. A moral struggle that's happening on the higher dimension, right? Which is Christ versus the devil. Who does Charlie Kirk serve? Is he really a Christian? Is he really Christ-like when he supports foreign wars and Israel and all this? Look at the people he's
Not Israel. Anything but Israel. Fuck. He did not like it that Charlie supported Israel.
taking money from. You know, so the guy's a fake Christian. The guy's not a patriot. He hates our country. He's un-American. Let's focus all our firepower on Charlie Kirk. Why are we doing this? It's because Charlie Kirk is a fake patriot, a fake Christian, and he hates.
I have a Dean picture because there's a fucking emote. If you get a membership, by the way, chat, if you want to support my channel, become a member for, I don't even know how much a month. It's good. Cheap. Very cheap. You can even gift them. Gift them. You'll get a Dean Withers emote, as well as other things. Many other emotes. Chat, spam all your emotes. Show them off. Show what people can do with the privileges.
Just people. He's anti-white. This is our angle. We talk about Charlie Kirk's dual allegiance to Israel. The almighty Oz, you know, the massive head with the tiny face behind the curtain, Charlie Kirk, lording over the conservative movement. Remember, the goal is to expose the globalism, the fake conservatism of Charlie Kirk. People see that Charlie Kirk is not a real conservative. He is not a real nationalist. He is not a real Christian. And that is simply the truth. We humiliated Charlie Kirk last night. We took Gotham's White Knight, we brought him down to our level. We didn't exactly flip him, but we definitely humiliated him. We took one of their best and we made him a laughingstock. Charlie Kirk is not an honest broker, not a conservative. He exists, and Turning Point USA exists to control the conversation. Charlie Kirk was totally unhinged, and I think the guy has Asperger's, so he might have trouble with that. It has to play into this narrative.
Oh, God.
It has to play into the framing that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point are not right-wing. They're not conservative. You know, Charlie Kirk gets asked a tough question, and he reverts back to Israel, Israel, God bless Israel, Israel's the best, you know. He malfunctions. He can't do it because I think he has Asperger's. I believe that. We acknowledge that Charlie Kirk is not conservative. He's destroying the country, and we can all
Why
agree.
does he have a fucking board with a little pointer on it? What the fuck? Counterattacks, subversion, bitterness and resentment, the Groyper War Memo.
We have to put a stop to that, right? Charlie Kirk is a retard and a coward, so we've got him checked on both fronts. It is worth mentioning that Dan Crenshaw, Charlie Kirk, I imagine these people, their IQs are like, what, 90, 95, something like that. I mean, these are not exceptional people. These are not intellectual heavyweights, right? Obviously, there's a big opportunity to humiliate Charlie Kirk in front of the president's son and demonstrate to the establishment that he is not in control. So that one is going to be a big one. You know, this is stuff that we've been saying for years, that Charlie Kirk is a leftist, that Charlie Kirk is not a conservative. There is a real risk that at an organizational level, we will cause problems for Charlie Kirk.
Wow. Well, dude,
I think a lot of people are starting to
listen. If there's any trans people involved, it has to be a Groyper, right? Doesn't that make it more likely that they're right wing if they have a trans girlfriend? Doesn't that make it more likely that they're racist and right wing these days? No. Come on. Because if it's a Groyper with a trans girlfriend, you know what's going to happen, right? If it's a right winger with a trans girlfriend, everyone's going to get together. The lefties, the right wingers, the Democrats, the tankies, the trans people, and they're going to be like, listen, guys, this is, okay. I think we need to we just need to agree on something, okay? Listen, I think we need to go with mental health. And everyone around the room will be like, yeah, mental health, mental illness. It's definitely mental health. Apolitical, mental health. And then the country heals. And democracy was saved. Pierce segment. Ugh. I missed like 2 now, haven't I? Pierce uncensored.
Jazz.
Oh no. Oh, it's not Bonnell, is it? Guest storm out. Wait, no. 8 minutes ago.
Jasmine Crockett.
Who's this? Jasmine Crockett. Oh, they love a Jasmine Crockett. What does she even do? Oh yeah, it is. It's the panel. Oh no. It's the worst people ever. I'm not doing the 1v1. We're going panel, okay? I hate this guy. He looks like he's made out of Lego. I hate him. I hate him so much. He's a fucking moron. He's a bad person. Degenerate. Cunt. Let's go here.
You will be shocked by how much you agree with me.
Woke is dead. Dude, we need to pull up the debate where he didn't know what woke was. He couldn't define it. He couldn't talk about like a pressing woke issue. He made a book called Woke is Dead. Pierce! That's fucking... No, that's too much. Too much.
Well, I'm going to answer the question,
Come
but
on.
let me just note
Look,
that
look at how much thought.
there are...
Is he trying to have a minute's silence while other people speak? Fuck me.
different factions on the left. And I think the way that this is kind of being discussed in a way that just kind of generalizes everyone on the left is kind of unfair. But putting that aside, I do think that we have an overall problem. I think what happened is a symptom of a bigger issue that we have, not just in this country, but I'm seeing it happen globally, where there's just this dehumanization of people based on their political views. And on top of that, the devaluing of human life, right? I mean, we've been seeing images of people being butchered, children being butchered endlessly on social media over the last nearly 2 years. Prior to that, I mean, the rhetoric that devalues human life, I think, has played a role into it. But also, I just think that there's this dumb idea that all you need to do is like get rid of or take out.
Me when a fucking woman talks, am I right, Andrew? Hey? Me when the woman won't stop talking. That's the only, he doesn't care what she's saying. He doesn't, this isn't about her being whatever he considers lefty or
out some of the prominent figures on the political side of the aisle that you disagree with, and that'll somehow solve the issue. No, that doesn't solve the issue. What it does is it makes the situation in various countries where this type of political violence plays out far worse. Now you're hearing talk of retaliation in a violent way. When it comes to the Trump administration, you're hearing, policies that are being proposed that would limit the legitimate political speech of Americans. I am concerned about that. What that disgusting murderer did is he pushed for this country to devolve further. And I wish that cooler heads would prevail, but at the same time, I don't begrudge people who are angry. I mean, that poor wife and her 2 children witnessed Charlie Kirk get shot and killed in the neck. I don't begrudge her at all for being furious. No. I can't even imagine where my headspace would be at right now if that happened to my husband.
Right. Andrew Wilson, where were you when you heard about Charlie Kirk?
Oh my God.
What is your view of the?
It's just mad that like a couple of a fucking politician, an elected representative, and her husband got murdered a few months ago, and there was none of this. Fuck! I can't be proportionate. I can't be sensitive. I can't be like, okay, whatever. The guy died. It's a shame. It's really sad. It's really tragic. It's really like minging that happened. But I can't when this proportionality is like, what the fuck? Where were you when what? I can't do it.
All out from this.
Yeah, I was sitting with my wife watching TV. So
I'm like the guy. I'm the Persian shoe. I'm this guy. I'm fucking vintage 17-year-old memory TV clips, 2007.
صدام حسين.
I'm this guy.
هل تؤيد إعدام صدام حسين؟ 4787 88.6 من الشارع لا 11.4 لا. ماذا تقول لهم؟
بس إذا سمحت
بس دقيقة
قبل ما يجاوب أنا أريد أبدأ البرنامج أو الحلقة أدعو المشاهدين لأن نقرأ الفاتحة على روح الرئيس الشهيد صدام حسين. نحن هنا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الفاتحة على أحد. نحن هنا ندين رجل قتل آلاف وملايين من العراقيين. لسنا هنا لنقرأ الفاتحة على أحد. على ظالم وطاغوت قد سفك دماء العراقيين. صدام حسين ليس قائدا وليس زعيما عربيا. صدام حسين تسلق إلى الحكم سرقة وغلسة في ليل مظلم قتل أصحابه، قتل رفاق دربه في سبيل الوصول إلى دفة الحكم. صدام حسين ذهب إلى مزبلة التاريخ.
عليك أن تحترم نفسك وتؤدب ألفاظك جيدا، وإلا أسوي بيك شيء ما تتصور أبدا. عجمي فارسي قشمر، أدمرك تتكلم بأي أدب.
يا جماعة
احترم نفسك قشمر.
يا جماعة
أنت إيراني. أنت اطلع
يا سيد
وسيد اللي جابوك.
Saddam Hussein is the master of your parents.
يا سيد
عجمي. هذه وزارتك، انت مواطن ايراني
يا سيدي.
انت عجمي. انت اظهروه. هذا انت مواطن ايراني. اختار نفسك. سيدك صدام حسين. تفضل سيد امثالك قاتلكم. انت اتشرف
يا اخي.
انت عجمي ولك هاي اوراقك اقراني اوراقك. هذه وثائقك. اذا تحداك اسمك صادق
مدفون في بغداد.
اذا اسمك صادق
يا سيدي.
ابوك قتل من الاكراد.
إذا اسمك صادق أتحداك. طلع اسمك. تكذب أتحدى. طلع. إذا أنت صادق لك هذه أوراقك الإيرانية. قدمت في شهر 4 قدمت على الجنسية العراقية. أنت إيراني. هذه أوراق تظهر بأنه قدم في شهر 4 في شهر 5 2004 طلب الجنسية العراقية. أنت مش جزء من مشروع عصر الطاح. حظك وحظ الحساب الآخر.
يا سيدي أرجوك تجلس.
عجمي قندر.
لا يصح هذا الكلام يا أخي.
You Persian shoe. Oh God.
The thing is
I don't know. That's just a prediction.
I remember this picture circulating around of Charlie Kirk. He was debating the incoming president of the Oxford Union. And they were all smiles and handshakes. And, by the next day, this guy was saying the most insane rhetoric about how he basically had it coming. So how many of these leftists have murderous intent? When we show up to have a conversation with them. We show up to debate our views. We show up to in some way engage with them. How many of them have seething murderous intent?
Okay, yeah, we got random lefty number 1. Based. Yep. Based.
Behind their eyes, and they don't really want to do any of that. They really want you dead. And that is the biggest demonstration of that, by the way, in that one single picture. You have
this fucking human beer belly just wants like other people to go and do the fight. Like, what's this guy gonna do? What the fuck? He's gonna sit in his fucking ass, smoking cigarettes, eating fucking burnt bacon. While other people decide, oh yeah, they all want me dead. Might as well just, because if we kill a Democrat politician, Trump will just say violence is bad and then move on. There will be no fucking, where were you when anonymous Democrat legislator from fucking Missouri, I don't know. Fucking.
Kasparian are here, and she's talking about this. The Young Turks called Charlie Kirk a fascist how many times? The Young Turks played into this rhetoric how much?
Ooh.
They went out of their way to do so. Ruben recently called him out for doing it. So
I've never called him a fascist.
Hang on.
I've literally never. I don't even call Trump a fascist.
I didn't interrupt you once, lady.
But you can't make things up about what I've said about Charlie Kirk.
You can talk when I'm done talking, like I was respectful enough to let you do. So the thing is like, yes, they do. This network does do that, and these leftists do that. And they set all the rhetoric up in the world to make sure something like this happened, and they were dancing on the grave of this guy before he was even cold. I have tweets from Destiny which are insane. The leftists have gone off the reservation. And it's time for us to stop pretending that it's not their rhetoric which is leading to these types of assassinations, because it is. I don't want to hear about factions. All of you guys are doing this. All of you guys have the same type of rhetoric which leads to this, or the networks you work for do.
Well, Anna, let me let you respond to that before I bring Cornell
I've never called him. I have never called Charlie Kirk a fascist, number 1. In fact...
What's wrong with calling them a fucking fascist if they're kind of fashy? What's wrong with that? Trump calls people fascists. How many... Bro, I should have got clips. I've got the link. I've got the articles talking about it. We need to get clips for all 4 of these, because this is just like 4 I could find in like 10 seconds of Trump calling the Biden administration or Harris or people around him fascist. For fuck all. Told Republican donors it's Florida the weekend. Biden's running a Gestapo administration. Telling Fox News They're dangerous. They're Marxist, communists, and fascists. That's all of them. They got all the badges. They're all the things. Threat to democracy. Biden surrounded by fascists. Americans today live in a fascist state under President Biden, obviously. Not anymore. The fascism's over. Fuck me, man. Where's the Mehdi Hassan? He tweets all the fucking time, man. He tweets too much. Maybe, oh, it's here, okay.
Harris and her group. The divide in American politics today is between these far-left fascists led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this one. This is a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
He said it more than the Marxist, communist, fascist. Bro.
If anything, we have received a tremendous amount. I don't remember Trump. I don't remember Cenk calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. In fact, Cenk and I got into a debate about whether or not. Hold on. I don't remember Cenk calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. He called Trump a fascist, and he and I got into a debate about that. But to lump in everyone on the left together, I don't agree with Destiny on anything these days. Destiny is totally unhinged in his rhetoric, 100%. I have been critical of Charlie Kirk's political views, but going around referring to people as Nazis, turning the temperature up, I did not engage in that.
Why is the fucking H3 podcast stream titled Responding to Denim's, iDubbbz, and Anissa? What have they done? All right, whatever.
So I just want you to at least be fair about what I've actually said about Charlie.
There's no actual reason for us.
Starbucks not trying to kick fascism out of football anymore. I stopped. I can only start again when the poster goes up. Is that okay?
To believe
I want more fascism in football now. Maybe there's not enough of it. It needs to toughen people up. It needs to prepare us for the real thing.
At this point, it's very clear that while they come out with a handshake and wanting to have these conversations, they claim, right? In reality, what they're doing is they have murderous intent, and they'll celebrate you the day that you die. The next day, they'll go after your wife. Thousands of social media accounts going after her wife, or this guy's wife.
I can't believe what's happening. Apart from every fucking time there's an attack on Pelosi, or an attack on fucking Gretchen Whitmer, or an attack on Melissa Hortman where she gets killed, or pipe bombs being put into fucking Biden or Obama or fucking Hillary. Or when it's the president's fucking guys after the president's tweets saying to hang Mike Pence, you stupid fuck. Whatever, Big fucking deal. Trump has done. He's brought more upon Republicans than any Democrat politician. Never forget that 1 month, including January 6th, Trump endangered more Republicans, let alone Democrat, than all of the fucking Democrat politicians combined in 1 month.
After she made a speech about her poor husband. Yes, it is your side that's doing that. Like it or not, it's your side that's doing that. There's no equivalency between the right and the left on this. Yeah, okay, fine. You're not a leftist. I'm sorry. Are you on the left wing? Are you a Democrat? Are you more of a Democrat than you are a Republican? Do you
To be fair, she's like a fucking Zog 9/11 conspiracy theorist now, so she probably has quite a bit in common with the MAGA side these days.
Towards those types of
issues? I'm not a Democrat. I actually registered as an independent.
Fine. You register as an independent.
Come on, you gotta at least know what my views are if you're gonna attack me.
All right, let me bring in. All right, let me bring in.
I've been attacked by the left over the last 3 years.
All right, let me bring in.
No. I've been attacked by the left. No, let me just at least address that. I've been attacked viciously by leftists over the last 3 years because of the fact that I want to engage in this type of dialogue, because of the fact I was willing to sit down with Charlie Kirk and with Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. I'm willing to have conversations, and I don't go around labeling people as fascist and racist and Nazis just because I disagree with them.
Just the organization you work for does?
At least understand what my political views are. Listen. I'm not going to be blamed for what everyone in that company has to say. Anyone in that company has to say.
The
I'm
head
an
of that
individual.
company?
We are supposed
The
to
head of
judge
that
people
company, your
based
co-host?
on
Come on.
individuals.
Oh, no.
He did
I
not
am
go
judging
around
you. I'm
calling.
judging.
Oh god, she's so fucked, man. Like because again, she's been lumped into it. She's had the J.K. Rowling effect with fucking leftists. You should not be conceding the premise that calling someone a fascist is off limits just because it might mean that some people think you should like hurt the fascists. If some people do fascist shit, you should be allowed to call them fascists. Trump agrees with that because he calls people fascists. And radical leftist, communist, socialist fascists, which in my opinion is probably worse. Probably worse if you're like if you're calling them all those things in the United States. Ugh.
Charlie Kirk,
I'm judging
a fascist
you
and a
and
Nazi.
saying that you don't have good reasoning skills. If it's the case that you think, oh my
well,
God,
I'm judging
you can't be
for
calling
being
people
so
Nazis. You can't be calling people Nazis while your boss does all
He
this.
loves this as well. He's got her in his little fucking logical trap, and he's so happy. Pierce not moderate. Oh, because Pierce completely sympathizes with the people who feel like left wingers are the only ones calling for violence because they don't. Because my guess is right wingers are just a lot less likely to call for violence against Piers Morgan. If he looks into his DMs and looks for all the death threats, probably most of them are coming from leftists. Yeah, and then that'll just inform his entire worldview. It's so stupid, bro. I feel like I get so much shit. Like, it shouldn't be difficult, right? The amount of shit that lefties give me compared to right wingers, like I'm like the number one target for, or like they're my number one haters is what I meant to say. But how can that? But my fucking inbox on Twitter is not the political landscape of an entire country. It's just not how that works. I don't know how people do that. What the fuck? What?
Time.
Why are you making that up? You're just making it up. You're just making it
your
up.
boss-
We're
your
all
boss
the
has
same.
many
That's how
times. Your boss
simple-minded
has
you
many
are.
times.
You're all
It's not
the same.
simple-minded
Okay,
to
then
point
everyone
out the
on the
truth.
right is just like Dylan Roof.
All right. Let me
Simple-minded that
let
is.
me bring in. I want to bring in Cornell West. I want to bring in Cornell West. I want to bring in Cornell. He's
Yeah,
been
you
waiting.
shut up,
Please
lady.
let Cornell come in now.
You
He's
shut
been
up,
waiting very
lady.
patiently. Cornell, welcome back
God.
to Uncensored, where things are getting incendiary quite quickly. I think the overriding point I would make about the debate we've just been hearing between Andrew and Anna is that there is little doubt to me that the constant rhetoric on the left, the woke left, let me be specific to where I think a lot of the blame lies, ever since Donald
obviously
Trump
the
came
woke
into
left.
power in 2016,
Obviously.
has been
That's
this
where all the
relentless
violence- yeah.
use of the phrases Hitler, Nazis, fascists about Trump and about Trump supporters. And the problem with constantly saying this as a group, as the woke left have done for 9 years now, is that eventually it permeates down to young impressionable minds who genuinely believe that it is their mission to stop America from being taken over by the new Nazis or the new fascists or the new Hitler. And that leads to the kind of thing we saw with Charlie Kirk. Do you agree?
This is still when we don't know what the fucking shooter's motive is. Bruh. They were, again, like I said, it doesn't matter. They were always going to say this. They were always going to go with this line.
This language, this relentless, in my view, woeful misuse, particularly of the word Nazi, towards Trump and his supporters, this is part of the problem.
Well, I think part of the deeper problem, though, Brother Pierce, is that the organized greed and weaponized hatred and routinized indifference toward the vulnerable has come together in such a way that it has eroded the sources of character formation, so that integrity, honesty, decency, and self-critical sensibilities of individuals and groups is more and more disappearing.
This guy.
So you end up with because hatred itself is promiscuous, just like greed.
Yep.
Just like indifference toward the suffering of others. It's promiscuous. It will lie with the left.
I love listening to Cornel West speak, but I just feel like he's never really saying anything.
Left, right, center. It lies with Christians. It lies with Muslims. It lies with Jews. It lies with Buddhists. It lies with Hindus. And human beings we're so wretched in the first place, if we don't undergo some kind of spiritual and moral cultivation, we end up falling back on greed and hatred and indifference. And I mean, the American empire at this moment is one in which the lethal combination of the hatred and the greed and the indifference generates very much
when he calls them communist, socialist, fascists, he just sounds so retarded that no one would ever take it as a call to violence, except them all the times when they do. Remember and even since what was it 2018 roughly, when I think there were pipe bombs sent out for fucking Obama, Clinton, and Biden. Gretchen Whitmer was 2020. Someone tried to kidnap her. Hang Mike Pence. That was 2020. Rusty Bowers. That was obviously 2020, 2021. Pelosi. That was 2022. There were shootings at 4 Democrat official homes in New Mexico in 2022. There was the guy who tried to kill Josh Shapiro. There was fucking Melissa Hortman and her husband were murdered. The guy who tried to shoot Trump was apparently like apolitical, it seems. Maybe like registered Republican, but also gave like $10 to a Democrat organization. Bro.
James, that we just saw. You see, this brother right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead.
You're the exception that proves the rule.
I call Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic. You people have gone out
You're
of your
absolutely
way.
right.
You have gone out
Look up, someone find this fucking... I've got so many things I want to... Someone, please tell this fucking ridiculous, fucking smoke-infested, beer belly fucking cunt can't even open a fucking jar without a big strong woman helping him out. About all the times when Trump has called his opponents fascist. Someone, please. In 1 year, he did it. God, big daddy Nazi.
No, let me make the case. Let me make the case. Let me make the case.
Oh, yeah,
Will
you
you
just
allow
made
me to
your
speak,
case.
brother?
You
Come
just
on, man.
made your
Come on.
case.
No, you haven't made the case. If you think I've made the case, then you're not interested in dialogue.
You just said this brother over here said this.
You very, very
You called
different
him
than brother Charlie, man.
neo-fascist. That's
You
what you
very
called him,
different than Charlie, though, man.
Yeah, when you called it, like, I know when he says when he called himself Big Papa Fascist, he was doing it for a joke, right? But surely not everyone took it that way, and he knew that because people would bring it up to him in debates. So, well, were you just like taking a risk? You just putting a target on your back for the lols?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
and I can
it's
make
your
a
rhetoric
case
due
for
to
that,
people
too.
like you that got that man killed, sir.
No. There
Yes,
are such a thing as neo-fascists. But Pierce, why you have a brother on who's not going to allow nobody to speak, man? We're just wasting time. If all you're interested in is making your money and you bring this brother on it and nobody can say a word and we can't even mourn Brother Charlie passing. I had dialogues with Brother Charlie. This brother's going to say, oh, this kumbaya and so forth. No. Charlie was made in the image of a loving and mighty God. I believe that. I say my prayers for Sister Erica and the kids because this brother wants to trash my Christian sensibility. And look at him laughing now. It's a joke, man. Pierce, it's not worth it.
Is Charlie Kirk part of the neo-fascist movement?
Not with this brother.
Is he part of your neo-fascist movement?
Not with this brother.
Yeah.
When
Run
Charlie
away.
himself says that he is against civil rights.
Hello. Oh, wait. Hello, Brother Sav. Yeah.
Hello, brother. Okay, I can't say your name. Brother Loner. Isn't like that black guy really like super pro Hamas?
No, I think he's one of the more he does like all of the standard lefty jargon, but he's not out there like fucking he uses that like brother sister language for Israelis as well.
No, I know.
I don't think I've seen him being pro Hamas.
I remember the last time I remember him is like the real terrorists are the Israeli army. That's what I remember him from. And it was on a Piers Morgan segment.
He might have said that because they're doing more damage or whatever, but I'm pretty sure I also saw him getting slammed by Finkelstein because he was saying that Israeli students should still be allowed to, like attend without getting bothered in America.
I cannot get my head around this guy's politics. Then I am so confused.
It's just, a lot of it's just like
he's
kind
Christian,
of
no?
Well, he's like a lot of it's just like lefty. It's like rhetorical, you know. It's like a lot of lefties do this thing where they're kind of like they're a lot more abstract and very poetic with the way that they argue. And as far as policy, it doesn't really. I don't think he's all that interesting. But yeah, I think apparently people in chat are saying he has fucking campus tendencies. I didn't know that.
As what?
Campist, like your foreign policy is always anti-West. That's like campism.
Oh. Yeah, I don't.
But yeah,
I
I'm
don't
pretty
know.
sure he's quite old. Wasn't he not involved in civil rights as well? Civil rights movement, like
Was he?
like old school lefty
How old is
professor.
this
yeah.
guy? Wait, hold on. When's the civil rights movement's like in the 1950s, right?
60s as well, and into
60s,
the so kind of into the late 60s, early 70s. It was like late 60s, early 70s when it became a lot more left dominated. I guess. Yeah.
Damn. Does that mean America started supporting Israel after Black people got their real rights?
Yeah. They kind of
Yeah.
converged, right? Because America got involved in '73. Yeah, just after, sort of like 5-10 years after civil rights. Yeah. Actually, American Jews were very, very disproportionately involved in the civil rights movement as well, because
I heard that.
the
I
way
heard that Jews and Black people were like united on that front.
Yeah, partly because Jews were a lot more urbanized, like they lived in cities, and cities were more liberal. But it was also because the way American Jews saw it was that America was like the one country in the world where you could have gone in the 20th century, where you could actually become part of that country, like properly, not just some fucking
Like migrate.
precarious minority. Yeah. So they thought that they felt like I can't remember what Jewish intellectual said it, but there was like some Jewish thought leaders who would kind of like spread this idea that that however it was for Black people in America, it would also be for Jews. So if Black people were going to be fucked in America, then Jews would be next or some shit. So they kind of saw themselves and Black people as very like intertwined or like part of the same destiny.
I had something that I wanted to ask you about Al Jazeera's popularity in Arab countries, but you clearly had a different topic going on at the time, so I just like left it for later. Do you think Al Jazeera's popularity in Arab countries comes from the fact that they believe their leaders are like bought and paid for by Zionists or like Israel, and their leaders banned Al Jazeera?
But I have no idea. Like I can't explain how the
Isn't
average
that
Arab thinks.
what-
Why are you asking
like,
me?
isn't-
What the fuck? Like, I talked to
listen, you're the research motherfucker. Do some research.
How can I research that shit? But I talked to, so my dad has as far as I understand, like a very standard like Arab Mani opinion. And to me, it just sounds fucking mental. So I don't know. Like, I guess the perks of living in a dictatorship is that I know people who live in dictatorships are generally like their media and their political consumption is kind of weird. So maybe, I don't know. Fuck.
Because for me, the fact is like, these are all like, it's a very popular thing to believe, by the way. All the Arab leaders bought and paid for by the Zionists. So like all these motherfuckers, like these leaders, they like the Jordanian king, the Egyptian fucking president, and the Saudi prince, they're all actually under the thumb of the Jews. This is a common belief that they had in the Middle East, and it's pretty like widespread.
Do they still think that?
Yes,
I guess because
yes.
because a lot of these leaders are pro-American and America backs Israel. So
Yes, anyone that's like, think about it this way: anyone that's pro-Palestinian in the Middle East thinks that. Like in the Middle East, I feel like they're super pro, because you won't see everyone that's pro-Palestinian in the Middle East. You'll see in the Gulf that they're like, oh, the Palestinian cause isn't our cause, in the Gulf especially. So in the Levant, it's much different. The Levant, pretty much like, if you're not pro-Palestinian, you're a Zionist shill, spy, whatever the fuck, immediately. But in the Gulf, there's like a lot more acceptance of not being for the cause of Palestinians. But regardless of that, almost all of these countries still have this whole idea that they're paid for by Zionist fucking Israel. And these countries also banned Al Jazeera. And I would theorize, I guess, that these people who live under dictatorship, who have these thoughts about their leaders, would look for a option of media that is opposed to their leaders
Mm-hmm.
because their leaders are dictators and they think their leaders are bought and paid for by Israel. So they look for the only source of media that is not paid and paid for by Israel, which is Al Jazeera, which comes from Qatar.
It's just paid for by other dictators. Yeah,
Yeah, it's Cog, not Zog, bro. Cog, not Zog.
I bet I'm starting to think it is. I don't know.
Listen,
maybe do some more research on stream. But
again, if it's not okay to say about Jews, regardless, like where the fuck it is, it's like wrong to say about Arabs either. You like, it's
yeah, but it's not
fucking
Arabs.
weird.
It's one country. It's like one. It's one
It's-
family that's ruled that country. Like Qatar's been
Well,
ruled by
here,
the same
that's-
single family since like
That
the
goes to
1800s.
fucking,
Yeah.
but that goes to the thing where, like, I've heard this from Arabs. It's not Jews. It's the Rothschilds.
Yeah, but
It's like-
you know, the Rothschilds were like actually surprisingly
Jewish.
well. No, the Rothschilds were just like they were. When it came to Zionism, the Rothschilds were like very, very careful when it came to offending like local Arabs, especially like the Baron himself. Apparently, like he was like had a whole insistence on like having little Arabic schools and like making sure that the workers were treated well and all that shit. But in any case, whatever. Yeah, because he didn't last very long though. He was taken over by the JCA.
All I know about the Rothschilds is that they originally started as a Jewish family and they kept marrying goyim until they are like no longer really Jewish. That's all I know about them, and that they had money. That's it.
Well, and as far as Qatar goes, I mean, I'm guessing Al Jazeera didn't just get popular by brainwashing people. Like, they got popular because they said what people already wanted to hear. That's usually how it works,
Yeah,
right?
pretty much.
So, like, when you talk about like Arabs in general believing that all these dictators are bought or paid for by Israel or whatever, like, is that like, do you feel quite confident speaking to the average Arab opinion in other countries as
In the
well,
Middle
like
East?
Syria or
Yeah.
Egypt, Jordan? Yeah.
Syria is a different case because you have like just a new leadership within like I can't say for Lebanon as well, for example, but for Syria it's obviously very different now that you have a different leader. All of a sudden, and like a regime shift. But for Jordan and Egypt, I can confidently say that's like a common like belief.
Interesting.
For Gulf country, well, it's not that like interesting because remember the only two real countries that have peace with Israel, Jordan and Egypt.
Yeah.
So it's very normal for the people to assume that like the Jordanian king. Another thing is that they think MBS is actually a Jew. They think
Yeah, I've heard
MBS
that,
is
yeah.
like an actual Jew, like his family line. It was so fucking weird. This Jordanian chef that I met while we were like working around restaurants and whatnot, he tried to sell me this story that like if you look up his family tree, turns out his mom was a Jew. shit like that.
Yeah, but obviously, when the Arab Spring happened, these countries were not rising up. At least I don't think they were rising up because
the
they
Gulf,
wanted to,
no.
no, they weren't. But they were even in Jordan and Egypt, or Egypt specifically. They weren't rising up because they wanted to change policy towards Israel, right? It was over internal shit. So
Yeah, of course. Most people that rise up, it's not necessarily for like foreign affairs.
yeah, but that's
always
why
almost
because it seems
internal.
like if you, from my experience with like the average like Arab that I've spoken to, or it's usually just family members, it does seem like Israel is like a top issue for them, but in terms of actually doing anything about it, they're all just kind of like, nah. It just seems like an abstract
Yeah,
interest
no.
to a lot of them, unless they're
Well, I
actually
think
getting bombed.
deep down, they do know that like getting rid of Israel is like practically impossible.
Would they say
Like
that?
No, I'm saying deep down, they probably know that getting rid of Israel is like practically impossible. But like they always will rise to say that Israel is an issue, like the most important issue. But they don't do anything about it because they know it's like kind of fucking useless.
Okay. Well,
Then I think that's also a common belief. Like for the ones that hate Israel and like for Palestinian Israelis, even for the ones that hate Israel, like that's also a belief that like you cannot really get rid of Israel. So there's no point to fucking care about like getting rid of Israel, but like you still fucking hate them and talk about it all the time.
yeah. I don't know. I do wonder if like how much of a fear that is, because I know when the Muslim Brotherhood, they upheld Camp David, but they were only there for like a few months, or was it a couple of years? It was 2 years, wasn't it?
What do you
Before
think is gonna happen after the war's over? Actually, like, have I asked you this?
I don't know.
Like,
I mean,
do you
I
think
honestly,
something beneficial
so
to Palestinians would happen.
I think some people seem to think that the Muslim world is just going to harbor a lot of these feelings, right? And it's going to be like there's going to be like the revenge is going to be around the corner, or the backlash. But honestly, I don't know. I feel like what's it look like in Lebanon right now? The government is still they've gone ahead with trying to disarm Hezbollah fully. And I don't know if they're, and Syria, like you got Al-Shara is in fucking security talks with Israel, and he's talking about the 73 agreement, not about Golan. So I'm like, I don't know. And that's when Israel has basically done more than they could ever have done in the last 150 years to make Arabs angry. But they're still like getting talks with a Syrian leader about security arrangements, or like cooperating militarily with the Lebanese government. It's all very, I don't know. I feel like I think the Hamas trajectory is still actually being more or less abandoned in the Middle East compared to.
Of course, I hope so.
It's just getting picked up in the West.
Here, for one thing, do you think Israel would stop being as unhinged if like it's surrounded by countries they have security deals with, like Lebanon and Syria, as well as Jordan and Egypt?
I would think so.
I would like to believe so, but for example, like if we go into Gaza and Hamas like agrees to disarm, I don't think Israel's like stepping away like all nilly-willy like that. I think they'll still use the excuse of other groups operating in Gaza, no matter how minimalistic they are.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll be like more unhinged or more adventurous or whatever. But I think what they will do is it seems that the most popular thing in Israel is going to be to bring the Palestinian issue back into a manageable status quo. Like
in Israel, you think that's gonna be like a?
Yes, I think they just want to bring it to a more manageable status quo, like not statehood, not peace talks, not obliterating or exterminating either, just pre-October 7th with more fucking security outposts and a more corrupt,
you're saying they're gonna
docile leadership in Gaza, yeah.
Yeah, so what you're saying is not like an actual solution. It's like
not an actual solution. No, just like back into some other quagmire that's more manageable. Because Gaza clearly wasn't manageable. I just think they're gonna ram it with fucking security installations and corridors and whatever else, and make sure that the leadership is constantly like the West Bank, and then they'll just kick the can down the road for another few decades until fuck knows settlements come back.
I just hope. Did I mention how much I hate fucking Balad, for example?
Mm-hmm.
If they ever just like work together with Ram for once, they're both Muslim. They don't really give a fuck about economic solutions. Neither of them do. Like if they just work together for once, they might actually have a party that's like has enough seats to like rival, for example, at least fucking Smotrich and Ben-Gvir's party together. Like they would have enough seats to like be a part of a government and actually have influence. But no, Balad needs to say, "Oh, this is an occupation and will not participate in politics," and garner votes for themselves that they won't do anything with.
I mean,
so fucking annoying.
I don't even know if it'll affect anything. I think that this whole thing about the permanent status quo or the manageable status quo I think that's just something that's always been with Zionism, and it's not going to go away. I don't know. I just can't, because looking back at the history as well, I really didn't think that it was that fucking ambivalent to like Arab nationalism or as a consideration in that territory. Like they'll think about it in other countries. They'll think about Egypt being a country or Jordan or whatever. But for Palestine, it's just they've been kicking the can down the road or like putting it on the back burner for 140 years. They've always been like that. Even people spoke about Ahad Kham. You know him, the Ginsburg guy from.
I think you mentioned him.
Yeah, people talk about how he was. Oh, yeah, this was like the one critical Zionist who actually was aware of Arabs as more than just like a local issue, like not just farmers arguing over borders or local customs or sensitivities or cultural differences. This was actually like a national conflict, but. Actually, he only wrote about it for like a couple of paragraphs, and even he just thought it was something that was going to fucking go away one day with a bit of like it was a secondary issue beyond secondary. And I didn't know that. People just the reason people give him attention for that is because he was the only one who said anything about that issue, right? That's why he's held up, not because he took it seriously, but just because and that's like way back in. But I think that that's consistent. It's been like that all the way through the mandate, because in the mandate they negotiate with Britain and the UN, not with Arabs. Camp David, obviously, they tried that and it flopped. And then now we're back to this. So it's really like Camp David and Ulmer, that these are exceptions in the Zionist story. Most of the time they just ignored it.
Do you think if Israel like completely ethnically cleansed Palestinians, they would like have a national identity?
What Palestinians would?
Yeah.
No.
Like or like at least a group identity.
I don't know. Because I know that because Benny Morris, like that idea that if they just finished the job and took the entire land, then
yeah, that's what it comes from. But I disagree with that. I still think
I don't know, because
a national identity would have formed, because like again, Palestinians that lived in Chile all their life, they still think they're Palestinian.
Yeah, well, it's not just that. It's also that like people like Benny Morris will say that the big problem with Palestinians or like even the Arab world is rejectionism. But if rejectionism is the case, then why would Israel having all of the land make a difference, right? Wouldn't it just be there'd be more refugees in Egypt and Jordan and Syria and Lebanon just fighting for a bigger piece of land? Yeah.
Better question. If they did ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians, do you think the Arab country, and there's like no real Palestinian cause, there's a Palestinian identity, but no real Palestinian cause because there's no Palestinians left in there, do you think the Arab countries would have accepted these people into their countries?
Well, that's the thing is, even if you believe the right-wingers, if you believe that about rejectionism and them just not wanting there to be a Jewish state at all, then why would they? Why would they take the refugees in? Wouldn't they just
if I hear one more person say Mordechai Kadar's plan, you are a massive fucking retard. Shut the fuck up, you stupid. You just want more terrorism in this country. Literally just want more terrorism, or you want more settlements. It's either or. You're both advocating for horrible fucking life for Palestinians and Jews.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just I can't believe like I was sold on that image of this guy, this Ahad Kham guy. I'll probably there was one bit in his fucking diary where he's talking about a settlement, because a lot of these settlements were hiring Arab workers at this time, and he's commenting on there being Arab workers there, and he just says very sad. I'm like, this was the guy who apparently cared about the mistreatment of Arabs and took the national problem seriously. Like, no, you fucking
someone pointed something that I didn't think of because I'm a fucking retard. Is technically if Palestinians were all ethnically cleansed, it would be a similar situation to the Kurds.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I think people like to think it would have been like India, Pakistan, like they'd have just gone to the other countries and just become Jordanian, but I think with the Jewish state, it would probably.
But they're different. Here, something that I don't understand is like there is people that believe that Jordanians, Syrians, and Lebanese are all not that different from each other, right? But how could you have like just in 70 years have such genetic differences that you can tell these fucking what's it called groups apart on a genetic table, for example? Like if they're all the same people.
Well, I mean, if you have national boundaries, then people are more likely to be confined to one area. Whereas I think under Ottoman
like within 70 years, like I'm talking about like
when
it's
like
these
a few
countries
generations. No, people, especially people who have kids quite young, right, in their early 20s, then that's quite a few lines.
But if they're the same people, right? Wouldn't their genetic formula not really change that much? I don't understand heritability. Of course, I
no, yeah. The way it works is like, say you had like the same. Heritability basically means, let's say you have the exact same species of fucking squirrels, okay, and then a huge canyon splits them apart so they can never cross. They're just like they're a mile apart. They're the same species, but then they're just with each other on each side. Well, then within like 2 or 3 or 4 generations, you're going to know the difference, because like the groups, like the distinct differences on each side would never have overlapped. So you would start to see, I can't remember what it's called, but there's like a number that goes from like 0 to 1, but I'm pretty sure the way that it would work is that it would seem like they're very distinguished, but even though they're exactly the same animal, right? I think it's the same with national borders, obviously a bit less so, but yeah.
That's like the interesting part to me, because like when like genetic testing came to be, where like you can have DNA tests and whatnot, there was some like a lot of fuckery going on, to the point where like, for example, they tested like DNA from Palestinians who live here, and then DNA from Jordanians, supposedly Jordanians. But what they did is they tested Palestinian Jordanians, like Palestinians who were refugees there, and said, "Oh, see, Jordanians are the exact same as Palestinians. It's one country, it's one people."
Yeah.
And then when they did a proper there was a proper paper. I think it was like at Tel Aviv University. The first one was Bar Ilan, I think, and then the second one was Tel Aviv University. It turned out that not related to Jordanians. We're so way further away from them that Jordanians, like native Jordanians, are way closer to the Saudis, Omanis, Yemenis, like Gulf Arabs, than they are to the Levant Arabs. Like they're technically Gulf Arabs genetically. They're not like considered Levantine Arabs. While Palestinians are like grouped up with Lebanese and what's it called, Syrians as Levant Arabs.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that was like super surprising to me, because I didn't even think that was like possible for fucking Jordanians to be more Gulf Arabs than Levantine, because they're considered Levantine.
Yeah.
Regardless, enjoy your. This is slop, right? Does this consider a slop?
Kind of, but it's also incredibly relevant, right? Like the entire. I don't know what you do when the mainstream discourse is slop. The mainstream discourse on Charlie Kirk is slop. This is the Republican Party line.
Would you consider Piers Morgan like a right wing? Is he considered in the UK as right wing?
Piers Morgan is one of those guys who has like liberal policies, but he is so fucking obsessed with woke shit that he basically becomes like functionally right wing. Yeah, if that makes any sense.
There's
trans
an
stuff
argument.
or whatever. Yeah.
There's an argument going on in my server that basically the left control the narrative versus the right control the narrative, and obviously to me it seems like the right controls the narrative, and it is what everyone talks about for as long as fucking possible. For as long as they want, even if Trump's like fucking tired of it. Have you seen the clip of Trump? They're asking him about Charlie Kirk. He's like, "Oh, I think it's very sad. Did you know about my new ballroom?" Like immediately in that same sentence.
Yeah, he didn't give a fuck.
He doesn't give a fuck. But obviously they're gonna keep talking about it. So for me, I think the fucking right has the control over the fucking narrative. Well, obviously some people I know think the left have control over the narrative.
Who is this? I feel like I know this person's name, but I haven't heard from them in a while.
No idea. But they don't have perms. You dragged them in, right?
Yeah. But who is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
No idea. But
hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I've been on here twice before. I just wanted to add something to the thingy Sev was saying about the Jordanians being unrelated to Palestinians.
Okay.
Am I about to be refuted?
No, I just kind of wanted to explain it to you because I don't know if you guys remember it, but I'm Palestinian. I'm a Palestinian from Jordan. And there's a kind of this interesting thing where, like, I think the truly original Jordanians are like the minority in Jordan. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Native Jordanians.
Yeah, so native Jordanians are actually the minority, and technically they're like mostly Bedouins, you could say so.
Yeah, that's probably why they were related to the Gulf Arabs more.
Yeah, so like there's kind of like this joke about the Jordanian towns like near the border of the river. So you have, for example, there's, I don't know if you've ever heard of a Jordanian city called Salt. Have you ever heard of that stuff?
I've not gone to it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, so there's a joke that Salt are originally Nablusiyya.
Oh, okay.
Because like before everything happened, they were supposedly one big city, and then
the split happened.
The war split half them, yeah. So and then you have like I think I could be wrong in this, but Al Karak were originally part of Al Khalil and stuff like that. And then you have like even up north. So you have you ever heard of Irbid? That's where Sundowner lives. Yeah. So
where's the docs? The guy that just deleted everything, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think he gives a fuck. He's spoken about that like a billion times.
Yeah, I mean he said it multiple times, anyways. So yeah, there's this also huge joke that all people from Irbid are originally Syrians. So
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because these borders weren't drawn up by these Arab leaders. They were drawn up by the British, the French, whatever. They were mandates. So
yeah,
they just
so
cut a line, so you didn't know where the fuck technically the more Syrian adjacent people are, or where the more Lebanese adjacent people are, and they just put a line. So some people who are like at the closer to the border are gonna be closer. For example, Gazans, like their genetics are closer. For example, they've done DNA tests on Gazans as well. They do have some Egyptian blood, but if you fucking DNA test people in the West Bank, nothing. There's nothing, barely any relation to Egyptians. But like for
Yeah.
Gazans, there is relation to Egyptians. Like it's like the closer you are to that group, the more likely you are to have their like genetic markers.
yeah, so I just wanted to add because it's kind of my specialty. I'm into biology and genetics, so
Whoa.
I mean, you also see this in different parts of Europe, for example, and stuff like that. So you have, like, for example, near the German and French border, they're very similar, even like culture-wise. So you would say like the French people near the German border are probably like more German than the French people like to the west.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So yeah, I wanted to say like the genetic marker of these people would probably match depending on their proximity to each other. Yeah.
These jokes don't exist only in Lebanon. For example, people that live very far up north, like in Israel, like Palestinians that live far up north, we make fun of their accents and like call them Lebanese.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Even
exactly.
though their accents are way better than ours. Our fucking dialects are like sound rough as fuck. Theirs sound like pristine, but we make fun of them. We say they sound gay.
Yeah, I mean the other day I met this dude who like I could have sworn he was talking to me and I could have sworn he was Iraqi, but he basically told me he's from Syria, like near the border. So yeah, I don't know if that added anything to your question, but
No,
I think that
like
explains it.
I get it. I get it. I know about this, and I fucking like talked about this before. Like it's just like I was like talking about the specific like study that was done by Israeli universities. Like the first one was Bar Ilan, where it just basically said, "Oh, Palestinians are Jordanians." Like they're the same group of people. Well, then another Tel Aviv University was a lot more professional about their fucking research. Showed that it's not the case that Jordanians, native Jordanians, they didn't like test fucking Palestinians who were like refugees there. Native Jordanians are actually barely even related to Palestinians and more closely related to Saudi Arabians and like whatever other groups in the Gulf are.
So I think this is very inaccurate. So take it probably very inaccurate. So take it with a grain of salt. But like I think the population of Jordan is like 10 million or something, and probably 3 to 4 million are like native Jordanians. And
I've heard that it's 60% Palestinian to like 70%.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when I think about it, like you could probably think of Jordan as like a huge refugee camp, like.
Yeah. Listen, because like the only family I have in Jordan are also refugees. They live in a refugee camp. So, it's near Amman though, like the refugee camp. I don't fucking remember the name because last time I was there was like 6.
What was that? You said you did biology, right?
Yep.
What was that thing, that concept I was saying earlier? I don't know if you heard it, about the squirrels that get the same species, but they get separated by a canyon and then they have offspring after a few generations. There's like a number, is that from 0 to 1, that would basically make it seem like they were completely separate, even though they're the same species. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Oh, that's like
I think heritability or something. Yeah.
I think you're probably talking more about evolution biology. I think like it's stuff to do with like. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I don't want to say something I don't know, but I think it has to do with evolution. You know, because some species, when they're separated and then they evolve like in branches, they have words for that. Like,
yeah, I get yeah. So, but even before they would evolve into a different category or species, I think even after like 1 or 2 or 3 generations, would you not still notice like a very distinct genetic difference between the two, or it's like there'd be something that would be very noticeable just because, not because they're different physically, but just because they're separated. They're the same thing that was
By the way,
separated.
you have another guy in the waiting room that I think talked about genetics as well, or seemed like to know.
Oh shit.
Also, can you stop doing this shit with your stream? Every time like there's like 2 Arabs speaking on your stream, you just put the bazaar.
Excuse
in the
me, 3 actually. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, you. 3 Arabs, my bad. You just put the fucking bazaar.
Three or more, and we get background. Okay, that's cute.
But Loder, are you speaking more about like the population, the fact of like inbreeding stuff? Because like the bottleneck of genetics. Is that what you're? Maybe is that what you're thinking about?
I think it was that. I just remember there being.
I apologize because I'm on my phone, but I'm happy to help. Like I'm not a population geneticist, but a PhD in related area. I've taken graduate level courses on some shit, so happy to help.
Did you hear what I was saying, or will I ask again?
I think you're thinking of like genetic flow, right? So like what's the frequency of interbreeding between different populations? Is that that's what you were asking, right?
Is there any number between like 0 and 1, like where it's like a decimal or a 1 or a 0? Does that ring any bells with what I was talking about?
Yes, there's like a human populations one. So when they do like those maps of how mixed populations tend to be, the name of the statistic starts with an F. Don't remember off the top of my head, but yes, they do have those metrics.
Because the reason I ask is because there's this thing that fucking racists used to do. They would spread this infographic, which was of a...
I know the one you're thinking of. Yeah. I've had that discussion with them as well.
Yeah, like it was like they would have like a shitty looking coyote and a very majestic wolf, and they'd have 2 numbers, and they'd also have a white person and a person who lives on a fucking like African coastal island or whatever, and the number differences would be the same. But I'm like, isn't that just because these 2 groups have never really like interbred, rather than it's telling you about quality or anything? Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yes. So I've seen that graphic because I, for fun would debate racists while I was, in the midst of my graduate work, because grad school sucks. But yeah, I mean, a problem with a lot of these arguments and what people don't want to concede is like, first off, a lot of them are super circular, and it's by design, right? Like you want to find some genetic marker that maps some population. And so like, hey, like this matches, Jordanians, like Seb was saying, or, Israelis or Palestinians, et cetera, et cetera. There's like some circularity there, but it's also like, at what granularity do you measure these things? Because like, yeah, you can say that, someone from Iceland never mates with someone from, Papua New Guinea, but at the same time, like no one's having the debate that like, one or the other is closer to like a chimpanzee or another great ape, right? Like this is just kind of a silly, absurdist argument. I don't know if that's an answer, but that's what I took your interpretation to be.
Oh god, you said a word there that's getting me so much closer. I just need to you guys can talk amongst yourselves. I will find it.
Do you know what you can do? Do you know what you can do? Just put your thoughts into ChatGPT and he'll give you the answer.
No.
Why are you being clancrophobic? Okay.
Wait, hang on.
Just fucking do it.
My channel
This is actually the purpose of ChatGPT, not what you fucking asked it about politics.
Is it on here? Oh, fixation index. That's the number. That's the thing I'm talking about.
So I was right. It does start with an S.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Yeah, and it basically means that like the lower the number from 0 to 1, it means that they interbreed quite a lot, and 1 means they're separate. But I'm pretty sure if you had the same species of squirrel and separated them by a canyon, and there's 2 identical environments, 1 on each side, and they can just grow up in like this for forever, basically, you'll eventually get to a point where the FST between the 2 groups would be 1, even though they're the exact same species still.
Yeah, I mean, given enough time and given ecological constraints, you would probably get a separate species. So there's like a famous example, and I'm forgetting the name of the species, but there's this concept of like what they're called like ring species. And there's like this reptile or amphibian in I think California, and there's like 5 different populations that have been geographically separated for thousands or tens of thousands of years. And so population 1 can mate with population 2, population 2 can mate with population 3, population 3 can mate.
Mm-hmm.
This like genetically is just like if it were to happen. This is I'm guessing this is how dog hybrids happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, these things are like kind of blurry distinctions. Like in general, right, at a granular
Loner,
level.
you muted Discord for them apparently.
Yeah, sorry.
Between-
I was for some reason the fucking bar just got dragged. I must have misclicked it, but it's back now. Don't worry.
No,
But,
I'm saying like
yeah.
this is why like I was thinking about because like I'm guessing there's dog breeds that are like within that scope that they can breed with each other, but then there is like one dog breed that can't breed with that one.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how extensively they've researched that. But like, for instance, they have on those dog DNA tests, they have like indices of like wolfiness. And it's the same shit as like, you know, mapping how many Neanderthal genes you have. It's variants that are theoretically in the past linked to a Neanderthal ancestor, theoretically in the past linked to a proximal wolf ancestor. Right, so German Shepherds are more wolfy than, you know, golden retrievers, for instance.
Is that what would have happened like with like early human populations where like we all started in Africa and then we branched off to the point where like there's Denisovans, there's like Neanderthal. I can't even say that word. I don't know how the fuck. Yeah, those groups of people. And then there's also I heard there's a group of humans that were like mini fucking people, like 3 foot 3 foot tall humans.
Yeah, the Hobbit people. Yeah.
Yeah, the Hobbit people. Like, is that how it happened? Where like these people just spread out, they somehow became so different than each other to the point where they can't like breed with each other anymore?
So I mean, there's good evidence to suggest that we interbred with
Denisovans,
Neanderthals and Denisovans, and the model. Now, granted, like I am way out of date and do not keep up with this aspect of the field anymore because I just don't have time. But my understanding is that at the time, it's this idea that like periodically, Homo sapiens, us, would just kind of like make these periodic migrations into Europe and West Asia, Middle East. Like we do these periodic migrations, we mate with whoever was there, and then, you know, either recede back in with small populations, because we have good evidence to suggest that at a certain point there were only 10 or 20,000 humans around. There was like a major near extinction event. Now I might be off on the number there.
Read about that.
That's my but it's the general gist. I'm fairly confident. There was like a lot of this is now coming out because they've developed methods to sequence ancient genomes, which is kind of crazy. And that's, I think, the 2019 Nobel Prize, I want to say. Svante Pabo won it. He's a Norwegian.
That's the first time I've heard an achievement for Norwegians, other than that their country's like pleasant to live in.
I saw a Norwegian movie yesterday. It was pretty weird.
Listen,
what film
if
is
you
it?
watch movies, it's just from America, okay? And
But anyways, I wanted to say I think like what gave us a huge edge as a species over all the humanoid ones was our willingness to interbreed. It gave us the best genetics from the other species, and that's why we're the ones that survived.
What do you mean interbreed?
As
Like
far
we
as I
fuck
know.
monkeys or what?
Or
Or
like
did-
Neanderthals and stuff like that.
Oh, that's
like we
weird.
were willing to, yeah. That's
You
why we
think it's
have.
something. You think it's something there, Loner?
So we were
You
like
think
we were
it's
like
something?
furries.
I guess so. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
that's wild.
I mean, if that teaches you anything, that furries succeed and live long.
Yeah,
That's
so-
weird.
That empanada is alive. Okay, that's the only it's the only human ape hybrid joke I'll make.
Nice one. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go back to this fucking Pierce shit.
Before I go, I just need to make something clear. We went from Al Jazeera, like, popularity to fucking human genome, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to tell myself one last thing. Sorry, I just wanted to say that if you really want to trigger someone from Idlib, just call them a Syrian. Even though they think they have the best show
if
in Moscow,
Sundown-
they're never beating those
If
allegations.
Sundown ever comes back, I'll say that to him.
Call them a Syrian shoe. Apparently that's bad as well, right? Persian shoe.
No, Persian shoe.
What the fuck is a Persian? Wait, I haven't even looked it up.
It probably points upwards, like not straight. So, like,
Oh, yeah, they do look a bit fruity, to be fair. They do
yeah.
look kinda weird.
Listen, everything that's like upper Levant to the point where like Iraq area, they're kind of fruity. Like, I want you to do something on Google. Type in Iraqi haircuts and tell me they're not gay.
Iraqi haircut. What, the fucking quiff, the Jedward?
The fucking straight up.
Yeah, we had
But I
we had
think-
Jedward in the UK. You know, the guys who did the Irish.
I don't
dudes.
know about that, but
These
like,
guys.
Tell
they,
me that's not gay, bro.
Yeah, they were these Irish guys. They had the quiffs. They made the quiffs.
Oh my
popular.
god, they stole it from Iraqis. Okay.
Yeah.
But I think it's just a bit like when you say you're someone's shoe, it just probably means you're at their mercy like all the time. Yeah,
okay.
like it's an insult.
Makes sense. Okay, let's finish this thing. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rights Act. Does that make him a proponent of Jim Crow when he calls Martin Luther King Jr. an awful human
There it
being
is.
and a
There
scumbag?
it is.
I'm critical
There
of
it
that.
is.
I am critical.
Yeah,
of
you can't. There it is. You must want him to die. You must want him to get assassinated. What? By saying things that he said? You fucking idiot.
that. You're absolutely right, Brother Wilson. You're absolutely right. But
There
if
it
all
is.
you're going to do is be arrogant, you're arrogant just like the so-called leftists you're talking about. But Pierce, you making your money, brother. Go on and make your money, man.
Uh-oh.
It's all
But
about
this is
making-
not worth it.
Cornell,
this brother
it's all
right
about
here
making
is
money.
part of the
Discourse.
problem. This other brother.
To be fair, it's not actually about making money. It's for Pierce. It's also about triggering the libs and the woke. It's about ending wokeness. Him and Jack Posobiec together.
This other brother who has a deep connection to Charlie, he's willing to at least listen. But this brother's not willing to
Cornell,
listen.
can you sit down?
I'm gone, man.
I would
I'm
like you
gone.
to
I'm
remain
gone.
part of the
No, no,
debate.
no. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. He's smoking his cigarettes with his arrogant self. Come on, man. We don't have enough dialogue at all.
Surely you're not going to walk
Why
out
don't
in
you
a
cry?
debate
Why don't
about
you cry
dialogue.
more? Go on and make your money, man.
Right. Well, there's a kind of farcical to quit a debate where we're literally debating about the importance of free speech and being able to listen to each other's opinions, which seems to me completely insane. Anyway, we've lost Cornel West for now. Maybe we'll get him back. Well, Andrew Wilson referred to Destiny's insane tweets a little earlier, which were disavowed by Anna Kasperin. Well, Destiny joins us now.
Oh, no.
Destiny, you've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica Kirk posted Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him, brackets, crying face emojis, in response to Alina Haber's tweet ordering people to fly their flags.
She tagged him. The world is evil, but our Savior, our Lord, our God, He is so good. I'll never have the words ever. The sound of this widow weeping echoes. I chose not to watch her videos for a very specific reason. It's like, I don't know why. It's like she's making me want to not think it's bad. I don't know. But baby, I know you do, and so does your Lord, our Lord. They have no idea what they just ignited within this wife. If they thought my husband's mission was big, now you have no idea. All of you will never, ever forget my... Oh, she tagged him. I see. She tagged him, Charlie Kirk, 17-7. Bro. That's kind of strange. Maybe it's like an auto tag. Like if you, I don't know, fucking whatever. I think on Twitter, if you put the name, it'll bring up the tag.
a half-mast in memory of Charlie. You posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect.
Whoa.
And you then posted yesterday, ending every Conservative debate call out I'd do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro." That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Let's see we need the Christopher Hitchens energy. Talk slow, low pitch. Well, you want me to be a man who speaks his mind by the First Amendment of freedom of speech. I had no respect for this man in life. It would be foolish and ridiculous for me to respect him in death. I do him the honor of giving him my honest word and my opinions of the man. Man to man.
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term.
Whoa.
Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A trans groiper Republican parents, Christian Mormon, who doesn't like fascists. We got him. Saddam Hussein.
Guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old
guy
white
described
dude. He wasn't
Destiny.
trans. He didn't have a trans girlfriend. He didn't have any trans influences. He didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this.
The governor. Does a governor conduct psychological profiling of a criminal? What are the 3 branches? Civics is FBI. They're the ones saying that the guy's not cooperating. How would the governor know?
That's just
I'm sorry. Excuse me. When?
Yesterday, he said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college? Not
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
What you just said
I do
is not
know
true.
the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made.
The governor claimed he read He said the guy's family said. See, I already got mixed messages in chat. No, fuck it. I'm waiting for the. Give me tomorrow. Okay, give me tomorrow with the FBI statement. All I heard recently when I woke up this morning and when I checked throughout the afternoon was that he was not cooperating. That guy is shutting the fuck up Friday. That's what he's doing.
No, it's not true.
That
he hasn't made it
you may
clear.
not want
He
to
said
hear
this is an ongoing investigation.
You may not want to hear it,
it,
Destiny. But the reality is the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just ask you.
That's just not true.
Let me just
There's
ask
no
you.
way to deal with it.
Okay,
You're living in a
accusing the
delusional
governor
fantasy.
of lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But if it turns out to have been somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn that?
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
So you won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why
tell
would you
his
expect
side
anybody,
to calm down?
Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
Can
Trump
you
go
answer
on TV
this
and say,
question?
all of us should be less violent?
Why do you
can't
think?
Trump say that?
Why do you
Why
think?
is your behavior contingent on Donald Trump?
Insane right now.
Why do you
is
think?
your
No, let me
behavior
ask a
contingent
question.
on Donald Trump?
Let me ask a question.
Oh shit! It's up. Oh no! Damn! The anti-Trump wing is smoked. It's gonna be a 4v1. Pasobic is just looking. Is he this? He's not a real person. This isn't a real human face. Okay.
President of the United States of America and the leader of the
Yeah, Destiny. Let me
You
just.
have a huge audience of young men who
I'm a
listen to
YouTuber
everything you have to
who
say.
has more
So
young
when
men
you,
following
it
him.
doesn't
Who
matter.
has
You have a
more young-
huge
it doesn't
audience,
matter.
and because
This
of
is
the fact that you
world
have a
I'm
huge
living in,
audience,
and
you
your
have
brain
a
has been
responsibility
broken by
to
online
not
rhetoric.
turn. No, it
And your
hasn't.
brain
It
has
hasn't been
been
broken. I actually
destroyed
care
because
about the
people
country
bullied you
and
on
want to bring
Twitter.
people together.
If
You
then
do the
you should tell
opposite.
Donald
You
Trump to tell
represent the
people
worst
to
of us,
be
Destiny.
less
You're
violent.
embarrassing.
You should tell
You're
Donald.
embarrassing.
All right, let me ask
Watch how
Destiny
easy
a
this is.
question.
Watch how easy this
No,
is.
hang on.
If
Don't
Donald
all
Trump
shout
would've
at
come out
once,
and said
please.
this
Hang on. We've had a good minute of that now. Can't have too much of a good thing. I haven't followed too closely what Destiny's argument is here. He's saying it should start with is he saying start with the president? I don't know. I feel like that's maybe what I'm hearing. Fuck, we'll see. I need to do donos. I got so many. Millions of donos. You can give me 4 more to finish the goal, by the way. It's never too much. Lexer, thanks for the $5. Anna spent this decade auditioning for her next Tucker Carlson interview. Oh, this debate. Sorry, fucking idiot. That's true. Yeah, she's J.K. Rowling effect, right? Well, yeah, lefties bullied her on Twitter, and now she's mental. Yeah. I did not expect the Israel might have done 9/11. Maybe wink, 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 wink. I didn't expect that pivot. The fucking Zog shit. That's crazy. But who knows? Barabbas, thanks for the $5. Sundowner be like Jordan is more Palestinian than Palestine. Wow. Maybe. Yeah. Kellogg, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Barabbas, thanks for the $5. Where were you when Piers Morgan personally killed woke? I was there, man. Where for Nubbin, thanks for the $5. Pierce be like, where were you when baby Gronk called out the Rizzler? What? Okay. Real Patriot, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Churro Bandit, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Bald Phoenix, thanks for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. You guys are so generous today. Wow. Ryzen again, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Shit. Kellogg. What? Kellogg? Kellogg? Get a better name if you want to pronounce it properly. What the fuck? Assad, thanks for the 10 SARs. I don't know what those are. Saudi Reals? South African Rands? I don't know. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $9.99. Kel Doge. Doge. Your name's shit. Sorry. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $9.99. July 2028, Gavin Newsom is interviewed in Hassan's stream. What improves his electoral success most? Building a bridge or starting an argument? I don't know, dude. It's bots all the way down. Thanks for the £10. Will this 10 quid remove Smug? I would like that. Whoa, you want some fucking friction. What's wrong with you? Smug's funny. Oscar the Sheep, thanks for the 100 ARS. I don't know what those are, but thank you so much. Smug, turn your fucking stream on. Oh yeah, true. Physis0, thanks for the €6. Smug is a shameless liar, by the way. He's an anarchist who hides his power level and is perma scheming in the background. Pepe laugh. Is he? I don't know. Don't care. Tash, thanks for the €10. Drain the pond, kick Smug. LeMayo, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Why does everyone feel entitled that they can tell Dan what to do? It's his time. Nobody here does anything. Smug streams nonsense to 12 people. God, the Dan Smug section was getting the fucking... It was pumping the numbers, you guys. God. Is it connections time yet? No. Ryzen, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Again. And the other. Single one. ZJM, thanks for the sub. LeMayo, thanks for the $2. Das Vildania, thanks for the $2. Both. Twice in a row. Hassan makes dem messaging significantly harder. Yeah, you need to ask clarifying questions with these people, because there's this new phenomenon on the sort of like commentary lefty sphere right now, which is people who will say, oh yeah, that like Hassan tanky alt left shit, it's kind of cringe, don't like it, but Matt, don't you guys feel like you dislike it a bit too much? And like, you never really seem to make that complaint when a bunch of my content was about like Muslim grooming gangs or trans issues, or it seems like it's only an issue when it's like punching left. And that's usually 99% of the time is because they just don't think those ideologies or those people are that bad. I've noticed that like very, very frequently now. I was considering doing a whole bit about it maybe, but fuck. I was flicking through one of Queeman's streams the other day, and he was talking about me. He was talking about my Twitter fight with Hassan, and I was like, dude, this is fucking. I have no idea. Like, I was thinking of covering it just to show you guys like what I was dealing with or what in my head, but can't be fucked. It's just not worth it. But I think my my admirable charitability might have been wasted on the little man, but who knows? Waste of time going into all that, opening a new fucking jar of shit. Tylus, thanks for the €3. Das Vildania, thanks for the $5. As much as I hate Twitch, I'd argue Twitter is way worse right now. Yeah, it is. Did nobody warn you? Yeah, they do, but I like to come up to my own conclusions, okay? And I was like, there's definitely like a process there that's it's just fucking weird. I don't know. But I don't care for it. Das Vildania, thanks for the $2. No, not leftist, specifically Marxist Leninism. LeMayo, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Dan, we just one more guy tweeting at Trump, one more minor internet celeb, just one more Dan and we'd have power again. Please, one more and we win. Unreal, thanks for the £2. I wish to preemptively disavow Destiny just in case. Das Vildania, thanks for the $5. It's not about removing leftists, it's about removing leftists who attack the party and don't even identify as Democrats, i.e. Hassan. Yeah, but the problem is when you get, and this is what I've noticed as well, it's not that they, because a lot of people pose this to you, and I think maybe Smug and Vivian were doing it as well. They pose it to you where they're like, they don't really want to own all of the retarded, insane shit that a lot of these like far left tanky people say because they know better, but they don't want to own all the cringe, etc. But I think deep down, it does seem like they think that they identify more with that stuff than they would always admit. Like they just don't think that it's that bad, or they have bigger fish to fry, like fucking Destiny or Ethan or whatever. Yeah, it's like a very Hassan is stupid, but don't you think? Yeah, it's a lot of that. Yeah, it's actually the same energy as you know, when you have like the, I will relate it to Israel-Palestine. You know, people do the Israel-Palestine discourse, and you will often get people who don't really want to support Hamas. They don't like Hamas even necessarily, but they'll do this thing where they're like, yeah, they are really bad, but God, all you guys do is all you say, oh, but Hamas, but Hamas, but Hamas. Is like, well, yes, actually, they're like one half of the conflict. The conflict begins and ends, like at this stage of it at least, based on their decisions. Like, yes, actually, Hamas, because otherwise, yeah, of course, if you have like a report or something saying like, oh no, yeah, look, they bombed like an old school building or whatever, and it's like, okay, are we going to talk about like the fucking rockets that were in the building that were like shown and like filmed? No. Oh, but you're just being like, but Hamas. Like, yeah, of course I am going to be like that when it's a huge fucking gap because so much of the discourse just acts like it's not there. And that's an issue, right? That's a huge issue. So yeah, of course you're going to be like Hamas because their role in this and the amount of agency they have in it is massively downplayed by a lot of the like Western discourse. So, you know. Mikhail Nowaki, thanks for the, I have no idea if I said that properly. Thanks for the €10. Anyone who steals my cornflakes is a barnacle. True. Meme, thanks for $4.99. Loner, I wish you would put up some Dan paintings. Yeah, but fuck. I can't remember where I saw this. I saw someone talking about like a coherent or cohesive like art collection. And now now I'm just looking at the stuff I've got and there's like no cohesion at all. Fuck. I need more. I need to get it back. You're echoing the thoughts I've been having recently. They condemn Hamas, but then they argue as if Hamas doesn't exist or doesn't do anything, like they're not a factor. Yeah, it's always that, yeah. It's always that same. It's the same thing that Vivian was doing as well. Oh yeah, we just need to stop Israel from being so aggressive. And it's like, okay, yes, they overstep like a lot. And I don't think most people don't disagree with that. But it's like, you realize that the entire issue right now is that if Israel just stops and leaves Gaza, then Hamas wins. They just get to do exactly what they said they want to do. They want to rebuild and they want to try again later. Like, and they won't even lie about it. So just believe them. I don't know. Fuck. That dehumanization is the issue. Wow, true. Facts. Das Vildania. Thanks for the $5. Also, it's frankly better for Democrats to purge Hassan than for Republicans to lead the charge on that. The latter would be much worse for us. Well, I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like bringing up the Clement Attlee example is actually quite good. I'm so glad that Econoboy and Pisco were doing that. We're bringing that up because it was so valuable. It was like, yeah, people forget that Clement Attlee very, very firmly distinguished himself from communists, even though he was like one of the most progressive prime ministers in British history, probably maybe even the most. Yeah. It was easier back then because the communists were Soviet. They were pro-Soviet. It was very easy to delineate that. Whereas right now, when it's this more opaque thing where I guess at one point it was the Bernie bros, right? And now it's obviously the Free Palestine like aesthetic that's dominating. But yeah, fuck. Das Vildania, thanks for $10. The issue with Hassan and leftists is that they are a political threat. It's that their disproportionate message isn't that they're a political threat, sorry. It's that they are disproportionate messaging threat / burden, paints the Democrats as something they are not to voters. VO Romance, thanks for the $1.99. True, but we need to understand also Hassan is fash. Okay. I don't know if he's fash. He just is surprisingly kind to fascists in the region, shall we say. The Devil, thanks for the $19.99. Dan can keep pressure on Twitch for Dem Optics, BTC, Pacman, and Josiah can keep hammering MAGA. That's the game, and Dan is playing it right. But I'm pretty sure Dan just has like a fucking passion project. I don't. He just what he's got like I don't even know if I don't really identify with it. I don't know if I could ever spend that much time going after fucking Twitch and Dan Clancy, but whatever. I don't see it as a political strategy. I just see it as like he's just got this fucking whatever for whatever reason. Maybe it's spite, maybe it's Twitch, or maybe it's Destiny and the way he was treated and the loyalty or whatever. I don't really care though. It's just it is true that Twitch needs new management, but fuck, even if the methods are kind of fucking insane. I don't know. He's on his own journey. It's not my business really. I can just call out the parts of it that I don't like the fucking like beefing up fucking Tectone and Asmongold or downplaying their shittiness. Don't like that one bit. My mom is Gen X, but ironically she is being delusion. What the fuck are you? What are you typing this on? You're like misspelling disillusioned. But it looks like you've said disillusioned in by Hassan. She saw and texted me about his first New York Times puff piece. I'm sorry that happened to you. Devil, thanks for the $19.99 again. You're so generous. 5-6. Thanks for the $5. The problem is the average right sees Hassan as the average left, and the news, etc., portrays it. The Dems don't call out Hassan and overlook his bullshit. No, again, stop doing that, right? Remember, Dems, when there was no streamer world, when there was no political whatever on YouTube, they said Obama was a communist. Stop. This is not a stop. The left can have their own fucking conflict, okay? Democrats have their own issue, but it's not going to affect Republican behavior one iota. It's the same reason that after, fucking Stacey breaks up with you, you should go to the gym or fucking focus on yourself and keep healthy and all that. Not because she's going to not because you think it'll make her take you back or anything. You do it for you, right? You do it because you need to be better. Independent of whatever outside variables, okay? Shit. Ew, thanks for the $9.99. Hi, Dan. Matt, thanks for the 9.99. What do you think of the crazy Unite the Kingdom rally? I need to watch it tomorrow. I was supposed to watch it today, but we got derailed by 50 fucking things. Jacob, thanks for the $5. Loner, if you need a good palate cleanse, check out... Oh yeah, Elephant Graveyard. Okay, we caught up. Hey. Gabriel, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Brass Tracks for the $4.99. When are we getting a Trump-backed Charlie Kirk coin? Yeah, right. Jane Sox, thanks for $10. Joachim, thanks for the 150 check, I think. I don't know. Fish Tower, thanks for the 5 Canadian. TV for the $10. LeMayo, thanks for $2. Soldier, thanks for the $5. Dilate Mule, thanks for $5. I appreciate you guys. Wow, that's a lot of donos. Wow. Shit. Okay.
Donald Trump would have come out
Destiny,
and say, hey, we should all be less violent.
Destiny,
I have no problem saying
I have one
absolutely.
question for you,
Why
Destiny.
can't conservatives do that? Why can't conservatives do that?
Destiny, I have a question for you. Why do you think in your campaign for everyone to dial down the temperature, why do you think that mocking the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk, when she posts an image of her at the coffin side, why do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own. The president of the United States is not
the temperature.
able
You're
to...
mocking
No,
his
it's
widow.
already inflamed.
You're
What are you
mocking his
talking
widow.
about? We've had multiple political assassinations over the past year. What do you mean it's turning up the temperature?
Why did you mock his widow?
Online because
Why did you mock his widow?
Because she's being used as a political weapon right now
Wow.
for conservatives to continue. What do you mean, wow? She's literally doing
Her husband just got murdered.
on email. Yeah, and she's using it to drive up recruitment for
And
a
you
political
can't even
movement.
condemn the murder. You won't
The
condemn
president
it.
can't even tell his side
You're
to
so
turn the temperature
deranged
down.
about Trump that you
are
cannot condemn the
unhinged.
murder
It is such
because
I don't know if this is a good strategy or not. I think it seems bad to me. It seems bad. And then again, it's like, what year? I feel like Pierce is only... The last 2 times I've seen Pierce take Destiny on has been when he's done something that's only going to get him spoken over and make him look kind of fucking mental. Not a good strategy. Not in a 1v4 anyway.
You're waiting for Donald Trump to say something.
Off of it. It's
All right, let me bring
crazy
in
to
Jack.
me that Republicans can't do it.
Let me bring in Jack
What a joke of the
Posobiec.
world.
I gotta
And
say,
there's still no answer to that question, Piers. You can't say
which question?
Why can't Donald Trump simply go on TV and say we all need to turn it down,
Fine.
like Biden could, like Obama could,
Fine.
like the Clintons could, like Kamala could. Why
Fine.
not?
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie
it's
Kirk?
unbelievable.
Fine.
I'm not the president.
Fine. Fine. Yeah. But let me tell you about these wokies online.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because it wasn't my side that caused it. It should
Yes,
be the
it
one
was.
that is driving up
It
the
actually
rhetoric. You
was
don't
your
know it's
side
not
that
even
caused
true.
it.
This
It was
an
your
18
side.
This guy was raised in a white Christian
He was a
household,
radicalized
in a Christian
leftist
state.
ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what
Just
the
like one that killed
investigators are
Melissa
saying.
Was a conservative, just like the people that firebombed Shapiro's house was a conservative, just like all the J6ers were
Who's not a
conservative, just like the Proud
conservative, was
Boys
a
were conservative.
pro-Palestinian activist
Every
out of
single one of
Harrisburg.
these
Fucking Jack Posobiec. Oh, God. Winning the aura farming.
people. Oh, it's Jack Posobiec. What, the author of Unhuman? Another person that Charlie's put a good one, dude.
Well, I'll give you one last chance, Destiny, to condemn the murder of Charlie
Yes, you
Kirk.
are acting like an unhuman.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump condemn violence in this
all
country?
right, you
Why
won't
can't I
condemn
hear
it. Okay, we've
I
all
can't hear
heard.
it.
He's worked on that aura farm all fucking day, hasn't he? God, is his voice always that low? He's trying. I swear it's not. He doesn't always talk like that, does he?
That's insane.
We've
to
all
me.
heard you repeatedly refuse to
And
condemn
we've
it.
heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn
Jack
it too. But for some
Posobiec.
reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening. Jack Posobiec.
I find it sickening that when people are getting killed in the country, the president of the United States on Fox and Friends, when they're begging him, what do you say to your followers that want revenge? He says, I don't know, all the elections are rigged. It's the radical Democrats. That's insane to me. And then the fixation is, well, who on Twitter and YouTube isn't condemning the violence?
All right, Jack
Piers,
Posobiec.
you have a great example here of the type of cancer I'm talking about, where when you present direct information, they refuse, they obfuscate, They refute. They say it's not true.
I knew going into all the people who tried to kill these fucking Democrats, there would be all fucking alt conspiracy theories about what their actual ideology was. God damn it. Even the fucking registered Republican who tried to shoot Trump, who, like, at best, they said he seems like he was strangely apolitical. His politics were opaque. And they're like, no, Democrat. They tried to kill Trump. He's Democrat. Fucking hell, man. No, actually, he tried to miss to give Trump a boost. What? Like, I have as much evidence for that as the idea that he was like an anti-Trump Democrat. But fuck.
Lie.
Stupid.
You could see from the bullet
Dumb.
casings. You could see from postings. You could see from everything out there that it's very clear what happened here. This is the same people who supported President Trump almost getting assassinated twice last year. Cory Capatore being assassinated
By
last year
conservatives.
in a situation. Again, see, just lies. That's all they do. They talk over. They don't even let you give a chance to speak. And something needs to be done, Piers. Something absolutely needs to be done. This ideology should be shamed, humiliated, driven from the public discourse. I mean, you've got people who have completely dissociated with humanity because all they care about are clicks and YouTube streams and likes. Go to the cat.
We see, oh god, people who talk like this are it's always the dumbest fucking people who are like, yes, all these people in this spiritually devoid society that we live in, willing for their clicks and their likes and their Insta tweets and their tick shares and their talks, their ticks and their talks and their chins and their changs and their chongs. These people going around for the next, looking at the next little shop to put their next little card with the beep beep to get the next dopamine in the society. He's like walking around wearing sunglasses and a fucking big leather coat. Look at these people in here. Look at these people with their new t-shirts and their new shoes and their new TikToks, waiting for the next dopamine Instagram, YouTube up, tick, beep beep, boop boop. I'm really fucking smart, okay guys? I'm just really fucking smart. I really want to live in a cabin in the woods and go fishing. Everything I just said, I typed online. It's so fucking hell, man. God.
Ask it. Go to the gravesite. Go talk to the widow. You know, I don't even know how to discuss this with someone who's completely lost all touch with reality.
Yeah, I mean, Anna.
What's Jack's answer to why can't the president say we should all be less violent?
Right. Because you can't even condemn the cold-blooded execution of Charlie Kirk.
Trump's the leader. Trump's the leader of the fucking United States, dude. He's the leader of the nation. What are you talking about? After you, Destiny. He's the president. This is the problem with a people's president, isn't it? Trump, the relatable retard of America. The relatable burger munching, McDonald's loving American idiot president. It's like you can just say that and it's fine amongst professionals.
On Destiny
I don't think you're in the position to demand anything from anybody
on YouTube. That's how I'm going to take my.
You're
my
not in any
pointers,
position to condemn anybody for anything. You won't
absolutely
condemn a
am, because
cold-blooded
he's the president
murder.
of the United States. He's the president of the United States. No one here can answer that question.
Basic
Why Donald
humanity
Trump-
says
why
the murder
Donald Trump,
was
the president,
horrific.
Can't say
Why can't
all
you
of
say
us need
it?
to be less violent.
Why can't you
Democrats
say
have been
it,
saying
Destiny?
for over a decade.
To
Democrats
say
have
the
been saying it for
murder
over a
was
decade.
horrific and
Why
unacceptable.
can't Donald Trump say it?
You
why,
can't do
why
it,
does
can
no one
you?
hear any words for Donald Trump?
All right, Anarchist
What do you have for
Baron.
Donald Trump? Nothing exactly.
Anarchist Baron, to me, this is what I'm talking about, that I think there is an element of the left, the hard woke left, that have completely lost their minds. If you are not able to just outright simply condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk, and if you cannot stop yourself...
The thing is, I want to be like, is it difficult to just be like, yes, I condemn it. Can we talk about Trump, please? He's the leader of the nation, not a YouTuber. But obviously, the only reason Destiny's got the invite onto this fucking show is because he did the most spurging on Twitter about it.
Question.
What an ecosystem. Hello.
How retarded would it be if someone asked me to condemn the Charlie Kirk murder? I would just start list off a list of just get the Gaza Health Ministry's list of dead. Do you condemn the murder of this person, this person, this person, this person? How retarded would that be?
Yeah, where were you when? Yeah, the fuck.
Because every reason they've used for how ashamed we should be for the killing of Charlie Kirk is that he's a family man. He has kids. Like,
it's not even that. Like, there was never any of this. Take the fucking flag down or get everyone to. When a fucking Democrat a politician was killed, and her husband by a fucking right winger, dude. The fact that didn't inspire anything. I don't know. I don't know if people tried to look for the social media history of these people, but I guarantee, like, there were right wingers who joked about it because it's like that. Unless this is the first time they didn't. He killed their dog. Americans love dogs. They're dog fuckers. Some of them.
Scarlett, you are missing the entire point. The same fucking people, like, we have the same issue in our country. The people are like, condemn terrorism. But if you ask any of these motherfuckers to condemn death to Arab marches by these motherfuckers, none of you give a shit. None of you give a shit to counter protest. It's the same shit in this country. The right never gives a fuck about the hateful rhetoric that it spews towards the left. Or, I mean, look at it. Smolanit is literally synonymous with traitor in this country.
These people who just want their social media likes and their buzzes and their dopamine.
If I was in his position, I would start listing off the name, the children, the fucking whatever. I would have gotten a list, although it is kind of a disgusting tactic to use their deaths. I would just get a list of all the kids that were killed in school shootings by right wingers. I would get like the what's it called? All the murders of like right wingers and everything. One thing though, why the fuck did they not care about what's it called? Like there was a a church that was shot, like a bunch of kids at mass that got shot. They did not care about that as much as this.
Yeah. Well, again, it's just it's all. I don't know. It's insane. It's insane that like the Trump thing is just a passing comment. Like, there's never going to be any pressing on that. So whatever. Fuck.
All right. So yeah, enjoy your stream. Also, Scarlett, the more you say get off, the more I want to stay. So, if you Learner, what do you plan on streaming?
No. Go. We need to get back on it.
All right, see you.
Take her away.
From mocking his grieving widow, you are sick, as I've just seen from Destiny. It's a sick
thing
mindset.
is weaponizing a widow's grief to try to do recruitment for your political party. That's probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. She's showing up in emails for recruitment drives for TPUSA.
Destiny? What did you think the assassination of a political figure would do? What did you think the outcome was going to be? What did you think the outcome was? And by the way,
are you asking me for the pragmatic political outcome, or are you asking me for?
Hey,
you're
how
asking me a
about
question,
take it
so I
easy
didn't
on
know
the
it was rhetorical.
Adderall? Take it easy on the Adderall, and let me answer the question that Pierce asked me.
You must have been really bullied today, I guess.
Let Anna speak, please.
My behavior is not reliant on how anyone else behaves. Every morning I wake up and I make decisions about how I choose to react or respond to things.
These people with their,
I don't wake up.
These people with their SSRIs and their Adderalls and their makey happy little pills. Take a pill for your fucking omega-3s and take your pill for your vitamins. Fuck that. I'm really fucking smart and natural. Holy shit. Dude, I think you've got like an antisocial personality disorder. What is that? What's that? And an anti-what? Anti-doogity? What's that? Huh? What's the cure? Huh? Give me a pill? Huh? Make me like all them? Fuck that. Make me like all them with their dopamine, their television. Fucking hell.
Up in the morning, check what Donald Trump has to say, and then base my own personal behavior on his behavior. I agree with you in that it would be very helpful to have the leader of this country want to turn the temperature down. And he hasn't done that. I agree with you on that. But that doesn't change the way I choose to respond to what's going on. The idea of mocking a woman who is now a widow with 2 young children who witnessed her husband get shot in the neck and bleed out to death. How could you mock that? What is wrong with you? I just don't understand it. That's it. I don't understand it. I don't understand you, Destiny. You have so much hatred in your heart, and at the same time, you
it's
judge
such a simple thing.
others
If you're
as
going
being
to
hateful.
weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, well, then of course people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
Let me understand. Let me understand your argument. So since others are using her grief to politically recruit, you think that it's okay to mock her specifically?
Since others
How does
are
that make
using her
any
grief,
sense?
she's the one who gave a 17-minute speech on TV where she talked about good versus evil. She's the one showing up in
Destiny,
TPUSA ads to
let
1
me
or 2
explain
days
something
after.
To you. If someone assassinated my husband, I would not be able to have the...
Oh God, they should do it. I wonder if Anna Kasparia never spoke about. It all comes back. I wonder if Anna Kasparia never spoke about Israelis weaponizing like Jewish or Israeli grief to do a genocide. I don't know. Fuck. The fucking bring them home badges that they wear, you know, for the hostages.
level of composure she had during that speech, I would be out for blood. I understand why she's angry and why she said the things that she said. Okay, you need to understand what being a human is, what it's like to actually lose someone that you love, that you chose to spend your life with, that you chose to raise children with, a person who was violently and viciously assassinated like that. This is why I've moved
That's fine.
away
And when
from
something yeah, I know, yes,
identifying
because
as
you got bullied online. It's so funny. It's so funny that you just said that you don't think about how other people act to define your behavior. Your entire political ideology now is somehow defined by the people that were mean to you on Twitter.
No,
if somebody
it's
cares
not.
about somebody who's
No,
grieving,
I understood
then you tell that
what
person,
the flaws
you
on
tell
the
that
left
person,
happen to
hey,
be. The
maybe you should
weakness in their
step back for a
arguments.
couple of
No,
weeks.
no, it's
Maybe
not
you should
about
take
the
some
way I
time to
get
grieve.
The weakness in their was it the weakness in their arguments that made you start thinking that 9/11 was an inside job, or that there's a Zionist occupied government, or that there were dancing Israelis on 9/11? Really, the weakness of lefty arguments made you consider that? Okay.
You don't
I get
say, hey,
treated
let's
like
throw a
crap from
camera in
both
front
sides
of
of
you
the
and have
political
you do
aisle.
mass recruitment for our political party while everyone over here is calling for civil war. It's unhinged. When you've got people like Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire, the
we're
president
talking
of the
to a
United States
guy
calling
who
for
said
civil
he'd be
war.
okay with his own parents getting killed if they went to that Trump rally where that assassination
Yeah,
attempt
and we're talking
happened.
to a
There's
woman
no
who went
reasoning
on and
with
did
you,
the whole
Destiny.
conservative media
There's
outlet
no,
with
there's
Tucker
no
Carlson
reasoning
and
with
Glenn
you.
Beck and had
Okay.
nothing bad to say whatsoever. I know where your bread is buttered. I know where
And
you're
it was
making your money
great.
from.
I had
Okay, that's
awesome
great.
conversations.
And you do it
I
with
don't
a person-
regret it
I
at
know,
all.
that's great.
I also had a
And keep up with the
conversation
personal
with Jack
attacks 'cause you're
Posobiec
so
on her
brain
take. It was
broken.
awesome.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Jack,
what
the guy over there that gets
democracy is about.
I'm so waiting for a Jack Posobiec to be like, this just is a testimony to how much hatred there is in the heart of the left winger. Look at us. We're just sitting here watching stunned as the two lefties on the panel can't stop screaming at each other. It's a really sad state of affairs. Please do it. I would love him. I would be his biggest fan. That would be so good. Shit.
Having an
Russia that lies
exchange of
about every other thing
ideas.
that comes out of his
Yeah.
mouth. Yeah,
All right,
great.
let me
That's a
bring
good
in-
one.
let me
Very
bring
I don't
in-
agree with him on everything, but at
Still
least we
to
can
this
have
day,
dialogue.
Anna,
No one
Anna,
on
you're
here
completely
can call
right,
it
by the way.
dialogue. Sure,
Anna is
right now.
completely
Charlie,
right.
didn't it?
And the irony of Charlie Kirk is that he led the way in going in to debate with people who hated him, and he would
No,
try and
he
have
didn't.
respectful
Charlie Kirk
dialogue.
beat up
well,
on college students.
Unlike
That's all
you,
he did.
Destiny.
Let's be
Let
real.
me bring
Unlike
Andrew
me,
Wilson
I'm
in.
So do you.
yeah.
Let me
What do
bring
you
in
mean, so
Andrew
do you.
Wilson.
So do you. You beat up on college students. You go on a college tour.
Charlie
You're going on a
Kirk is
college
trying to
tour
hold
right
higher
now
level
to
debates,
beat
and you
up
guys
on
killed
college students. What are you talking about, Destiny? That's what you're doing right this second, is going on a college tour to go beat up on college students. By the way, can I just ask you a question?
I don't
Yes or no?
exclusively beat up on college.
Can you
What are
actually
talking about? I
answer?
debated half
Can you
the
actually
damn
answer?
Why? What do you
Hang
mean
on,
I
calm
beat up-
down.
what do you mean I
I
beat
just
up on
got one
college
question.
students?
I got one question for you, and I want you to actually answer it. Are you glad Charlie Kirk is dead?
No, I don't think anybody in this country should be dying to political violence. It's insane. The past 5 years in
Then
this
just-
country has been crazy. But the reality
So
is,
then-
until
so
conservatives,
then why did you
have
say that to your co-host
until conservatives-
that Trump
until
deserved the
conservatives
bullet? Why'd you
have
tell him
to
that?
Until conservatives have to say, hey, we all need to be less violent, there's no purpose in Democrats doing it, because every time Democrats disavow, you further entrench your guys' delusional beliefs that all the violence is coming on the left. Donald Trump can go on TV, he can say, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. They can go on Parler and say, we heard you. They can go to the Capitol and break in and try to insurrect. They can get convicted in front of a jury, and then Donald Trump can pardon them, and we can come out and go, hey guys, why aren't Democrats disavowing violence? And pretend that the problem is coming from the left. Democrats do a disservice disservice to this country by
Okay,
disavowing
hang
violence
on, hang on,
constantly
let me
when the
respond
president of the
quickly.
United States
Let me
won't
respond
go on
quickly.
TV and say all
Let
of
me
us need to
respond
be less
quickly,
violent. How
Destiny.
easy
So
would that
the
be?
thing is, why did you say to your co-host
Yeah, keep
that
focusing on me.
the
Keep
bullet
focusing on
that
me.
the bullet
I'm not here to
that
play-
the bullet was for Trump? Why did you say to your co-host that the best place for the bullet was Trump? Why did you say that?
Why did Donald Trump call
It's a
everyone fascist?
whataboutism. Whataboutism. I'm asking.
How is it a whataboutism when you brought up liberals calling Republicans fascists? What the fuck, man? These people are insane. These people are fucking mental. They're just saying whatever, like, there's no short-term memory. They're just saying whatever they can to get through the next fucking 5 seconds, and then they forget. Whataboutism?
You a
right
question.
now, whataboutism? The
I can't be a
conversation isn't about
whataboutism
what I
if
say.
it's my
The
question,
conversation is,
Destiny.
Why won't Donald Trump disavow violence in the United
Answer the
States?
question.
All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this before I cut
such an easy
mics?
question.
Because you don't care.
Destiny,
You don't care that Kirk's dead. Just
Destiny,
be honest,
allow
you fuck.
Andrew,
Just be honest, you fuck.
allow Andrew to repeat his question and let him ask the question. Then you answer it, okay, Andrew?
No, I want to hear the other side first.
Let him ask the question.
Donald Trump
Let him
disavow
ask
violence in
the
this
question, Destiny, and then you answer it. Andrew.
Destiny told his co-host when asked point blank if he wanted the bullet to kill Trump, that the worst thing that could have happened was the bullet missing. He said this to Pisco. I watched it. Okay, this guy's an obfuscation machine. And if you know what else, Destiny, why should we believe you? I think you are glad Kirk is dead. And all of your tweets seem to prove that. And you would have been happy if Trump was assassinated. You've made that very clear. So why not just be truthful?
Just to be clear, for every, even if you don't buy the, if it was me, if you don't buy that I'm sad that Kirk died, because it's like, I just don't think that's the appropriate response in a democracy to someone like Kirk. Even if you don't buy that, even from a pragmatic perspective or a cold perspective, God, the fucking discourse has been absolutely fucking AIDS around Kirk dying. Even for that, even if I did hate him enough to want him dead, which I don't, I've never said that, but God damn it. For the aftermath, shit.
For once in your fucking life and say the truth, that you don't care that Kirk is dead, and you're actually probably glad he is. Isn't that really what's true?
I don't want anybody in this country to die to political violence. I don't think in the United States of America that should be happening. I don't know why it's so hard for the president to say the same. I think it'd be the easiest thing in the world as a president. Biden did it for 4 years. That's why everything was way cooler when he was here, like in terms of temperature. The Clintons have no problem saying it. Barack Obama has no problem saying it. Kamala Harris has come out and said it. Every Democratic lawmaker and leader has basically come out and said it. But for some reason on the Republican side, it's just civil war, civil war, civil war. And the Republican president of the United States, who has presided over more violence politically in this country, more large protests than any president in all of U.S. history, for some reason can't bring himself to say, all of us need to calm down. And
So
until
did
that
Trump
happens,
deserve
there's no
the
reason for
bullet?
anyone allowed to say it.
Did Trump
This is-
deserve the
This
bullet?
is all you care about are the political hit jobs.
Just
It's
answer
actually
the
insane
question,
to me.
bro.
It's
Did
so
Trump
insane
deserve
to
the
me.
bullet?
Did Donald Trump
Did he deserve
disavow
the
violence
bullet?
on his side ever? Did Donald Trump
Answer
disavow
the
violence on his
question.
side
Did
ever?
Trump deserve the bullet?
You can't answer the question. We're here to play.
No, bro, it's
find
my turn
tweets
to ask
and
the
YouTube
question.
video
It's your
clips.
turn to answer.
It's
Did
YouTube video
Trump deserve
clips.
the
and it's-
bullet?
Did Trump disavow violence in this country ever?
Did he deserve the bullet? Yes, he's
Answer my
disavowed
question, I'll
violence.
answer yours.
But again, I just did. Now your turn. Now your
not just on
turn.
the radical
It's your
left. Did
turn.
Donald Trump?
He deserved it more than Corey. Is that okay to say? Corey's just a poor old civilian.
Did Trump deserve the bullet?
I never said that. No, I never said that. No.
Okay, except you did to your co-host.
No,
You
I
said,
didn't. Oh, wait. When did
your
Donald Trump
exact
disavow?
words-
Wait. When did
You-
Donald Trump
your
disavow all
exact
violence
words
in this
to your
country?
co-host, you lying sack of shit. If he wanted
I'm the lying
to
sack
kill
of
Trump,
shit?
the
No
worst
way.
thing that could
Oh,
have
wait,
happened
Donald Trump
was the
disavowed
bullet
all
missing.
political violence. And
That's what you said,
And this is
bro.
yeah. And this is where when
You're
you're
the
putting
biggest lying sack of
YouTubers when
shit,
you're putting YouTubers and tweeters on the same level as the president of the United States. This is why conservatives are absolutely brain broken when it comes to violence in this country. And that's why it'll continue.
But
There'll be more
Destiny,
deaths.
but Destiny,
Maybe it'll be me at the next one. Who knows? There'll be more
Destiny,
people who die, and you guys are all gonna turn around and be like, I can't
It's the fucking interjections from Jack. Oh my god. The fucking Lego man at Aura Farm is so.
what's going on, what's happening here.
Okay,
Yeah.
Destiny, if you care so much about political violence in America, why don't you lead the way yourself without
can't,
mentioning
because
anybody
one
else?
side-
Why don't
because
you?
one side-
Why don't you, Destiny, right now, just outright condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because we've been doing that for a decade. One side can't
You can't
turn
do it, can
down
you?
the temperature.
You can't
the other
do
side
it.
can't turn down the temperature. If Donald Trump can't, then the left shouldn't until he does.
Got it.
Republicans
Okay, you don't want to do
need
it.
accountability for their actions. They need some responsibility for the insanity.
He had it coming,
Even though you take none yourself. Let me bring in Jack Posobiec.
We absolutely,
All
Democrats
right,
will take
that's enough,
accountability, but it's
Destiny.
their
I'll
fault.
bring in Jack Posobiec.
Yeah,
Jack.
okay. Nice, both sides it.
Jack.
Yeah.
What is your response to this?
I mean, Piers, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, this type of ideology where you've got someone who's willing to mock Erica, who's been standing strong for her family, for her children, who's just, she will never be able to grow old with Charlie.
Hutch disagrees with Destiny, which is why DDGers in chat are saying he's cocked. Cocked on what? On saying that Democrats should... Is he saying, because he's saying that he doesn't want to condemn the killing of Charlie for whatever reason, but is he saying that Democrat politicians shouldn't do it either? I thought it's a good thing that people like Gavin and all that stuff like immediately just called it a senseless killing or whatever, like they did the disavowal of the violence or whatever. I think that's good that they did that, because you do that right away, you show you're better, and then you spend the rest of the time being like, Trump, your turn, buddy. You should really be first. But yeah, I don't know. It makes my life easier. If I'm doing debates and all that, I can be like, yeah, look, even gruesome Gavin was straight up, straight out there. Senseless violence, don't like it. Bernie, same thing. Biden, I think, Kamala, whoever. Yeah, they all said it, didn't they? I don't know why that's cucked. It's stupid. Like, is it cucked to believe it? What if you believe that you shouldn't kill Charlie Kirk? Why is it cucked? Just to say it before the president does? I don't get it. That seems silly to me.
We'll never be able to be with them again, have more children, to have grandchildren, to have those memories, to raise them. It's all gone. Every single moment of that future that they had was gone because someone fired a bullet at Charlie Kirk that said, "Hey, fascist, catch." And now
actually, the bullet that hit him, didn't it say? It didn't say that, did it? I think the bullet that hit him said. It said, "Checks bulge. Ooh, woo. What's this? Isn't that what the bullet said? The one that hit him? Am I crazy? I thought it was the bulge bullet that hit him, not the fascist one. The ooh, woo one. Yeah. Damn, he's lying about the guy's death, dude. That's not cool. That's so disrespectful. What the fuck?
People celebrating it, and when you ask people
That's
about
not even
it,
the
they
bullet
say,
that was fired.
"Oh,
How are you lying about this?
Shut
even?
up, Destiny.
Holy
Shut up."
Oh no. Oh no, he lost his Mew. Fuck, there's a sign like 1 foot above the camera, and it's saying keep aura farming. Keep the aura farm. And he just forgot that it was there. Oh no.
Even the bullet that was fired. How are you lying about this?
Shut
even?
up, Destiny.
Holy
Shut up.
shit! You're so
Shut
shameless,
up.
dude. Oh my god! You're not even inside the right bullet. You're such a disgusting
Piers.
piece of shit. Holy fuck!
What a pedantic point.
Are we
what a
are we
It's not
even going to do
pedantic.
this?
The guy's a fucking professional.
Like he's editorializing the guy's death. He's just. Why would you say that? Just I don't know. You fucking.
It's total pedantry. Total
This guy would probably.
I would like to let
Jesus.
Jack. I would like to let Jack finish his point, please.
Yeah,
and
it's just
and
rant
they'll
here,
claim
yeah.
there's no leftist connection. They'll claim there's no there and then go so far as to lie and say there's some kind of Christian conservative connection when you could see the writing on the bullet casings. And so you know these are very common symbols associated whatever. The point is, right, it should be very
The fucking ooh woo bulge is a very. Yeah, I mean it is. I guess it is.
very clear. Are we connected with our humanity or are we not? And some people are willing to do that. Anna's been willing to do that. We've done shows together. They've been fine. They've been good. We've jousted. We've done the back and forth. Dustin and I in the past have had shows together where before he kind of took this turn, and you think there are people who can just be willing to stand up for humanity.
You know, Jack, it reminds me a bit of the journey I've gone on, very different circumstances. But
by the way, this is I don't know, maybe like liberal democracy just is kind of maybe it's just had its day. I don't know. People keep, whenever you're in school and you learn about Nazis coming to power or fascism, and you look at the shit that they did and the shit that they said, and you're like, how did anyone fall for that shit? Like, you look at that Hitler speech and read the words. You're like, how the fuck did an entire, well, it wasn't really an entire nation. It was just enough of them. How did they fall for that shit? Oh, really? The Jews are why you lost World War I. Oh, really? Poland. Yeah, those guys. That was Poland attacked you, did they? Yeah. Oh, really? It's the Jews who started the war in Europe who made you go into Poland. Oh, really? That's why you need to kill them all. Like, at the end of the day, this is how it happens. This is kind of how it happens. Like they're in control. And I think the people who want to defend like liberal democracy are just kind of like I think the confusion or the disorientation or the demoralization just kind of works on them. I don't know. And they just start flailing.
The Israel-Hamas war. The reason I asked everybody on the pro-Palestinian side for months after the war started, do you condemn what Hamas did, is I think it was very enlightening as to the humanity of the person by how they responded. If their immediate response was, of course I do, the mass murder of civilians on October the 7th was a horrendous atrocity, then we can move on to an intellectually honest debate. If they refuse to condemn what Hamas did, it's a completely different debate. And similarly, right now, I feel if you can't condemn a lot of what the IDF are doing, frankly, it's my opinion, in Gaza, then the same thing. If you're unequivocally like, it's all fine with 20,000 plus kids being killed, then I've got a problem with that too. But I do think you've got to try and maintain in all of these debates a modicum of humanity about people who are actually being killed. And what is terrifying about the mindset of a lot of people on the woke left I've seen since Charlie Kirk's death is the brazen glee that they're taking to his murder. And then when I see even Destiny, who's a very well-followed person on the internet, well-known, when Destiny, frankly, if you can't bring yourself just to say the murder was horrific and should never have happened, it's a very simple sentence. It's just basic humanity. It really makes me despair for where everything is going, because it's indicative of the mindset of, I can't give an inch to my political opponents, therefore I lose my humanity. How can that be right?
Because you can't give an inch to political opponents that won't recognize or acknowledge anything they've done is wrong. It's all it's done is gotten us here. This is where we're at because of that exact mindset. Will any of the conservatives here acknowledge the conservative that murdered Melissa Hortman and her husband and shot the other?
I'll have you find he was actually a very troubled, mentally ill, furry, bestiality. I have no idea what they have to say about this person, but
senator in Minnesota.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just about all political violence.
That it was
all political violence.
Conservative shooter?
I don't know the details on that particular case. If I did.
I don't know anything about that. Okay. I guess I don't really know anything about the Charlie Kirk guy. Who's that? Big face. He's so good. I don't know anything about that. Fucking what? Who?
And it turned out that it was the case. Of course, I would say that such violence should be disavowed. Thing is, you can't hold your entire moral standard based on what you think Trump is doing or not doing. What does that have to do with you, Destiny? It has nothing to do with you. You can easily just say, you can lead by example and say, let's all tone down the violence.
You can't lead by example.
That's what
I'm
you
not
want,
the president
right?
of the United States. That's what Democrats have been doing.
Wait, you
for the
can't
last
lead by
decade.
example because you're not the president? That's the stupidest thing I've heard
if
today.
One side wants to fight and the other side doesn't, then you're going to fight. One side can't decide not to fight, but the other side decides to.
What does that have
What
to
do you
do
mean
with
it makes no
you
sense?
Can,
If
you
some
can
guy
easily,
comes up to you to
you
fight,
can easily
and the
just
other
say it
side
now,
says, I
Destiny.
don't want to, you don't really have the choice there.
Lead
That's
by
how fighting
example, then.
works.
Lead by
you
example.
Can't lead by
and show
example.
us.
That's
I don't
called
really know if this works because that sounds like he's comparing it to a war, right? Like, yeah, obviously, if there's a country aggressing on you, you can't just be like, "Come on, guys, I'm gonna lead by example and not defend and not fight." I was like, "Well, what if they just keep attacking you? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's mental." But it's not like there's a war in America, right? It's not a civil war. You're not there yet. What's happening now is that people are using their speech in a way that is like stochastically inciting violence from what seems to be lone wolf actors. Some of them, most of them are right wing. Some of them seem to be confused, and some of them are like strangely apolitical. But again, most of them are right wing. But the way that violence is occurring is not in like it's not the same mechanisms as a war. It's not. I don't think it's quite the same. We are there, brother. How does that? Walk me through that logically, okay? Because the reason that you say if you get attacked by a different country or a militia, the reason that you say, well, I'm not just going to lead by example and put my arms down, that doesn't make sense because they're attacking you. They're not going to stop, right? And generally, the way the world works is that militias who have a reason or armies that have a reason to attack another country or whatever, then typically whatever made them do that is not going to go away when the defenders just drop their arms. So obviously you fight to defend yourself, but how are Democrat supporters and Democrat politicians, how are they defending themselves if they start they say, well, there's a fight, we're there now, it's a civil war. So if the Democrats just start saying civil war, how is that defensive? I don't understand that. Are they deterring? Is that going to deter Republicans? How? Like, most of these Republicans don't think it's going to happen to them. They're just going to keep yapping, except instead of blowing up Hassan or random people on Twitter, they'll blow up Democrat politicians. And that's probably worse. Am I wrong? Am I missing something? Like that self-defense argument doesn't really make sense when it's like stochastic violence and like vague incitement. Like that's not really, even if you want to argue it's not as vague as whatever. Like I don't get how, I mean, it sounds like, I know he doesn't want to get himself imprisoned or whatever, but it sounds like he's saying Democrats should just join in and be like, yeah, civil war, fuck these guys, but yeah, we have to fight. Like, and not in the metaphorical way. But I don't understand how that's gonna, how you call that like a defensive response. It doesn't make sense to me. The pragmatism of it doesn't make sense.
You can.
Actually, I actually thought. Let me jump in.
Because you're actually happy
Let me
about
jump
it,
in
Destiny.
here.
Just be honest, you're happy
I actually
about it.
felt that Anna hit the nail on the head here, which is she did not need to wait for Donald Trump to comment on this to make her own mind up about what had happened. That is intellectual honesty, right? Yes, it may have been somebody that she totally disagreed with on many issues. The simple, humane thing
No, she's an independent. She's an independent who thinks that the Jews did 9/11. Independent.
Do with any event like this is to ask yourself, how do I personally feel about it? Not what does Donald Trump think about it, or what does Joe Biden think about it, or what does Timbuktu think about it. It's what do I personally feel about this. It didn't take me very long, Destiny, to understand that I felt repulsed by the execution of somebody in cold blood with his wife.
Hutch was getting dunked on by half his chat for the same take that you have, I'm pretty sure. The discourse was around disavowing / equals apologizing. What do you think of that view? Oh, listen, if Hutch got in trouble, disavowing is fine. It's fine. It's, again, I don't think there's anything defensive about reciprocating stochastic violence. Maybe someone can explain to me because I can explain it in a military conflict. It's very, very easy to explain it in a military conflict, but not in whatever the fuck this is. This is different. This is a different environment. But if Hutch got in trouble for saying that and get called a cuck, well, listen, maybe he didn't say it with enough conviction. He didn't call his detractors retards enough, okay? Maybe he hasn't trained his droogs as well as I have. I think I should finish that tomorrow. Maybe. So much Kirk tent though, eh? Fucking Kirk tent. Stop! Don't say it! That's bad. Disavow the... The point is that Dems disavowing got us nowhere. Okay. I mean, me condemning Israeli actions whenever they happen doesn't get me anywhere with lefties. Am I going to stop doing it? Like, what? Silly. You condemn what's condemnable. But for now, it's been 8 hours, guys. We can't go overboard too much, all right? We have to Kirk is Scottish for church. Fuck, none of them. God damn it. It's a bad word for it. Okay. Plugs. Why not? Why not? L-O. Blow. Blown. Shit! Oh. Well, the N has to go after the O, obviously. Flon. Oh. Okay. Eee, nice one! But got it before any of you guys. Shitters. Cunts. Maybe Jesus Cow typed it at the same time that I was doing it. Loader in chat, this is the hard work and conversation that we need to heal the world. I'm very proud of you and thankful. Didn't you say earlier that you're like a MAGA conservative? You're a bad person. No, you're on a journey, okay? But you took a very, very stupid turn, okay? With respect. With the greatest respect. Fuck you. Bad. Ugh. You're from Boston, though. Okay, but don't tell me that you're... Don't do that thing. Don't tell me about how little your actions actually made a difference. Blue state, right? Massachusetts. What's this? Oh, God, there's fucking... People are complaining about mods again. Boston conservative. Oh, wait, sorry, wait. Connections. Fuck me. I'll do a chess puzzle afterwards, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Connection, Banshee, Carpet Strand, Pip, Chemistry, Bank, Title, Tile, Heartbreaker, Wood, Spark, Coast, Laminate, Shore, Whaler, Fireworks. Well... There's a shore, coast, a bank, and a strand. Ooh. Wood, spark. No. Connection, spark. Wood. It's not going to be fucking chemistry. Shut up. Oh, wood, spark, fireworks? No, I don't know. That's a bit weird. Doesn't seem... Pip, like what, like apple seeds? Or the name, Philip. Banshee. Like a ghost. Whaler, a banshee. Fireworks, like loud noises? What else makes a loud noise? Nothing obvious. Carpet, tile, wood, laminate. Nice! Easy, no issue. Oh, chemistry connection, spark fireworks, romantic shit, right? What the fuck is Heartbreaker, Pip, Wailer, and Banshee? A member of a classic rock band. Susie and the Banshees. Okay. Is it just Susie and the Banshees? What? I don't get it. I don't know about those other three. I still have 4 more for the super chat goal, you assholes. I'm just gonna keep playing until I get them. Don't super chat me the answers because I can see those, okay? If you super chat me an answer, I will fucking maul you figuratively with peace and love and democracy and civil discourse. I played quite a few on the weekend. All right. Play. Mature, level, henhouse, foul, adults only. Ooh, stable, ripe, earth, uniform, Photoshop, teen, constant, rank, everyone, onion, sour. I see what they're doing here, right? They're trying to pedo bait with mature, adults only, and teen, like fucking. But that's not obviously. It's not porn categories because adults only is not a porn category. Okay. What other? I don't know what other weird shit do people watch porn? Onion. Mature adults only. I don't know. Onion, sour, ripe, sour, right, like fruit. Mature. Oh, wait. No, wait. Mature, ripe is rank? Like, no, surely not. Wait, no, there's also, wait, there's rank, sour, foul, and maybe mature? Because like cheese? I don't even fucking know, dude. Weird. Foul is also a kind of bird, I think. Maybe. Stable, hen house. Is foul one of those? No, surely not. Uniform, rank, constant. Uniform, just rank and level. Ah, there's a few. There's a few over. That's a good puzzle. Okay, so, right. Matt, hen, house, con, stab, rip. Oh, stab, rip. Is it like beginnings of words? I don't know. Or Photoshop? No. Oh wait. Photoshop is like for touching up. Photoshop. Everyone. Huh. That's a hard one. Onion. Constant. Are there any homonyms or? Not that I know. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, Smelly Mental. Appreciate it. Rank. I'm wanting to think. Mature, like there's like a cheese thing here, isn't there? Mature. But no, I'm not sure about the other ones. I feel like for like strong smells, you can say mature for cheeses. Foul, rank. I don't think that's it though. Would you say sour? These are all like strong shit, maybe? Maybe I'll be 3. Yep. Okay. Okay. Mature, foul, sour, ripe. Ah, the fuck. Onion? I don't know. Maybe it's this though. Thank you. Bad smelling. Okay. Okay. So maybe it is mature and adults only. I'm gonna stay away from that one though. It might be weird. Earth and level. Uniform. Hen house. Is a hen house actually like a fucking where a bunch of hens are? Or is there something different there? Hen house. Form. Adults only. Adults only is making me think like flashing sign, like neon, but what else would be to do with neon? What the fuck is teen doing there, dude? What? There's no way it's like this is stupid. No. Constant. Variable, constant. Oh, ooh. Constant, stable, level, earth. It's like electric shit, right? Fuck me! Oh, wait. Not earth. I was thinking of earth for plugs. No, this makes more sense. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. This does onion and earth? What do they have to bro? Mature. Oh wait, is it a cheese thing? Onion, earth. I don't know, man. Photoshop. What does Photoshop have to do with any of these? What if it's oh god, wait, what if it's one letter change? Maybe it's that. That might make more sense. There's a few because teen could be a bunch of different words if you change the first letter. Same with earth. Same with mature. And it's the same with hen house, isn't it? What though? Oh god, that's really fucking my head. Or onion. Earth could be fuck. This could be nature. That could be like so many things. Keen. Scene. Bean. What do they have to do with each other though? Nature. Fuck. I think it's that. I think it's that you change a letter. I don't know why, but I can't make any sense of all this shit. So, but then what's the other, bro? Well, what if I just do the ones that definitely wouldn't be then? Because you wouldn't. What does this have to? Adults only Photoshop everyone. What? Adults only Photoshop. What would onion be? Is onion a different letter if you change? Maybe you change more than one letter. Maybe you add a letter. Earth. Dearth. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. Am I overthinking? Am I overthinking? I don't like putting these ones together because it's just, it's not fucking, wait. Oh, I was being too much of a fucking weirdo. It could be this because it's like, it's not, okay. It's like a thing. It's like films, right? Or video games. Okay. I don't, what the fuck is this then, dude? Things with layers. Shut the fuck off. Die. Thank you for the super chat. Jesus Christ, it's layers and ratings. This was too painful. Sorry. Oh. It's a good thing I had my window to the side. Okay. Fuck me. I'm gonna leave super chats open now, okay? Maybe I've discovered maybe I've discovered a technique. Layers. Post connections, Clark. Shut up. I was like, it can't be that. There's no way. But it wasn't. It was. Okay, one more. Barbas, thanks to $5. Onions have layers, ogres have layers. If they said ogres, I would have it no problem, bro. Okay. Smart, airplane, grab, fairy, Mac, buttons, entrance, wrist, backstop, black, absorb, hospital, rivet, fly, pocket. I mean, obviously you've got pockets, fly, buttons, something, trousers. You've got smart. Was it for phones? Mac, but with a K? No, okay. Fairy. That's a washing up liquid, but maybe that's a UK thing. Black. Um. Hospital. Why? Um. Is this going to be like some kind of like films, airplane, hospital, Mac? Who knows? Paper airplane, paper bullshit. Black. Smart. Wristwatch, pocket watch. Ooh. Smartwatch. Ooh. Airplane watch. True. Black watch, like the Scottish soldiers. No. What the fuck is that a Mac watch? Is that a thing? Why do I think that's a thing? These are watches though, but I don't know what the fourth one is. Rivet watch, bro. What? Stopwatch. Jesus, retard. Fuck me. Okay. Absorb. Black. Hospital? What the fuck is hospital doing there? That doesn't make any sense. I wish I... Wait. Oh. Is this like people would describe like reading? They would say like it's riveting, it absorbs you, it grabs you, like attention or something. But what would the last one be for that? I don't know. I guess flies, ferries, airplanes, they all fly. What the fuck is a Mac? Oh god, I remember what a rivet is. Shit. You can grab something, you can absorb something. Back. Fairy. Fair. Tons. Lanes. Oh, are there, wait. There's not homonyms again, is it? Because, no, it's just in trance. I don't think I can see any other ones, though. Let's try. Let's see if this is a thing. Something to do with fucking wings. Is it that? It couldn't be anything else. Oh, hospitals have wings. Fuck. Hey, okay, nice. Whoa. Well, the light blue is the harder one, isn't it? The light blue is the second hardest one. So there's an easier one in there. Rivet, grab, absorb, back. Oh, entrance. Rivet, grab, absorb, entrance. Ah. Mac, back, black buttons. Why not? Miss Mary Mac. Obviously. Imagine not knowing Miss Mary Mac. Idiot. Retard. Oh, hello, Pawn Scum. How's it going? Entrance. I even thought entrance, and I was like, oh, wait, homonym. Shit. Okay, one more. Last one, boys. Last one. Then I get hungry. Okay, there's two more super chats, by the way, guys. What the fuck? Oh god, this is oh hey. What the fuck is this? Okay. Musical instruments. Wait, is there any? There's also a theremin. It's not that. Ooh. Hey. Touchdown, trident, triangle, timpani, trifle, trademark, television, thingamajig, trillion, theremin, trinket, tambourine, tuberculosis, trilobite, tchotchk, trombone. Okay. No fucking problem. Let's go. Well. Wait. Timpani, triangle, tambourine, and no, it's not. Is a theremin percussion? No, there's no fucking. What kind of instrument is a theremin? Triangle's percussion. The thing is, pianos are percussion because you're doing that. That's percussion. But a theremin, you do that. So maybe trombone is obviously not bone. I think that's too obvious. I don't trust it. Trademark. Okay, think about words that are cut in half. That might be the easiest one because there's so many of them. Down, dent, angle, vision, mark, bone, jig, min, ketamine, bite. So there is dent. Where's the other one? There was dent. There was mark. There was bite. Would it be jig? Like scuffing? Dent, mark, bite, and jig? Wouldn't be bone. Wouldn't be down. Wouldn't be angle. Wouldn't be. Let's just have a little popsy. Fuck, not even close. Okay. Let's try something more simple. Well, trinket, thingamajig. I don't know what either of these are. Kellodge. No, Kel Doge. Thanks for the $6.99 Canadian. Golf clap. Wait, is that a fucking... Is that to do with this? Trademark, trinket, thingamajig. What the fuck, man? Trifle, trident? I don't know. Oh. Television. I hate the fact that these two words are here. That's making it so annoying to me. Trill, touch, trident, triangle, trillion. Oh, is it just this with threes? Wait, is there anything that's not though? Trinket's not because neither is trifle, but is a trilobite, trillion, trident, and triangle? Yes. Thank you. What this is the dumbest word I've ever seen. Is that even a real word? It must be. Chotchuk. Chotchuk. Do they mean trifle is in like a joke or like the food or like a... Why the fuck is... Oh wait, the triangle's gone. So theremin, trombone, timpani, tambourine. Thank you. We got rid of triangle. Thank you. Okay, good. Okay. I want to do something like that, but I don't like not knowing what this is. If it's not 3, then it's not anything. Yeah. Oh, it is. Oh God. Is this it then? It must be this. What is trifle television touchdown tuberculosis? What? How? Trinket, trademark, thingamajig, touchdown? I can't do it. I don't know. I would have thought like trinket, thingamajig, and trademark. It's like thing. I guess even trademark doesn't necessarily make sense with that. It must be a different umbrella term. It must be a different category. Oh God. Touchdown. Is this like a fucking sports thing that I don't know about? Trifle, a trinket. What? Why tuberculosis? What? Oh, it must be like half words. Tuberculosis is a fucking disease that spreads and kills you, and it died. We don't really get it anymore, not usually in this neck of the woods. What does that have to do with any of this, apart from if it's like... Kel Dodge, thanks for the $6.99. Third down 9 yards. Can you get first down chat? I don't know what that means. It's a fucking football thing, obviously. Touchdown, trademark, this, I don't know, television? I don't fucking know. Fuck off. Is that even the 3? I'm not doing the football one. We're doing whatever the... So it's not football. Tuberculosis. Q. Tub. And I don't know. That's a hard one. What is this fucking word, man? Okay, it's not going to be tuberculosis. You've given me a clue. Thank you. Trademark and these. It must be these all. But how? That doesn't even make sense because the 3. I didn't even think about the 3. Knick-knack. Oh, it wasn't even what you were saying. I thought you were doing a football reference. Clever. Threw me off. Words abbreviated with T plus letter. What? Oh, TB, TM, TD, TV. I've never heard a touchdown called a TD. Okay. Thanks. Wow. Good one. You defined a tchotchke. It's because you're a British loser. Yes, I am. Stream another 5 hours. I would rather get assassinated politically. For my incredibly based views. For my iron will and my cute face. Oh, fuck. Get me out of here. Get me out of here! We're done, boys. We're done. Thingamabob. Sure. Doohickey. Listen, if Doohickey was there, I'd be all good. Thingamajig. The goddamn thingamajigs. They're everywhere. Can't get away from them. Right, how do I divert? You're cooked. I am cooked. I'm fucking wrecked, man. Too Scottish. Way too Scottish. Okay. Go this way. Is Hutch not on today? Or Pisco must have stopped. Shinzo Abe was killed by a thingamajig. It's very true. Very true. Okay, go there, guys. I will end stream now. Okay, bye-bye. Love you. See you tomorrow.